Welcome back to Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Early arrivals for surfers chasing glory, wanting to get to that championship tour. We saw a couple steal the deal yesterday afternoon. Congratulations, Callie Vast, George Pitter, and George will be hitting the lineup when we get the round of 64 back underway. But some of the big names turning out to get warmed up for what is set to be another big day of competition. Callum Robson, after a victory at the Pipe Challenger. What an effort for him to give himself a fighting chance going into this final event, and what an event it is. Merriweather turning it on today. Unbelievable. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett and Vaughan Blakey here in the booth for the call. And fellas, what a day yesterday, Rich. Having been in that situation yourself, chasing that dream for a period of time, the realisation of it coming true for a couple of surfers yesterday.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch. And Callie Vast, he actually made it before he paddled out. So he went out thinking he had to surf his way into it to make qualification, but came in ecstatic. And the interview that you did with George was epic. It was so good. You could feel it.
He was holding it together, wasn't he? He was emotional.
He had no idea. I got to deliver the news. I felt like sort of Santa coming down the chimney with a new bike over my shoulder instead of a packet of socks and some bad undies. So it was unreal to give him that news, and you could just see the relief. It was palpable. He was speechless, and what it meant to him, because when we came to Newey last year, you could see that he was still filthy. He couldn't believe he was back on the Challenger Series. He was walking around sort of like sucking on lemons, and rightfully so. He truly believes he should be there. Yeah. But like watching those clips just then of all the Aussies coming down this morning, you can just see that today is simmering. Like, it's a huge day, particularly for Australian surfing, because there's so many of them. They're all in one cluster, and they're all going for it. It's a big day for everyone, but you know, there's a big Aussie push that's feeling it.
Exactly. Towards the back end of that top 10, especially on the men's side, just outside the top 10. We've already lost a couple, but they are going to be competing against one another to get those final places on the CT. But right now, we're going to throw it down to Felicity Parmentier and get an idea of what's coming your way on day 3.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, it is a beautiful morning here in Newcastle, and I found Mihimana. You've just come in from a free surf. Can you give us a little update? It's looking pretty dreamy out there.
Yeah, it's a good old Australian morning. Yeah, we got some fun condition, huh? I feel like the lineup cleaned up a little bit from those last 2 days, like there were a little storms. So this morning was all clean, kind of offshore and glassy with the sun on the face. But yeah, managed to get a few ones just to warm the body up, and let's see if they're gonna run the next round. But yeah, it's looking pretty fun today.
Awesome. So you think it's very contestable, lots of scoreable rides out there?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's gonna be like there's a good ride, and there's a little bank, like there's a runner-up left that's coming up, and yeah, it's fun for sure. It's contestable, and the boys, there's some big hits coming up, so stay tuned, guys.
Thanks so much. Yeah, potentially coming up later today if we go into that next round. Back to you guys on this dreamy morning in Newcastle. Oh,
it's a beauty, Flick, and yeah, like Vaughan said before, already we're sensing that energy, and we're going to, be kicking things off with a restart of the last heater yesterday afternoon, and that's an interesting one. We did have a shark in the contest area, tracked it out of the area, but obviously tours and competitions deciding that it was best to kind of call it for the day. That's tough. That call for Levi Slawson and Cade Matson, because they had really solid numbers. They kind of had Billy Stearman and Makana Franzmann on the ropes, but it's going to be a fresh restart, Rick.
Yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow, and the best thing they can do is reset and go again. You know, they were doing so well in the heat. Try and keep that energy going. If you start getting caught up in, I'm not down with this rule and whatever, the rules are the rules. You got to reset. You got to get back into it. And I know Cade's got Jake Patterson in his corner. We had dinner with him last night, and he's the ultimate surf brain, and he'll be just getting Cade right in the zone again.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Cade wasn't happy when he heard the news this morning that was going to be 7, and he had a pretty decent backup as well. So, he woke up to that news. He found out this morning, but by the rule book, when it's determined by the same people or person who stopped the heat, the conditions are safe again and circumstances are manageable, the heat will restart with the time left from when the heat has stopped, unless the head judge deems that conditions have changed or that a fair competition between the surfers would be compromised. In these situations, the heat will start for the full time period. And that's pretty interesting. The conditions for me, while the wind was blowing, they're a lot cleaner today, but pretty similar in size. So I think they were deliberating on that call for some time this morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could have gone either way.
Yeah, the denominator, I think, was the wind. I think you just hit the nail on the head. Really clean conditions. But, you know, Levi and Cade are sitting 15 and 18 on the Challenger, respectively. So that's probably adding to the sting, you know, that those guys are so close. And Levi actually probably has a good shot with a killer result here. Cade potentially as well. And, you know, this is not just qualification. It's maintaining the position on the Challenger Series to go again. So a lot at stake here. Tough pill to swallow, but shake it off. Let's go.
Obviously not your call, Rich, but having been around the sport for so long, what would your what would you have chosen to do in the same situation? Well, here goes Billy. So already it looks like he's found a way, but it's going to be a lot better than the start that he had in this heat yesterday. So he's going to be the benefactor of that decision.
Mate, for me, I would have been filthy, to be honest. If I put myself in the surfer's position, I kind of would have been going, what? Surely we're just going to pick this up where we left off. So that's my kind of stance on it, but without rattling too many cages. Let's have a look at Billy Stearman on this first ride of the event this morning. Just streaking down the line here, pounding that oncoming section, gets to that finish. So already, you know, Billy going, okay, I'm good here. Let's go.
Billy wants to find some serious momentum in this contest too, Vaughan. He wants to get his tail wagging because he has had the call up for the CT event in Raglan. He's going to be a major threat there. His backhand's incredible, and he would have spent more time in the lineup than any competitor in the draw over there when we head over to the Dutch.
By a country mile. He grew up there, born and bred, Raglan surfer, and, you know, a two-time Olympian representing New Zealand at his home break for the first, you know, pro event we've seen there in decades. So it's going to be fantastic for Billy. And, yeah, this is a great opportunity for him to sort of build momentum. There's nothing worse than sort of getting stuck, lost at sea when you got the last Challenger Series of the year. And so he's off to a little flyer here.
Yeah, 4.5 for the Kiwi. So just to remind you, who's in this lineup: Cade Matson, Levi Slawson, Rich mentioned it, well positioned on the Challenger Series ranks. Billy Stearman getting things started quickly in this first heat of the morning. It is heat 10, the round of 64. And also in the lineup was a man who really blew us away with his first ever ride in a Challenger Series event, Makana Franzmann, super exciting talent. And yeah, he just threw a monster rotor. Big full rotation air at us in his very first heat on the Challenger Series. Super impressive. And you give him a follow on Instagram and he's constantly dropping huge airs. And, you know, being on the North Shore, he's throwing it in pretty solid conditions at times too. So he'll feel pretty comfortable with the canvas that he's going to have to work with out here today, Vorno. Not a lot of wind to work with though.
No, but, you know, this generation of kids, they can throw fins. They can get that pop on any sort of wave that comes their way. We saw that yesterday. I think Eden Hassan, you know, just a little grom. He's under pressure. He's in the dying seconds of his heat. He just flings himself at this section that wasn't really, you know, that juicy and does a full rotator. And Makana's in that class, you know, like that generation of kids who can just find a way to get these spectacular moves off in almost dribble.
You know, hopefully he finds a juicy section.
Let's see it.
So Levi Slawson and Cade Matson, as you mentioned, Rick, they're a chance. They can seal the deal by going all the way to the final, both of them. So if they can crack the final at this event, then they're going to guarantee their place at the top end of the ladder. So that's the goal. You know, don't leave it a chance. Just get yourself to that final and try and graduate. Cade's been there before.
Yeah, he's such a big, powerful surfer, Cade Matson. Lovely, lovely gentleman. And, you know, he's got a heart of gold. And we just want to see Cade do well. You know, he's lost a couple of stickers off the board, unfortunately, as well. So he'd be kind of feeling like the blows are coming. But that's, mate, that's when you build character. That's when you've actually got to dig deep and go, hang on a minute, righto. There's a few things going against me, but I'm going to pull myself out of this. So love to see Cade open up with a real nice ride and sort of pick up where he left off yesterday. Yeah,
definitely. You know, if you've got a blank board, you've got to spark some chemistry with the sponsors by getting those big results. and they'll start paying attention if you get the win. So Cade, he's got a couple of things in mind. He wants the financial backing, obviously. He wants that prize money. But right now, he just wants to realise his dream of getting back to the CT.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Like yesterday, with the attention sort of on Carly and George Pitter, you could feel the energy, like the possibility. It's right there. As we see Billy now backing up.
Yeah, Bill, a two-time Olympian. He's been campaigning and got himself to the top end of the Challenger Series ranks a few times.
Watch the replay here, Bill. Nice clean snap to start that one off. Little lip glide and a rebound off the foam. So kind of a beautiful first turn, then a few half turns down the line. But Bill's staying busy here. And our competitors on the same bank as yesterday. They're a little further north. We're still not right on Merriweather Point at the moment, but beautiful conditions this morning.
Bill's obviously his backhand is his weapon. Vaughan, it's seen him collect some pretty big results in regional QSs and some solid finishes also on the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
But I mean, these conditions really play to his favour. I mean, there's not much of him, so he doesn't need a whole lot of swell energy to get going.
It's looking beautiful out here, isn't it? Merriweather this morning, the drone shot, you can just see like the colour of the water, and the water's super warm at the moment too, so it's really inviting. You can feel loose straight away. You don't have to sort of find your feet in the mornings, but sort of points I was just making, like the energy around Carly and George yesterday was contagious. You know, the people within a shot could feel that. But on the flip side of that coin, we also saw a lot of potential qualifiers drop out, and the heartbreak was just as potent down on the beach. Like, there was some real disappointment as well, and I think it's getting, you know, for all these surfers, it's real now. They can feel the joy and they can feel the disappointment. Look at this on the backhand.
Oh, Makana just loses the back foot. He's trying to swing that tail around. You can see just what kind of approach he takes. There's a lot of release in his surfing. Likes to get above the lip, likes to break those fins free and ride the slide.
Yeah, this is a good look at Makana in a more groomed style of wave here. Gets up on the backhand, just sort of loses his footing on that second turn, pushing a little too hard. And that can happen in these offshore conditions. The lip tends to get thinner, and you've really got to place your board perfectly up high in the wave there. Becomes more of a carve than a tail release snap is the go-to move more often. You know, we've seen onshore flow the last couple of days. You get the feeling that Makana kind of relishes in those conditions. He likes to get that sort of pop and that gritty style of surfing where he can get above the lip. But this is different. It's a little, you can see that slight wobble in the ocean at the moment as well. We call that morning sickness as things will get groomed. Here we go.
Yeah, Levi is going to get his campaign started here. Punches through the pocket, loading up again. Swings the tail. Solid, feeling like the best ride of the heat so far. And the surfer from Encinitas, the proud Californian, is going to pick up where he left off yesterday afternoon. That'll be a reasonable score. It'll get him in a great position. Let's have a look at it here on the Bioglan replay, Vaughan. Nice first turn.
Yep, first turn. Plenty of commitment, heaps of speed through the second one. Adds the flair with the little tail release. And a little bit of sting there. I think he was like, you know, sleeping on it, got the news, the restart was on, and he's thinking, okay, well, Billy's got a couple of waves. Let's really go at this thing. It was a beautiful looking wave too. Nice and clean down the line. Opportunity there for speed.
There was a little restraint. You could see he wanted to get to the finish of that one sensibly. I think that was the right move, just to get to the finish and get a score on the board at this point.
Well, so many big stories unfolding here on day 3 of the event window. The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. 3 men have qualified: Hanneman, Vast, Pitar. And we are now going to see if a couple more can get the job done today, Rick.
Wow, this is so exciting. You know, all the possibilities here. We've got the surfers inside the top 10, and you can see what they actually have to do to start progressing points. So you're dropping your worst score. We take 5 out of your best 7 and eliminated Sammy Pupo and Liam O'Brien inside the top 10. So guys like Callum Robson would be just rubbing his hands together at the prospect of going, do you know what? That gives me a position that I can steal now.
Yeah, well, Sammy Pupo's a little higher on the ratings. Liam O'Brien's got a really nervous few days. As we see Makana up, taken to the sky. Oh, just landed high on that one as the wave cupped out, didn't get the completion. Scores in for Levi Slawson, though, 5.67. Still plenty of time. Billy Stearman still sitting on top of the order. Here's the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay. What goes wrong here, Rick?
Let's have a look. So Makana he actually gets a good exit out of that, but just unfortunately just lands on top of the roof of the wave there and just got wobbled off. But you can see the approach down at, I think it was about 113. First challenger event. He's coming in with really nothing to lose, and you can see that that's the approach that he's taken this morning.
Makana, potentially another one of those kind of, underdog rising star stories unfolding this week. We've seen a couple of them. Like Vaughan said, we're seeing great moments for some people. The greatest moments for Carly Vast and George Pitar yesterday. And they kind of steal the camera's attention, and that becomes the narrative. But meanwhile, there is that kind of dark cloud over certain parts of the contest site too, as people go and process those difficult results. But really have been enjoying the run of Caleb Tancred in this event so far, as we see Levi loading up. Oh, almost pulled that one. Great aerialist. Really exploded onto the scene a number of years back now, competing at home in the World Junior Championships, cracking the final there. And has been performing pretty well on the Challenger Series ever since.
Yeah, this wave walled out in front of him. Really had no option but to take to the air. Just didn't quite get enough rotation. Gets that pop, you can see there. He was sort of caught up in the lip as he was landing.
It's punchy, isn't it?
It is punchy this morning.
We saw a lot of shock waves sort of bringing crew undone yesterday. What's interesting is, aside from, the qualification scenarios and even just trying to get into the top 20 to re-qualify in the Challenger Series, there's all these other little subplots going on. Yesterday when Xavier Huxtable was surfing, I was sitting with Benny Lawrenson from Noosa, who's just one spot outside the regional qualifying for next year's Challenger. And if Xavier made that heat, Benny would have automatically got through on the back of Xavier's double qualification. So here's this story playing out that is kind of almost a local story, but Benny was more as invested in that heat as Zave's friends and family. It was such a big one for him. Zave unfortunately missing out, so Benny's going to be sitting there waiting for another possible double qualification. Yeah, maybe Alistair Reginato can go on a heater and win this contest. That is a possibility. Well, it's a beautiful morning here in Merriweather. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back with Heat 10 in just a moment. Welcome back. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast. We've got beautiful, clean conditions coming our way today.
But Rich, a bit more swell on the way too.
Yeah, there is. Later in the week, things looking really good. But today, very similar to yesterday. You know, Monday was Armageddon. We got pounded with swell and wind. It sort of kicked things up, predominantly out of the east with a little bit of south in it. You can see there, Sydney. We're about a couple of hours north in Newcastle here. And today, what's in front of us? It's head high, 4 to 5 foot faces, and we got beautiful offshore winds conditions this morning. That'll tick around to a bit further to the north and then northeast. So we'll get some onshores this afternoon. But there's a mix of swells in the water at the moment. We've got a bit of northeast with a slight bit of southeast as well, very similar in size. And then looking deeper into the week here, tomorrow more of the same, and then through Friday and Saturday we've got this new southerly energy that's going to come up the coast, and we're going to have some bigger conditions and a little bit more wind to deal with. But promising signs. We're going to have great contestable waves for the entirety of the window. Low tide. Yeah, we've got a low tide coming up too in about an hour's time. So that's why we're seeing these sort of chunky, crunchy conditions on the sandbar. Things will fill up through towards lunchtime. Here's Cade Matson.
Yeah, this one during the break. Cade Matson, bit of venom in that one.
And Makana Franzmann just streaking down the line. Jesus, he got launched. Wow, that was a catapult off the lip there.
Bit of backwash just as he launched it. And, things are getting heated.
Oh, that's tidy.
Beautiful. Levi Slauson straight to the judges as well. Oh, how about that for a little gift ramp?
Wow, okay.
Perfect.
Wow, that was...
well, the landing was just feather pillows, as Paul Evans would say. Here we go.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow. We love a straight airborne.
Lofty, hang time, greased.
That'll take us back a little bit. Love to see these younger guys just paying a bit of homage to the old school air, just a full straighty. Watch this, just always looks nice, bit of a hover, quick grab.
Oh, that was awesome.
Buttery landing.
How's his back foot? It's like a claw. Looked like an eagle talon. Gripping that tail pad as Billy Stearman, he finishes off another one on the inside. Well, Billy's started the heat well with a couple of mid-range fours, but his rivals in this heat, they're throwing haymakers at the moment. And here we go, Cade Matson starting to flare up.
Yeah, Cade was a little slow to start this off. Had us all nervous, but that just big, giant man hack.
Yeah, well, Cade had rotten eggs for breakfast at the restart, because he was well and truly in front in this heat yesterday. But it is a fresh clock, a fresh scoreboard, and he started to drop some big numbers as we see the replay of Billy here. Classy surfing, great small wave surfing, but is kind of missing that killer blow as we see the replay of Cade's second ride. Yeah,
he did well to keep that first turn moving down the line to get to that second one that had that drifting element to it. Bit more innovation and progression, and you can just see the wave height difference between what Cade took off on and Billy's wave. Bill hammered that thing, but it was a cute little wave, I guess, in comparison. We're going to see some good scores drop here. So Cade, he's locked in a 6.37. So picking up where he left off yesterday, that's good. That'll feel good. That'll kind of wipe away any of that rotten egg that he had this morning.
He's just got that kind of the advantage of that big power and big individual power move he can go to. You know, it's so refreshing after you see a lot of attempts at the rotations, and then someone takes a different line and just drops a bit of weight on the back foot.
Yeah, always hear Rich talk about the feels. You watch that turn of Cade Matson and you just instantly get the gut rumble. Roar! You just want to... I
thought that was the two long blacks.
and then Makana Franzmann dropping a 7 for his straighty. That is massive. The judges loving, as you say, a different line in the air as well. Like the full rotator is sort of the go-to for a big, exclamation mark on the end of your ride. But a big straight air, that gets people up and about too.
Yeah, really cool. A lot of the best aerialists will tell you the rotation is easier than a straight air. The way you project off the lip, you get that pop. It's sort of a natural movement, and you're riding the momentum of the turn, of the rotation, I should say. Whereas Makana just, he has that variation, and it's great to see it rewarded. Love that. And hopefully we'll see another replay of it, as we do see Levi Slauson swinging once again.
Here we go.
He had a 6.33 for his last air. I think that one's better. And Billy Stairman now, he's got to step things up. Got the quick lead with a couple of 4-point rides, but he's going to be languishing down the back end of the order here in a moment. He's got to find a big section of his own. He's got those airs. I mean, earlier on we saw Makana Franzmann fall on a good-looking left. I think if Billy's on that same wave, he drops an excellent score. But have a look at this one.
Well, Levi Slauson, he's covered some ground with that air. Beautiful rotation. Didn't quite get 360. It was sort of a 280, I reckon, by the time he hit the water again. But rides out of it super clean. A little stand-up flex at the end as well.
It's funny, we've just gotten past that 10-minute mark and the scores are almost reflecting what we saw yesterday when the heat went on hold. But the big difference is Makana Franzmann's got the advantage of the single best number at the moment. We still have a score on the way for Levi Slauson here. But he's going to be in a good position to make a strike at the top two. And that's going to be nerve-wracking for Cade and Levi, who are well positioned on the Challenger Series ranks heading into this final stop to make a charge at the top 10. Good scores coming through for Levi for good reason. It was a solid air, stomped the landing, and it looks like we're going to have a new benchmark in this heat. It'll be the highest number of the heat so far, 7.5. And we got a new heat leader.
Yeah, so Cade took the #1 spot momentarily. Makana's got priority here. He's going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, how's Cade too? Just getting in his face, trying to rattle him. But the newcomer can't be shaken.
Whoa.
Throws a great alley-oop there. Great rotation, finishes it off. Gives himself a little doff for his own work.
Well, to have the nous to pull this sort of stuff against these guys in your first roll at it, you know, he's really showing a lot of maturity here.
I think Cade was trying to rattle him too. Here's the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay. This is going to be fun to watch. 3 turns, Rich.
Yeah, quick snap to start things off. You can see him going down the line, does the big alley-oop, complete rotation before he re-engages with the wave, and then he gets a little bonus hit right on the end. Great vision here. That is just textbook alley-oop material.
The pop he gets off this little section is so sick. It really allows him to get the rotation completed. And he just doesn't even bobble on that landing. Straight into that little finisher. And he's got plenty of speed here. To the air he goes. The full rower. Wow.
Yes.
Someone has just lit a fire under this heat. It's Makana Franzmann.
Well, this is, I think, exactly what Cade and Levi were fearing, is a fresh clock and giving the chance for, you know, someone as dangerous as Makana to, you know, just regather himself and go out there and surf a new heat. And he is just lifted in a big way.
Well, we're owed 2 scores here. And in the space of 2 minutes, Makana Franzmann has gone absolutely berserk, taken to the air, and we're going to see some shifting in the order here.
Yeah, just over 6 minutes to go. He's going to take control here. Needs a 6.84 to get himself up into the lead.
Wow, there's been some leapfrogging going on. So Cade, with the slow start, found his way back up to the first position. Now he's sliding back down into third.
Yeah, the number for the alley-oop for Makana is 6.4. Where are they going to go with that last rotation? It was a big one. I think maybe the best air we've seen in this heat, and there's been a few. It looks like it's going to go excellent to the upper end of the scale. It's a 9-point ride for Makana Franzmann. He jumps up into the lead, surfing in his first Challenger Series event, and he is buzzing. A lot of pressure now on Cade Matson, who needs a 7.47 to get back to the top 2 and stay alive in this event. Billy Stairman with a whole lot of work to do. He needs a 9.33.
So Cade has priority. So all he can do now is wait for a wave, hunt down a wave that allows him that 8-point ride, because that's what he's going to need to get through this heat.
Yeah, those rotten eggs are starting to repeat on him now. This is, you know, he was in such control of this heat yesterday afternoon and really eager to get back out there. So he had to sleep on that, knowing that there was a possibility the decision this morning would be a fresh clock and a wiped scoreboard.
movement. He's obviously hunting now, just really looking for that wave.
Yeah,
And mate, he's got the tools, no doubt about it. You know, that power element is undeniable, and if he destroys a wave, the judges will love to give him the score.
Here goes Makana again, found some space. This wave bowling out.
Look at those last 3 rides of Makana Franzmann. 7-point ride, 6.4, straight into a huge 9-point full rotation.
Here's the GWM recap. Cade started strong, 6.37, and it just felt he'd build from there. But this guy, Makana Franzmann, in his first CS, has just stolen the spotlight in the best possible way.
Just an unbelievable display of aerial trickery, really. And this one here, have a look at the distance. He went about 3.5 meters in the air and just stomped the landing. Highest single wave of the event so far, day 3. Mate, welcome to the tour.
Stammen with an opportunity here. Needs a big number. Just wants to chip away at the requirement to have a fighting shot in the dying stages. That's not going to do it for him. And a slap of frustration on the surface of the water there. Makana Franzmann, the variation has been so impressive. You know, Levi's kind of gone to his trademark, reliable rotation. Meanwhile, Makana, alley-oop, straight air. And then the big rotation for the 9-point ride. This was a good-looking wave, Rick.
Yeah, Bioglan replay. Bill starts to get to work. Quick check turn to get that second one in, and then unfortunately just got caught on his heels. And, well, this is Makana up the beach a little bit more, wants to keep going with it. But unfortunately, well, it's kind of weird that he didn't make that one. He's been so consistent with nailing these airs.
Look at the clarity in the water out there today. Beautiful. Newcastle turning it on. Such a great city. Plenty of beaches, good waves. We've got movement on the outside here. Priority with Cade Matson. Levi Slawson breathing down his neck. Holding on to second spot at the moment. He can't get into this one. There is something else standing up on the outside here. Down the beach. Makana is going to tap into this one and look to drop it. Something bigger than a 7 to increase his lead, but that section's just not providing.
Just all over it, isn't he? That was the edge of the wave that Cade kind of wanted, and you have to think that if Cade got onto that at the peak, could have come round and just done a few of those big man hooks.
Completely out of rhythm yesterday afternoon in this same heat. But, you know, the heat started for him much the same way. He had 3 throwaway scores, but he's really tapped in now. And as Cade Matson, Levi Slawson, they're kind of guarding priority and playing the game at the southern end of the comp site here. The waves are just drawn to the rhythm of Makana Franzmann at the moment. He's just picking off everything, Vorno. He's finding all the corners.
Yeah, and those waves are giving him just the best little ramps. Everywhere he looks, there's just another opportunity to send it to the skies. He's had a few little sort of cute rides since then, a little head dip, and but it's just, you can see it in his approach. He's just looking at waves and going, all right, where's my opportunity here to send something huge? And like if you get into those Stonewood slow-mo replays, you watch the micro adjustments that he's doing with his ankles to pull his board around and things like that. You know, guys who are super comfortable in the air can kind of like make those quick twitch decisions purely on instinct to make sure that their board's going to be in a good spot for those landings.
We're getting down to it now. 35 seconds to go. This is Cade Matson's last shot at it, and it's a 7.47. Loads up and just doesn't get the pop off the lip that he was after. And that's likely going to be his last shot at it. So much frustration. I thought that it was going to take a lot mentally to regroup, to get prepped for this heat with a fresh clock, new scoreboard, and Cade did so well on his first 2 rides to get himself back in the position he was in yesterday with 2 minutes to go. And just understandable that his head would be spinning at the moment.
Yeah, he's a bit filthy. And, you know, we talked about character building, and it's a tough pill to swallow there. You know, a loss is a loss, and they always sting. It's lemon in a cut. You know, it doesn't feel good. But, you know, hats off to this guy, man. Makana Franzmann, he put on an incredible display. Opportunities get presented to you, and he took it.
Yeah, he performed so well. That's 2 unbelievable heats now with big airs laid down in both the opening round and here in the second round for young Makana.
Chris Gallagher's going to be happy riding the galley shapes there. Former CT surfer. I believe he's working with galleys here.
No
Chris
doubt.
Gallagher.
Let's have a look at the ride of the heat. What flight form.
Unbelievable rotation. Just so much click off this lip. And it just sends him out to the flats. And you can just see he's so aware of where his body is, where his board is, and he just lands that thing like it was, well, it was no question.
Easy for the fat boy. Right of the heat for Makana Franzmann. An impressive heat score total of 16. Levi Slawson holds on to second spot, 13.83. Cade Matson, heartbreaking result for him, finishing on third with a 12.47 heat score total. Billy Stearman in fourth position. Stay with us. The round of 64 continues right after the break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the show. What a show it's been already. The first heat of the morning, heat 10, the round of 64, gave us absolute fireworks. We're going to see more here because there is plenty on the line. We've got someone who's well situated to make a CT return after an impressive performance at the Pipe Challenger. I'm talking about Morgan Siblick, who's competing here at Merriweather in front of a very big hometown crowd. He'll be out there in the red. Franco Ratsaunas, the Argentinian. He's going to get things started here. Lucas Vicente of Brazil, also in the lineup. Reef Hazelwood, the #1 surfer on the Australian Regional Qualifying Series. He is out there in the green and through a huge air. But here goes Morgan Siblick. This was during the break, Rick.
Oh, beautiful opening ride here for Morgs. Just hammers that final section. And, mate, he is looking just so polished at the moment. And this is Franco. Nice vertical hit on the forehand. Difficult to do, Ron, on your forehand like that to get it right up at 12 o'clock. And then Lucas Vicente on the backhand. Nice lively turn to start off and then just belts that closeout section. So this heat starting off with a bang. And another ride here for Franco. Wow, you can see that backwash and wobble.
Oh, yeah.
These guys just needing to absorb that through the lower part of the body. You have to stay limber and loose. And Lucas, just coming unstuck on his backhand. So a number of scores to drop here. And then we will update you with some positions.
Yeah, Lucas has got some punch on the backhand. You can just see from some of those competitors who are desperate for a big result, just the fight that they've got. But Morgan Siblick, he's going to lose that turn. That would have been a big turn, or a big score, I should say, for an individual turn. He had a 5.67 on his opening ride, so it's a positive start for the Australian, who once challenged for a world title over at Trestles in the WSL finals, got himself to 5th on the CT rankings back in 2021. Cracked a final over in Western Australia that year, had a magic Australian leg. Dumped a few world champions out of event draws early in that season. He wants to get back there. He's loading up for an air here, and he's going to stick it.
Tidy.
He has just been on fire and really on the offensive in his last 2 Challenger Series events, fetching a big result at the Pipe Challenger. We're talking to Jake Patterson last night, a pipe master, and he was blown away by the commitment that this guy demonstrated at pipe in big conditions. He was charging, taking big wipeouts and fighting hard to get himself back into the top 10.
This is back to the form that really saw Morg's arrival on the world stage. It just so free and loose, in control, committed. He looks really good, and he's done the work. Geez, he's shown a lot of grit. And, he's been sort of beaten down the last couple of years, but he is back, and back in a big way.
Yeah, expecting another decent score here for Siblick as we see a set approaching. Doesn't look like there's going to be any takers. We're going to throw it down to Vaughan and have a chat with Vaughan, just a guy that put on an air clinic in that first heat of the morning.
Makana lighting up Merriweather Beach this morning, mate. That must have felt incredible. 3 really different airs, but every single one of them greased.
Yeah, it felt so good to land those airs, and yeah, it's my first Challenger event. I'm just super stoked to make a couple heats. Yeah, I can't believe it.
Mate, yesterday you were a little bit lost at sea. It was difficult conditions. Obviously, the heat was put on hold, safety protocols put into place. What was your attitude coming into the heat this morning once you heard that there was going to be a restart?
Oh, well, I was super stoked there was going to be a restart because I didn't have that too good of scores yesterday, but I really feel bad for Cade and Levi. They were doing really good yesterday, but yeah, I was really happy they did the restart. And the conditions are so much different, so it made sense.
Yeah, it did, mate. Your first Challenger Series, as you say, how are you feeling against this caliber of competition?
Yeah, it feels great. So this level of competition is so gnarly, and I know I got to go big to make the heats, and it feels good. I have no pressure on me, and yeah, it feels good just to go big.
It's a great result to get through a few heats, but it's even better when you're doing the surfing that you're doing, mate. You've inspired everyone who used to see Morgs doing airs. Must feel fantastic to get through another day here at SURFEST.
It feels so good to get through another day, and I want to thank all my family and friends watching back home. Yeah, thank you guys.
Everyone's pumped for you, Makana. Thanks for the air show, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, Makana, wow. Blew our minds, really, in the opening round, Rich. Going into the sevens, and the judges were being a little hesitant to throw the big scores. But Makana's just continued that magic form. What a display here from Lucas Vicente. He's looking deadly. So is this guy, Reef Hazelwood. This was a couple of really solid hits here on a wave that was difficult to serve.
What?
Really cupped out that last turn. A lot of power, great release, and fantastic control to stick that move. Reef's got a good score on the way. And Morgan, he has taken that #1 position with a 6.6, but this is going to be a nerve-wracking, hard-fought heat for him. He is sitting in 6th position. Oh, sorry, he's 7th position on the Challenger Series rankings, Morgan. And progressing through this heat, he can add to his heat score total. As you see, Reef up again, still waiting on his first number to drop. Hazelwood, one of the best aerialists in the field. Just has those little tricks he can pull out of the bag when there's really not much wave left. Not a lot of points in that one, though, but the first wave's going to score really well.
Yeah,
Might be the best number of the heat.
I love that first two-turn combination from Reef Hazelwood. One of the clear standouts of day number one. And back in action here on Wednesday morning, Newcastle time. And Reef's looking good. He's looking stronger than he has in the past two. This is Franco on the backhand. Nothing happening there, quick in and out.
Yeah, it's really interesting just looking at these heats, and you look at those surfers who are trying to guard their position at the top end of the ranks. So we see the Bioglan replay here of Reef's opening move there. He just reefed his board through that turn.
Pardon the pun, but that was a beautiful turn to open things up. Just goes to that layback hack, and that wave tapers down a little bit, so a bit lackluster, excuse me, on the finish, but nonetheless the form is there for Reef Hazelwood. He looks switched on, he looks ready to go. Way down at 110 on the Challenger Series ratings, but as you mentioned, Ron, the regional qualifying series, he's brained it.
Yeah, he's gone really well.
Sort of get the feeling that Reef is really poised now to make a good run at this over the next couple of years. Some healthy numbers starting to drop for his opening ride.
Yeah, it was impressive. The finishing turn in particular, loved it. Just exploded through the lip. It's knocking on the door of an excellent score.
Waves are firing right now.
Yeah, it looks fun, doesn't it? As we see now, Lucas on the forehand, fetched a couple of decent numbers, high range fives with his backhand. He's not going to get much out of that left, but a 7.57 for Reef Hazelwood. And he's up again, looking sharp this morning. Gets those fins free and just gets up in time to get that finishing turn in. That's going to be another good score and likely see him into the #1 position.
It's sort of a variation on what he did on that opening ride. The two-turn combination, he's found this little left-hander. And super comfortable on the forehand. He's definitely got more power in his surfing.
Yeah, we talk about his airs so much. He's really well-rounded. He's kind of got it all. But in particular, you know, I think just his ability to stay balanced, riding out of big airs, means when he gets these heavy, cupped-out sections, you know, he's got the control to stick moves like this when there's a lot of turbulence. Don't think it's going to be anywhere near the 7.57, but it'll be a nice backup. As we see a replay here of Lucas, just a stabbing end section hit.
Yeah, this is Franco. So a bit of a lateral slash to start off, gets some work done down the line, gets a bit of tail release and gets caught on the toe side edge.
4.13 for Reef on that score. I think the judges just felt that he got to that last section a little late, didn't get that kind of high impact hit that he was after. But he's up in the second place. Morgan's still just holding on to the lead, not by a lot though. Reef only needs a 4.7. Beautiful scenes there. Bonsoy brew break time. We'll be back in a moment. Heat 11 has 17 minutes remaining. Welcome back. Sun's out, fins out, Rich. We've seen so many airs laid down this morning, and even in this heat, you know, some explosive turns. Reef Hazelwood dropping a 7.57 for a really strong combination. Powerful release in the tail, showing us all three fins. Morgan Siblick taking flight, banking a 6.6. What's this bloke doing?
Oh, matey mate wants a bit of the action. Unless he's Reef's coach. Decent set approaching here.
14 minutes to go. And it is Reef Hazelwood now out in front. He has backed up that 7.57 with an 8.23, the highest score. What a heat combo he has. And Morgan Siblick's really got to watch himself now. It's been some really strong signs from Lucas, just the power and punch on the back end. He hasn't even really had a solid set wave yet. If he can do those big vert hits on the back end and combo them up, you know, Morgan's going to have to watch his back. Of course, a crucial heat for Morgan, a bit of room to move above him on the rankings too. But as long as he's moving through heats, he's going to be adding to his heat score total, Rich.
Yeah, he will. He'll add to heat score total, but I'm not sure if he's going to jump a position. He'll add to the points. He'll make some more if he progresses through here, but I don't think at a quick glance he's actually going to go further than 7.
That doesn't really matter when you're thinking about who's chasing you from behind.
Yes, true.
You know, because those people are going to need a bigger result maybe than what they need, and he might be able to put it out of reach just by adding to his scores and, you know, put himself out of reach from those hungry freaks chasing a top 10 finish from the back end of the CS ranks. Here we go, Lucas.
Oh.
Well, he was loading up, opening up that stance, but he lost his footing. Reef tucking in, finding some cover. Not a bad way to start your day. This one's not going to go into the top 2 though. His numbers are so solid. 7.57, 8.23. Just wondering what he got the 8.23 for. Might try and get a replay of that up. Couldn't have been that 2-turn combo.
No, unless he got another wave in between the 2 waves, but we'll get that sorted.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look on the Bioglan replay. Reef up and riding. Yeah, he got the flare off the first turn and then pounds that oncoming section.
Yeah, well, I felt that was a little low for a 4.13, but at the same time, I kind of didn't see it going to an 8.23, but it is a clean combo on a set wave.
They're big turns, really, really big turns, and our judges are actually a little further south up in the tower.
I'm not taking anything away from Reef, but if you're talking big turns, that's not even half as good as he can do.
Yeah, for sure.
So that is a really solid score for a wave that
you
didn't
like
have
the
an
first
air.
one better.
Mate, from what we saw in the first heat, I like the combination. I thought it was going to be a solid score. They marinated on that number for a bit. We actually said, wow, it's a 4.13. We thought the timing might have been off the last turn, but it's an 8.23. I think it's just the size of that set and the way he flowed from that first turn into the last that saw it go so high.
Yeah. Even if you flip his 2 best scores, it's still the right result.
Yeah.
In terms of the scoreline.
In terms of the scoreline, I think, you know, once the first score's logged in a heat, you know, you've got to forget what you've seen in the previous exchange. It's a game of comparisons.
Yeah.
Morgan Siblick got a 6.6 for a decent air reverse. And they've gone, you know what, we feel like there's almost 2 points in the differential between what Morgan did and what Reef did. So they're just playing that game of comparisons. You've got to almost wipe what you saw in the previous heat. But I do think just it's kind of dangerous with the scale. You've got to be willing to throw someone a 9 if they're 9.5 point ride if they do something exceptional.
And we saw that in the last heat, and you know, hats off to the judges. That you know, there was some heats yesterday where we felt like the scores were really bunched up, but They are throwing some numbers around this morning, which is great to see.
Jake Patterson there getting Shion Crawford prepped for the next heat. It's a big one for Shion. Great surfer. They're just formulating a game plan out here.
And I watched him a lot in Hawaii this year. I was there for a couple of weeks. This guy's so good. Really, really good. And, you know, his attitude is really upbeat. He's always bringing the fun. And, you know, he's got that real go-for-broke attitude that we love to see in these style of waves. Definitely going to see him take to the air.
Well, here goes Lucas. He's loading up for something big on the inside. Lost the equipment, found it again in the air, but the landing was a tricky one. Morgan's just been out there guarding his priority, Rich, waiting for an opportunity to really improve on his heat score total here. He's got to get something better than a 5.67. And there's a monster score to get into the lead. So, you know, with 8.5 minutes to go, like I said, I don't think that big score is actually going to be as hard to attain as it might seem for Morgan, but he doesn't really know what Reef has done. But he's been doing the kind of surfing of late, Morgan, that could easily fetch him a score right up in the high 9s.
Yep, don't disagree at all. Jacob Wilcox preparing for his next heat. This is a big one, sitting in 10th position. He is in the danger seat.
He sure is. He's done so well to maintain a place at the top of the ranks. He started the Challenger Series with a victory right here at Surfest, looking to go back-to-back. But he also suffered an injury, which has really stalled his momentum through this Challenger Series schedule. He's got himself back to good form.
Yeah, he's part of this Aussie movement that is just, it feels like it's really gaining heat. You know, as we go through time here. Just a few last minute check-in with Jay Bottle Thompson.
Yeah, flurry of set waves in the opening heat of the day, Rick. And it's since slowed down. Morgan had the dream start, got busy. Let's have a look at the GWM recap. He has been quiet since, though, but this was a great rotation. Got himself a 6.6. Pairs up pretty nicely with his opening ride, the 5.67. This was a 7.57.
Yeah,
looking back on it, I like that wave better than his 8.23.
I'm with you.
Here's the 8.23.
Oh, maybe it was just the critical nature of that last turn that kind of gave him the nod. They were very similar rides. Not too much separating. There's less than a point separating them on the sheet.
The 8.23, the wave was definitely bigger, and the judges aren't always like watching the same angles as we are. So what they saw then, I think, on Reef's last term was a high impact move on the biggest section that we've seen in this heat so far. During the recap, we had this ride for Lucas. Well, Lucas wasn't able to stick it, but he's right there in striking distance of Morgan Sibley.
He's had about 4 attempts at that backhand air rev. Here goes Franco.
Loading up, heading down the line, gets to the ramp, loses it in the air. I mean, nervous times for Morgan too. He's not seeing the wave yet to waste his priority and improve on the 5.67, but meanwhile he's watching Lucas just take reps, and it's kind of dangerous because, you know, all the surfers on the Challenger Series kind of had those rotations on lock and consistently stomped them, and he's had a couple of falls now. I think it's only a matter of time before he sticks one. Yeah,
for sure. And at what point does he start playing the defensive game? We're getting down to the 5-minute mark. Morgs has got priority, so does he start going, okay, should I perhaps go and sit on Lucas or Franco and start guarding that second position, or do I wait and do I just stick to this spot in the lineup where I feel like the next set's going to come through, and then I can do it with points. I can put the pressure on and secure my advancement with a really good score.
Yeah, beautiful is that shot, just with those patterns of sand as Morgan Sibley pulls the trigger and wastes that priority. Shocker decision there, and he'll know it. He's going to put himself at the bottom of the priority order, and the heat score total, I mean, it's just not strong enough.
He just opened the door. He just opened the door for Lucas Vicente and Franco to potentially find that wave that's going to put them in the progressing spot.
Radziunas is going to take off on this one. Franco with a little hit. He doesn't like it, the body language. It's pretty low. Morgan eyeing one off on the outside. This is a nerve-wracking 4.5 minutes for a man competing in front of his hometown crowd, represents Merriweather Board Riders Club, Surf Riders, and yeah, he really wants to stay alive in this draw and lock in his place on the CT. We've mentioned it before, in recent years he's gotten so close to qualifying. He's been one of the most informed surfers, even since getting knocked back to the Challenger Series, but he found another gear performance-wise this year. He's looked so on.
Yeah, he had a little wild card opportunity up on the Gold Coast last year as well. Performed beautifully, really showing that he should be back at that elite level. And he's so close at the moment. This will be the longest 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, this is intense. You know, I think we saw a bit of it yesterday too, Rich. Liam O'Brien, Xavier Huxtable, at different stages of the day. Winter Vincent too, you know, things seem to be going pretty well. They look like they were in great form, but then a lull in the frequency of set waves kind of had them scrambling, and you could feel the desperation and the nerves. And yeah, they just weren't able to convert. And it's kind of a similar story for Morgan here. He just started on fire. He got at some good numbers, but he got that priority, and it kind of
almost crippled him, didn't it?
It just forced him to be patient, because he did need a pretty decent wave to improve on his heat score total. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Probably the longest 2.5 minutes of Morgan's life up to date, as we see.
Wow.
Reef Hazelwood stuffing a couple of turns on the backhand.
Gosh, he was so late to that final turn, but managed to pull it off. You'd have to say Reef comfortably is going to get through this heat. Scoreline's huge, maybe the highest heat total we've had in the event so far. Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay. Comes around this section on the backhand. Tidy little snap, and that late closeout re-entry. Jeez, he's looking good.
Yeah, he always does. I think it's, you know, a great indication of the form that Reef is carrying is when he can win heats without airs. Really just trusting his rail work and his power in this exchange to fetch, you know, almost, well, an excellent heat score already. Near excellent. 18.23, a 7.57, 15.8 heat score total. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
Lucas Vicente in the box seat here with priority. Needs that 6.38 if he's going to steal second place off Morgan Siblick.
Just the form that Morgan's got at the moment. If there's, I think, consistency in the waves that are coming in, I think he blows the opposition out of the water. Even with the numbers that Reef has got, you know, and as strong as Reef has performed here, I think Morgan's in a different class. But right now, that form doesn't mean anything, because he's got second priority. Lucas Vicente holding the edge, a good-sized wave standing up here. He threw dynamite earlier in the heat on the backhand. He's got a big section here, but he is going to lose it. Morgan, you saw him watching on, the head dips. He goes, oh my goodness, thank God.
Well, those guys, I reckon, between them probably had about 10 attempts at an air, at the opportunity to progress and nail the score. They haven't been able to convert. Let's have a look. Shades of Victor Rebus in this guy's style. He just gets that, the board just flutters underneath him. And Morgs just, you know, just lets out a sigh of relief here.
Oh, man. So nerve-wracking for him. Lucas Vicente, he's making his way back out, trying to get another shot. Morgan's got priority. The hoot is gone. Be careful, Morgan! Oh, my goodness!
Oh, no.
This is... Morgan's had a shocker here.
Oh, my
He has
gosh.
had an absolute shocker. Your priority is void once the hooter sounds, and Morgan took off after the hooter. He needed to pull back on that wave, and I have a feeling he's going to suffer an interference here.
It all comes down to whether Lucas stood up before the hooter.
I think he did.
If he did, then
it
means...
My gut is twisted here. This is radical. So at this point, priority belongs to Morgan, but once the hooter ends, priority is void. There is no priority when the heat's over.
We've seen this happen a number of times at the very highest level.
This is an absolute shocker. We're waiting on the official result. We're just speculating here in the booth at the moment, but we have seen this before. No decision just yet. So we're waiting on a call for this.
All right, so to be really clear here, Morgan had priority over Lucas. Lucas stood up.
The results,
potentially.
The results are in. They are saying, but that was just playing with fire in that situation. You've got to be so careful with that priority once the hooter sounds.
Well, in the booth here too, there can be a delay in what we hear with sirens, so...
Look, as far as I can tell, the next heat is underway and the result is confirmed, as far as we can tell here in the booth. But that was nerve-wracking. That just felt like it was playing with fire there for Morgan Siblick. You've got to be so careful in those situations. But as far as we can tell, the heat is over. The result is in. Morgan survives in second place. Reef Hazelwood is going to get that victory with an impressive heat score total. What a nail biter, Rich. And we've got more coming our way as we continue to roll through the round of 64. Stay tuned.
Jacob Wilcox with such an impressive performance. This time last year, in the opening event of the Challenger Series schedule, we had pumping Merriweather on our hands, and the goofy footer, Jacob Wilcox, just absolutely showed us his class, his effort, and why he wants to be back on this championship tour format.
Oh, this was absolutely just beautiful surfing, just textbook backhand belts, right? I mean, showing us just so much flow, so much form, and, you know, for Jacob, I mean, this was big. He obviously had that injury, so to come back, to get the win at the, you know, the first event on the Challenger Series, it's got to feel good, you know. And yeah, there he is. Mikey just cheered up by the boys there, and here he is in this heat to see if he can get the job done once again.
Now, Flick, we're into day 3 of competition here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, and it has been all drama here this morning. We've been on the edge of our seats watching all of these heats unfold, and I know this heat's going to pull on your heartstrings. You've got a fellow WA in this one being Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, totally. I think, you know, there's going to be a lot of West Aussies watching now, and Australians all, you know, sort of vying for Jacob to get through this heat. We know, you know, what's at stake for him. He's currently sitting at number 10th on the rankings. And really, you know, he's already got that big Challenger Series win. He's actually carrying a first-round knockout, so anything better than this for him, if he just advances through this heat, it will better his position on these rankings. And yeah, obviously nervous times for Australia, and we've already spoken to it so many times, but it feels like Jacob surfing belongs on tour. So yeah, 24, you know, just over 25 minutes remaining, we'll know some more answers here.
There is no one more stressed than being in that 10th position. Shion Crawford currently down in the mid-20s. He's looking to get himself up into that top 10. He's got a chance to do it with a big win here. Lovely looking end section turn here for Shion Crawford, Shishi, as he's known all through the Challenger Series. So Shion in this one, he's just got to put on a good performance and he'll get there. We've got a couple of these Bioglan replays here though. Rafael Teixeira getting underway here too.
Yeah, let's get into it. So opening wave here for him, just absolutely lays into that last turn. And then we have Keone here on the backhand. Just beautiful, dreamy conditions here this morning here at Newcastle. We were just talking about it before. It looks so fun, so rippable. And here we see another wave of Shion. So the judge, this is that replay. Let's have a look. Just carves through this second section and gets the finish. Nice and critical there on that last turn. So a few waves here to lock in, and then we'll sort of get a bit of a situation, and it's Jacob Wilcox left out the back left without locking in that score.
It is absolutely cooking out there today. It looks so fun every time we come down here to Merewether. We are so lucky with waves. Thinking about last year, even some big standout moments. Eden Waller getting a big 8-point ride, big barrel out here at Merewether. We've come down again. The banks are so fun. It's this perfect looking A-frame, and it does shift a little bit between left and right with the tide. So much opportunity. There's really no better conditions to run what is going to be a massive day. We're looking to welcome a lot more people onto that championship tour format. Like we said to earlier, Jacob Wilcox, hometown, Margaret River, so many wildcard appearances over there. Had his rookie year on tour back in 2024, and he's been trying to chase to get back there on that one. We saw Reef Hazelwood, Morgan Siblick moving on through in that last one. But for someone like Rafael Teixeira in this heat, he hasn't had the best year on the Challenger Series. He's really struggled to get past this round. So for him, he kind of gets to act with absolutely no pressure on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, totally. No pressure. And, you know, if the stars align, you got to win, maybe potentially rocketing yourself up into, the top 20 position, because if you do manage to find yourself there, then you do re-qualify for the Challenger Series. You don't need to do that regional qualifying series, which takes a bit of the pressure off. So yeah, surfing with, really maybe not so much expectation on his shoulders, a bit more freely, few less nerves, and kind of can play spoiler to people like Jacob Wilcox.
Looking like we've got a paddle from Jacob, but not super interested in that one. So we've got 30-minute heats all day again today. We're going to round out this round of 64 here. We've got 16 heats to get through, and this is kind of the big round. We saw yesterday, we already welcomed 2 surfers to the championship tour, Callie Vast, George Pitter. We welcome George obviously back to that CT format. And when you look at that top 10, actually a lot of those guys are going back for the second or third time. We're not going to have, as far as it stands right now, a massive rookie class. So Jacob looking to use a little bit of this kind of history, just tap into a little bit of that experience here. Obviously the last Challenger Series we were at was over at Pipeline, and Shion Crawford was exceptional over there. He had just this cool, calm approach to what was massive Pipeline.
Oh yeah, I think that comes with, it goes without saying, right? You grow up in those kind of waves, and you're a product of your environment, and he's just so comfortable in those sort of waves of consequence, those bigger, gnarlier conditions. I remember seeing him a few years ago now at Haleiwa, and it was really solid, and how comfortable he looked out there, just drawing those big open ocean lines. And it doesn't come to a surprise that he's super comfortable at pipe and backdoor. And yeah, I mean, right now in this heat, we've got obviously very contrasting conditions. It's, a smaller beach break, but yeah, right now out here with the lead, he's locked in that 5.83 for that opening wave with those 3 turns. So versatility. Here he goes again.
She, having a look at this one, this really fun sandbank is given a lot of opportunity. We've got good air wind too. He's going to use it to his advantage. Unfortunately, just a little on that heel edge rail, so he buries it going down there for Shion Crawford. But it's just been kind of an air show all morning, thinking of Reef Hazelwood, Makana Franzmann as well, and Shion giving us his best effort here.
Yeah, so let's see what happened. Smaller wave, he knows he's only got this one section, and to your point, just a little bit too much back foot weight, lands on that edge of his rail. But yeah, I mean, wow, Makana Franzmann for me this morning in that opening heat, the 9, the 7, showing us so much variety in his repertoire above the lip. It was incredible, right? For your first Challenger Series to be putting on such a performance, it's really impressive.
Keone Lasser from the Basque Country here, great first hook. He's got such an incredible backhand. I just spent about 2 weeks with him back up in my home territory up there on the Gold Coast. Looking to see him put that to his advantage. Obviously, talking of Makana Franzmann, he had an incredible air show, and that would have got a lot of other competitors really excited, including these guys. Shion Crawford going to the air again,
That's nice.
stomps this one after a little cover-up as well. Now, Chippo, Jacob Wilcox. This is that form that we saw of him this time last year, into another bowly-looking third section here. So Jacob, going to put a nice score on the board to kick us off. And this is when we start to see a flurry of waves that really come through. We're going to go through a couple of replays here. Shishi, giving us a bit of variety here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there is so much on offer. There's kind of everything. Tubes, air sections. This was beautiful. Just that really quick on the rotation here. Comes straight out of the tube, hits this section, gets that full rotation. And, yeah, he stuck it. And then behind him, we have Jacob opening up his account. Took 10 minutes to get this one. It's a beautiful looking wave. Waves are really running quite fast today, so on your backhand, if you're choosing those rights, he's obviously selected a different sort of wave compared to what the guys on their forehand are sort of choosing. Manages to bank off 3 turns on the backhand, so we'll see where that score lands.
Yeah, fellow goof, Reef Hazelwood had an exceptional heat in that last one, 15.8 total, which is a hefty looking lineup. He's down there with Vorno.
Thanks very much, Jess. Reef, wow, man, that was quite a show you put on, inspired by Makana Franzmann by any chance? I know you love the air and he was going mad, but you kind of just kept the board in the water this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Makana was ripping and, yeah, so fun to watch. And I knew the wind was a bit more into the rights, but I was looking at those left. So, yeah, Brent Powers was like, oh, you're going to do any air? So I was like, we'll see. I'm going left. So, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, well, mate, sticking to the wave face really worked for you. You got a couple of real scoopy little nugs and you just bashed the living daylights out of it.
Yeah, it was super fun. First one just had heaps of time, felt really good. And then second one was definitely bowling at me and I got it out there in time. So it felt super good.
Mate, you seem to be really relaxed. Obviously, you've sealed your place on the Challenger Series next year. You got your whole family on the beach. It's your mum Ruth's birthday today. A nice little present for her. She got to watch that heat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so sick to have the family together. It just feels like the Grom days when we travel as a family, and so fun. And yeah, it just gets my mind on what truly matters, and that's family. So just getting to have fun going out and yeah, loving it all.
That's sick, mate. And did you have any idea of the intense drama playing out at the tail end of that heat with Morg sort of holding priority forever, like going a dart, and then that opens the door, and then next minute there's this almost disaster on the shoreline for him?
For sure. I didn't know like that there was like the possibility of the Inno until I was on the beach, and I'd already congratulated him like, yeah, let's go. And then we get up and then I'm hearing from my family like, no, like we're waiting still. And I was like, oh no. And because I saw it and I was like, oh, maybe that wasn't a good thing. But I thought like from the back, I was like, oh, he's fine. Like didn't look like there was any hindering of score potential. So yeah, stoked it went his way.
Yeah, well, NYP, mate, not your problem.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, I kept smiling as I walked up the beach after that.
Good on you, Reef. That was a great performance, mate. And I know you've just got so much left in your back pocket. You know, it's one thing to see you just ripping the bag like that, but the airs are going to come at some point in this comp. I can feel it.
Yeah, let's go for it. Thanks, Borny.
On you, Reefy.
I'm going to start using that more often. NYP, not your problem. That is sick. Obviously, Reef Hazelwood really convincing in that one. We actually just got the confirmation. So what we thought would have been a potential interference between Morgs and Lucas, it was just a delay in the broadcast. Everything was all played by the rules there. Couple of replays here though. Shion going to the air for another time and a beautiful full rotation here.
Oh, he's got this on lock now. He landed that first one. It was a little bit smaller. This wave, a little bit more energy, a little bit bigger. And then behind him, Jacob Let's see what he got done here on the backhand. Beautiful slice through the top there. Jams it up into the pocket for a second. And does he get a little finish here? He does. So this is not going to back up his first ride nicely. A couple of scores on the board for Jacob. He's being a little bit more selective out here than the other guys. And it seems to be paying off for him.
Oh, Jacob's technique is just flawless, isn't it? It's such a really beautiful traditional style to be able to watch. Keone Lasser, really similar, very talented goofy footer out of the Basque Country. His family actually has a really interesting story. So the original wave pool, when you look at, I believe it's Perfect Swell, all the ones kind of like Urban Surf, the actual original one was built on his family's land.
No way.
In the Basque Country. So his dad, Julian, and Kaya Odriozola, another Challenger Series surfer, their dad actually created the first wave pool, and that's what kind of Keone got to learn to surf on.
Wow. Well, that's not too bad, is it?
Pretty cool. I've seen all the videos. It's still in their backyard. It's still in their land on the Basque Country. So Keone's dad, Julian, he's also his coach. He's down here, looks after all of the Basque Country surfers, a couple of Portuguese, Teresa Bonvala, a Costa Rican, Leilani McGonigal. And another interesting fact about Keone, he learned English watching the WSL broadcast.
Oh, no way.
He learned English from Joe Chappelle.
Not a bad person to learn English from.
He was telling me this and I was like, what? And Keone was like, yeah, I swear. And I was like, oh my gosh, the story just kept getting better and better. There's 13 and a half minutes to go in this heat. It's only just starting to really ramp up. We're gonna go do a Bonsoy brew break and be right back.
Welcome back to beautiful Newcastle for the Bioglan SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And right now it is time for the Bonsoy Locals update, mate. Let's have a look at the surf with a local legend, Reese Smith, proprietor at Sandbar and Revere, taking care of the Revere store here, mate, and also long-time local, full-time shredder. Mate, Newey's turning it on yet again.
Mate, it has. Last event we had here last year, Pump and Waves, and today it's looking really good. Like 3 foot, offshore. Vaughnie, we can't really ask for much more, can we?
Can't ask for much more than that, mate. And talk about just this boardwalk, like it's famous here at Merriweather. It is fizzing.
Yeah, pretty much from dark. The who's down here. Everyone's running, all your local footy players, soccer players, surfers, everyone's down here. Mate, so it's fizzing down here. It's really good. Comp's on, waves are pumping, sun's out, 30 degrees. Doesn't get much better.
Oh, the lokes are frothing. I'm frothing. How good is that? And, mate, you're here down with the pop-up Revere store as well. Some great stuff in there and some merch.
Yeah. Me and the boys from Revere have set up the store down here. We've got all the SURFEST merch. We've got Revere products.
Let's have a quick look at it.
Mate, it's all happening in there.
Yeah. Magic, mate. Well, look, we're going to go in. We're going to check out some of the Revere stock. You can get the SURFEST comp merch, of course, 40 years. And that's the locals telling us what's up. Come on in. Let's go.
It's actually a really cool store. And the merch this year, it's really sick. It's kind of got a bit of a vintage feel to it as well. I was in there the other day and I was eyeing some off for my family. I was like, oh, they might like these hoodies. And of course, Riviera with just such good quality products too.
Oh, so good. I was sporting one of the golf shirts in here yesterday all day. Very breathable. Also very fashionable, it turns out.
Yes, I love the polo look. We've got a couple of Bioglan replays here. Rafael Teixeira, 503.
Wow. Oh, this was super fast surfing on the backhand. Wow. Just the way he accelerated through that. And then behind him, Keone on this bigger looking wave, really meaty section there. And he gets the finish too. So, battle of the two-turn combo on the backhand here.
Heaps of goofs in this heat. So many goofy footers and all actually eyeing off the right-handers. We saw a couple lefts come through yesterday, but the feel was the rights were just that kind of little bit better. We were dealing with this mix of two swells. We had a north-northeast and a southeast coming in. Today we're just really looking at this southeast swell. So that's why we're looking at these rights really bowling up and pushing back towards these surfers, you know, thinking back to some of those big moments on those rights yesterday. I can't get Isla Huppets out of my head.
Oh, the one-turn hits were absolutely crazy yesterday, those moments. They were delivering, you know, some of those turns going, I mean, that wave for her was a 6.9, some turns even going higher into that 7-point range. Makana Franzmann on the, I think it was a big layback hack that he ended up doing. It was pretty cool.
Bronson Matey. I don't actually know how you guys chose, you know, the highlights in that Stonewood post show. Keone, that's a better looking first turn into a late lip line float for the finish here. So that is more like it for our young Basque Country surfer. I felt like, you know, that first wave he scored, they actually classified that second turn not a ride out. This felt a little bit more convincing.
Yeah, for sure. On the backhand here, he's got to be so fast and so whippy here. Just coming around to that low tide, things are really moving fast on this bank, and especially on the backhand, you've got to be moving quickly.
Yeah, I love this kind of approach for Keone. His best result this year on the Challenger Series being a 9th place over in Brazil, and we've kind of referenced those two waves. This wave in Brazil really kind of like to each other. Obviously a little bit of backwash when the tide starts to come in, just a short, sharp beach break. So Keone clearly comfortable in that. And I feel like he's actually starting to build a bit more confidence in himself here. So let's see where this score is going to lock in at. And early indications, the judges actually might come in that this is the best wave of the heat.
Oh yeah, things are looking good and promising for Keone. I just wanted to touch on actually a bit of the story around Jacob over the last sort of year. He obviously got the win, the first Challenger Series event, and then, you know, amazing for him, but he actually ended up suffering an injury. So we're coming in with this Bond University athlete health check. And what ended up happening is he suffered syndesmosis, which is super common surfer injury in the ankle. And you've kind of got two options. You can choose whether to go down the surgery route or no surgery. And he actually decided, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to opt for the surgery, and I'm going to keep continuing to try rehab this on my own and continue on the Challenger Series. It happened right before the US Open of Surfing. So sort of, you know, obviously hindered his performance throughout the year. He's managed to make a comeback, obviously. I mean, we can see it right here just with the surfing that he's been putting on display this morning. But it's, you know, as an athlete, can be hard to sort of switch that mindset once you have an injury and you started so strong.
Wow, Rafael, big first turn into a late section as well. He likes it. The fist goes up. He's claiming that one there. So, well, it scores. It's dropped already. That was a quick-looking wave. 6.07 for that one of Rafael Teixeira. So Keone and Rafael getting the two highest waves of the heat. Now we talk about, you know, Jacob having that injury, making a comeback. Well, he's got to really fight for it here. Needs a 5.94 because this has just put Rafael into second. Yeah, things are getting really tight now at the top. Rafael just precision surfing. He's managed to find himself a left, the goofy, always trying to sniff one out, even if it's predominantly rights. But yeah, that was a great score, 6.07. And things are, you know, look, things are still open for Jacob. Yes, he is sitting down in that last position at the moment. He's not in an advancing place, but I mean, he's only chasing a 5.9, okay? Like basically a 6. So things are open. He's sitting there with number 2 priority. There's plenty of time left on the clock for him to sort of make a jump here. I feel like no one's convincingly ran away with this. Yeah. Either in the first position or second. So I'd say things are open. It's very close. You know, even you look at the scores here as we dive into this GWM recap. We see Shion here just opening up his account. Beautiful wrap. This was the 3-turn combo. Brings it through to the inside with this lofty float. And
Jacob on the backhand. He waited a long time to open up his account. It was 10 minutes until he took off on this wave, but managed to fire off 3 backhand turns there. And then Shion loads up for this section and it takes to the air and just spins for a win here. Just absolutely runs out of that one really cleanly. And then Rafael, just super precision surfing, really well-timed turns here. And he's setting himself up into that second position. He's absolutely loving that one. Here he goes again.
Yeah, Rafael looking to better a 5.03 here. Keep extending on second place. Maybe chase down the lead. Oh, back foot slips off here for Rafael. He's putting so much pressure on that back foot. A lot of water coming off at all of his turns. Oscar Berry coming up next. He's in a do or die situation as well. He's got a big heat. Mikey Madonna, Charlie Quivrant, Jose Francisco, who was a really lively, energetic, stylish surfer that we saw on opening day of competition. He's looking pretty calm and relaxed, having a quick snack before he heads out for his heat here. And Mikey Madonna obviously just coming off an incredible run over in Pipeline, as similar to this guy, Charlie Quivrant. They're going to be kicking off their campaign in just over 4 minutes to go here. We're going to have another paddle, so the Goof found his left bank and he's not running away from it here. Rafael into that first one, stomps the tail for a second time here for a massive layback. We've seen all week long the judges have been loving layback so far. Let's see how convinced they are by that one there. Only needs a 5.23 to jump into the lead.
Yeah, I mean, he has got it on lock. I think that his timing this morning is impeccable. Just a little stab there in the lip, sends so much spray flying through the air. This one just lays into it, maybe potentially getting a little bit hung up there. He's only chasing a 5.23 though to take that a bit, the lead. But the interesting story for me is Jacob. I mean, we said it at the beginning.
Heart rate?
He really only needs to, you know, he's carrying a first round knockout, and if he's advancing through this, if he can get the job done, he improves on his situation. He's currently sitting in number 10 on the rankings. So, look, it's quite easy for me to sit here in the booth and watch it all, but I'd say Jacob's heart rate may be elevated a bit right now in this moment.
Absolutely. You can see, even just by checking that out, that tide's starting to filter in, that backwash starting to come in. So not only does your wave selection have to be on point, your timing has to be there, especially when it comes to those steep end sections. He's interested in this. He's going to have a paddle, 2.5 minutes on the clock here. Jacob Wilcox needs to make this heat right now. Bottom turn, connects on the first section. Here's that backwash we were talking about. Into it on the second, but too much pressure on the back foot there. Jacob Wilcox needs another wave here.
That was a really difficult wave to surf. I mean, you touched on it, Jesse. You got this backwash coming into play. Let's break down this one first for Keone on the backhand. This looks like a better wave, but nice shape to it. He's managed to find one without that backwash. Wow. That's the kind of wave Jacob was looking for. Let's break down this one for Jacob. You can see already here, this beautiful time turn, and then this backwash just really starts to play havoc on this wave. And just gets hung up there on that turn. So this is going to be hurting Jacob right now.
Yeah, you got a 3.17 pretty much for one turn. So you'd have to think with the completion, the score definitely would have gone there to the 5.94. 90 seconds to go. Surfers with first and second priority, Shion and Rafael. Feels like they're trying to paddle towards Jacob Wilcox. They know he's a threat here, but guess what? Score's going to come in for Keone Lasser. Only needed a 4.77. That was 2 really impressive turns on that last wave. More energy rolling through the ocean here. Jacob lets a wave go. Just over a minute to go here. Right now, Shion trying to defend the lead. Lovely looking second turn. He's going to get a third section to work with and hammers it with a lot of water heading out the back. So scores now to lock in for Shion and Keone. 60 seconds to go right now. Jacob Wilcox, where is he? Needs a 5.94. Shion looking to hold on to the lead here.
Right now, this looks so fun. You know, you rock up to the beach, look at this wave. I mean, as just, you know, as an everyday surfer, you rock up and you see these waves, you're like, oh my goodness, I just can't wait to get out there. It was a perfect little runner, but all eyes on Jacob. He's currently sitting in number 10th on the rankings, and chasing a 5.94. Kind of looks like he might have a little bit of space around him at the moment.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go here. That number's actually just gone up. Keone Lasser on that last wave, 6.57, goes to the lead. So Jacob now needing a 6.13, but we still have a score to lock in for that last of Shion. 15 seconds to go. It's one of those moments where it's completely out of your control. Is the wave going to come or is it not? And it's the most heartbreaking feeling to look out to sea and know that there's nothing coming, because unfortunately for Jacob Wilcox, that's heat done. He's not going to make it through, and his qualifying position, number 10, it's really vulnerable right now.
Oh, totally. And he knows that. We just saw that from that drone angle. I could see him splashing the water. I mean, you're going to be feeling pretty angry. You're going to feel pretty frustrated right now. And yeah, I mean, look, the thing is we did see the job get done on the backhand by Keone. You know, he managed to find those waves that allowed him to do those turns. Shion as well managed to find those ones without the backwash. So there was some opportunity out there. And yeah, unfortunately for Jacob, yeah, he's going to have to sit and watch his fate unfold.
Yeah, heartbreak for Jacob Wilcox right now, but we love Keone Lasser being a bit of an underdog story here. We're going to go to a quick break and come back with another massive heat with Oscar Berry's career on the line.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
We had absolute heartbreak in that last heat with Jacob Wilcox, unfortunately sent to the sidelines. He's going to have to watch his fate unfold over the next couple of days here and look to hope to hold on to that 10th position. Really, really vulnerable right now when there's a couple of surfers below him who are still alive in the draw here. We'll get a bit more of an update as we roll through the round of 64 here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Parmentier. And we're taking you through a big heat number 13, Oscar Berry, Mikey Madonna, Charlie Quiveron, and Jose Francisco. This is another one of those heats. My heart rate's elevated again. This is another one of those heats where Oscar Berry, this guy on your screen, has to make it.
Yeah, he is currently in the next really off the cab of the rank, and just falling there on that one. As we see this one of Jose just gone to town, find a little left, another goofy, managing to find a left. Oh, pops the fins there, but doesn't quite stick. And then we have this another wave of Oscar Berry. Nice, beautiful time turn there. Let's see how he navigates this little section. Gets the nice little lip line float to finish. So it's going to feel good. Get a completion on the board.
So early scores are in. It's a 4.17 for Oz. Also getting a 2.67 for that quick fall. Jose Francisco still to lock in. So Oz living on the Goldie now. Actually grew up in Yamba. and had a skateboarding career before he had a surfing career. So, skated in the, I believe, the junior Bolorama events going down. He's also, he's one of my really close mates. Anyone who's watched the Challenger Series over the entirety of the season would know that I get really nervous in these heats, especially for Oz, but he's working with Timmy Mack, and you can see there's so many incredible coaches that kind of come on tour to the Challenger Series, and Timmy Mack, he's got such a big field. Think of George Pitter, already won Surfer to the Championship Tour, and he's looking to add another.
Oh, yeah, it's a big moment for him, this heat. Obviously, I mean, he's had a really good year on the Challenger Series. He's sitting a little bit higher up on the rankings coming into this event, so maybe not as nervous as someone like Jacob, who we saw in the previous heat, but obviously you want to control your destiny. You don't want to be sitting on the sidelines watching it unfold, so this heat is very important for him. He obviously wants to make it, as we see Charlie.
Yeah, the Frenchman, he's got a bowl ahead of him. Nice first connection here. He's a little bit caught behind, so tries to put the pedal down. Unfortunately, just couldn't get around that. Had an incredible run over at Pipeline, Charlie. We were just talking about it. He spent so many seasons over there, and it's one of those places where you have to do time to get a result there, and he went all the way through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's super impressive, and then, surf's good in all conditions. Obviously, all these guys have to, but to be able to prove yourself in Hawaii, it's something pretty special, right? You have to put in a lot of time. Anyone that knows Pipeline Backdoor, it's not an easy place to get a start out. Obviously, you've got, anytime that wave breaks, you've maybe got 50 to 60 guys on that lineup, so it's all about putting in the time. He's got Volcom as one, his major sponsor for years, so he's been going there, staying at that Volcom house, putting in the time, and yeah, I mean, I think I even saw, maybe it was an interview that you did, a post-heat interview with him, and he was talking about just, all that time that he put in and, finally getting that opportunity out there when it was absolutely pumping during the Challenger Series waiting period to put on a show, because how often when you're in a free surf do you ever get that? You don't. So, yeah, it was really impressive to watch that go down.
I have never felt energy like that before in my life. Just being on the beach there at Pipeline, it was massive. It was scary, but every single person just was going out there and having a dig, and I think they really proved themselves as athletes. Jose Francisco, he's had a pretty interesting year on the Challenger Series. This is his 13th year, competing on the QS, and then coming back to the Changers. This is his first time on this series, so he's had a great kind of experience here. Hasn't had a lot of results, so a big win for him in the opening round. It's going to be a massive confidence boost coming into this big seeded round here. So Jose looking to really channel, that fun kind of free-flowing style that we saw of him on that first day. He had a lot of character and personality in his surfing.
Yeah, obviously, and you speak about it a lot, everyone has a different sort of flow state or where they want to be when they come into heats to operate. Obviously, he's someone who likes to be, a bit more happy, a bit more like happy low, as opposed to someone who's very focused.
Yeah.
They've got the headphones on. But yeah, everyone operates differently. Obviously, that works for him. Here goes Charlie again.
Looking for another score on the board here. Lovely swoop to kick this one off. Now starts to push a bit harder. Bit of backwash to deal with here. So three sort of carves. You can see maybe not super convinced with that wave. Mikey Madonna, the first we're seeing of him this heat. Bowley section, lovely timed for Mikey. Into a third, but awkward fall as that board skips out underneath him. So Mikey, bit of a reset for this one right now. He's obviously experienced a win on the Challenger Series as well. Jose, wow, lovely first turn. It's just going to be the one here. He's caught behind, but you can see there's just a little bit of pizzazz in his serve. He's got a little bit of extra sprightly and a little bit straight-legged off the end of that turn there, but I felt like it added a bit more drama. However, let's catch up with this wave of Charlie.
Yeah, so Charlie, just a quick kick stall there to delay this carve. And you can see this wave has like a fair taper to it, right? And you can see the backwash is really affecting all of these waves right now. The second turn of Charlie, and then it affects Mikey too, right? He gets this first wrap underway. It actually really helps him here on this turn, and then it just really, he falls victim to it there. It's super shallow on that bank, and then we see here Jose on the forehand. And yeah, I mean, look, great first turn, but that wave just running off from behind him. This beautiful drone angle here.
Wow.
Just yesterday we were seeing some amazing drone shots. The water clarity right now is incredible.
Oh.
Just looks so beautiful, pristine beach here at Merriweather today. But yeah, that backwash is really sort of playing havoc.
Yeah, you have to be ahead of it, and you got to time it perfectly. Keone Lassa, he did that in the last heat. played a little bit of spoiler alert for Jacob Wilcox. Vorno, how's he feeling?
Yeah, he's feeling great. And Keone, you were just telling me that you could really feel the pressure of your other competitors in that heat.
Yeah, I know. I mean, these guys are looking for the CT, and you can really feel it, I think. There's a lot of pressure going on in this event. I'm not feeling it, so I'm feeling great. And yeah, I'm just happy to make some heats and take a couple of them down.
Yeah, you've seen that a lot this morning. You know, Reef Hazelwood, Makana Franzmann as well. Not a whole lot to lose, but a lot to gain by just getting through heats and surfing with a lot of freedom. Did you feel like that out there?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had the best challenger season, so I was like, yeah, coming here with no expectations, just having fun, making a couple heats. And yeah, it worked out. I had 2 good waves, so yeah, happy with that.
That's awesome, man. And the waves look pretty fun.
Yeah, it's hard to choose the right one. There's a couple fast ones and closeouts, but yeah, I found a couple that opened up. Had to fit in a couple finishes quick, but yeah, it worked out, so happy.
Mate, I know home has been absolutely on the cook, and you've been away from home, so that must be a bit of torture for you.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. I've seen clips of Mundaka every day, and it hurts a lot, especially in the Gold Coast. I was in the Gold Coast, and it was so crowded and couldn't get waves. And Mundaka, it's crowded, but I get some waves, so yeah I felt the pain. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Yeah,
I mean, it's awesome for everyone at home because they get to surf those waves and they get to tune into the WSL and watch you go off in your heat. So they're winning all over the place.
Yeah, they're winning everything. Huh? Me and Adur made it, and now it's Nadia and Annette coming up. They have a chance to qualify, so yeah, it's a win-win for everyone.
Fantastic, mate. Well, listen, great to see you representing the Basque Country, Ascaric Usco, and good luck in the next heat.
Thank you.
Thanks, thanks, Vorno. Thanks, Keone. Can you hear the Joe Tapel twang?
Yeah.
In his English.
That was good.
He's actually hilarious to hang out with. I spend a lot of time with Julian and Keone on the road, especially, you know, they travel as a group. Julian has this really awesome crew of athletes that he coaches, and they travel as this big family and have invited me around to a couple of dinners, and it's just funny. It's really funny to hang out with them. So Keone through to the round of 32, one of his best results this year. Like you mentioned, not a lot of pressure, similar to the guy in the lead right now, Jose Francisco. He's got a 3.6 and a 3.47 to his name right now. Oz with a 4.17, but the high mark of the heat here, Mikey Madonna with a 4.3. Charlie, he's going to have a paddle with third priority, just going to keep the ball rolling, keep swinging. Bit of a check turn to start this one off. Now gets to a backwashy bowl and times it beautifully there for Charlie Quivon. We're starting to see this tide. It's exact same time as we saw yesterday, where we're getting a lot of one-turners come into play.
Totally. I think Charlie did a really good job there. He knew that wave was going to run off super fast. The way he read that was beautiful. The way he timed that first turn to really set up and load up for the second. We'll get a chance to break it down, but before that, we'll get caught up with Oscar.
Big first turn on this one. A lot of energy coming back towards him. Stands tall at the end of what is a very big floater there. Oscar has his entire family on the beach here. Little sister Rom, mum, Jackie, dad, TB. He's on the beach, and that's exactly what he wanted to hear. But Charlie getting a nice turn as well.
Yeah, this second turn, beautifully timed. This was an example of the backwash working with you and cooperating. And this wave, I mean, this is going to be the highest wave of the heat. Big wave, big turns, and a really big finish. And controlled, you know, like, this is going to be a great score for Oscar as we see Jose here just loading up potentially for something. Oh my goodness, just landed on his heels there, but was pretty close to a make.
So. Oh, Jose. I love when a surfer stands tall at the end of the wave. It just gives me the giggles because it's like, it is a no-claim claim, but it is a claim. Like, it fully is. Charlie trying to get that feeling for himself here. Loads up a little late to that section there. You can see he didn't get the pop and the projection he was looking for on that air there. So he's going to go back to the drawing board right now, waiting for scores to lock in for Oz and Mikey. Mikey Madonna had one of the most incredible rides over at Backdoor. Late drop into this easy 8-foot barrel and almost got his head decapitated by the lip, and then just managed to tuck in and get the barrel of his life. And he said that feeling of having that wave at Backdoor was better than the feeling of winning the Challenger Series.
Wow. Well, it's understandable because it sort of goes to my point before. It's just so difficult to even get a wave out at pipe or Backdoor, and, you know, waves and careers are sort of made on waves like that, and if you can manage to get a good one, you know, it kind of bolsters that status forever.
He's trying to find that feeling here again at Newcastle, maybe with a big air. We'll see what he can do in the next 16 minutes. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break.
Yep, welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And of course, Bonsoy is huge supporters of pro surfing all around the world. They are the frothiest company ever. And right now I have the froth queen, Clara, with us to walk us through this Bonsoy activation that's down here at Surfers. G'day, Clara.
How's it going, mate?
How's your froth levels?
Good, I'm stoked to be here.
Yeah, you look frothed out.
Yeah, I am.
All right. Walk us through some of the things that you got down here, because normally this is what I think of when I think of Bonsoy. I go like straight to the soy milk, I get Sammy soy, whip up me beans, get fizzed up for the day, and then I'm just eternally frothing. But as well as the milks, you got a few other things down here.
Yeah, we've got a bit of merch. We've got some socks, we've got some pins, some gibbets for your crocs, some hats, and most importantly, we've got the refreshing coconut water and kombuchas. Yeah.
Yeah, coconut water, kombucha, and try these things out. I've got like 3,000 pairs because I reckon they're the comfiest socks in the world.
They're pretty good socks. They're pretty decent socks.
Yeah, Matt, don't put the socks in your coffee though. Just stick with the soy milk with that.
Ideally not, no.
Awesome. Mate, this is the Cafe del Froth. It is right here at Surfest. Come on down, meet Clara, get some socks, get some kombucha, get some sparkling coconut water. It's frothy gear, isn't it?
It's a good day.
Borno's not lying about those socks. I swear he wears them every day. There's always a little poke of yellow coming out of his Doc Martens.
I'm going to go have to try them. I like it, getting a pair of socks today, I think. They look pretty cool.
12, actually just past 13 minutes in this heat at the moment. Couple of replays to catch up on while we were in that ad break. Mikey Madonna getting a bit of action here.
Yeah, let's see what he got done. Nice first snap, and oh my goodness. Oh, that's one of those ones, if you appear, it's almost like a circus trick, and he goes for another big spin to win there. Just comes undone. But yeah, those big lip line floaters, I mean, that first turn was great, really big, heavy section. Kind of do the disappearing act, and judges seem to really appreciate that, as do we in the booth. So he probably was on his way to a pretty good score there.
The hard work was done on that second section. Unfortunately, just his legs were a bit straight.
Yeah.
So Mikey Madonna, he's getting close to making one of those, laying into a big second turn here. Charlie Quivrant, he doesn't want to lose out and getting through to that round of 32, keep adding some points to his scoreline. Out of contention for qualification, him and Jose. Mikey Madonna just in contention, currently ranked 29th, so it's big heat for him as well. But Charlie, we speak about it, this top 20 is really important for him.
Oh, totally. It means you don't have to jump back on that regional qualifying series. He's only chasing a 3.8. And, you know, I've got to be thinking it's probably going to come pretty close. Like, I mean, in the context of the heat, you think about, you know, Jose's 3.6, he's 4.17. I think it's right there. So, you know, beautiful two-turn combo there. There's not much in it in this heat. Obviously, Oscar's got that 6.5. You know, he's sort of more running away with that lead. But between, you know, third to fourth at the moment, look at the heat totals, it's very, very close.
Charlie having a look again. You can see just a little bit deeper on that one there. So just on 11 minutes to go. Oscar Berry, that last wave, coming in at a 6.5. Jose, he's just going to keep throwing it to the wind here and hoping that he sticks one soon. He's seen big scores for that all day. Coming up next, this is Slade Prestwich, one of our South African surfers. He's had a bit of a hiatus from competition for a while, and he's coming back, and he was super impressive on day one, actually.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this next heat. Obviously, you know, you look at the other surfers in this heat too. We've got Callum Robson, got Kajira there as well, Jackson Bunch, another surfer. But, I mean, I look to Callum. I mean, he's right there. He won that last Challenger Series event and, you know, potentially has the opportunity to knock Jacob Wilcox out of that number 10th place on the rankings. So big things in all these remaining heats of the round of 64 this morning.
If you're Jacob Wilcox, right, and you just got knocked out, would you just, like, are you going to stick around and watch, or are you going home and putting on anything but the surfing?
Oh, man. I feel like he's the kind of bloke that's going to stick around and watch, just because we know what that Australian contingent's like, and, you know, how close they've been all year and for years now travelling together. So, as you know, someone else's success is also, you know, somewhat your own, because you're travelling together all year. You know, you're living together, you're rooming together, you're cooking together, and yeah, you know, if the shoe was on the other foot, I'm sure Callum would be doing the same.
I'd go home and bake, clean, anything to distract me from what just went down. So please tell me I'm dreaming. Please tell me that didn't just happen. Obviously, heartbreak for Jacob. There was a lot of water being splashed around at the end of that heat, but one of his best mates just below the cut line, actually eyeing out his spot. Liam O'Brien out of the draw as well. His spot's vulnerable. Mikey Madonna has a chance to get there. Needs a big win though. Slides the tail on this first turn. Holds and sticks it for the second. I was going to think late, unfortunately going down, but I love when someone proves me wrong and holds on for a big finish here.
How did that happen? And Jose with the make there, I don't understand. It's just defying some physics there for me. That was really impressive from Mikey. I mean, he's had those few waves previous where he hasn't quite stuck the landing. So this one coming incredibly close again. Nice wrap to slide there. This is the moment we're talking about. What? I don't understand how that happened, but got some good juju going on. And then Jose here with just the one big belt on the forehand. And some nice little hand gestures there.
So Jose chasing that 4.94, Mikey a 4.81. So it's actually pretty low scoring in the scheme of things. You know, that 6.5 really standing out as a big moment in this heat so far for Oscar Berry. But with a 4.17, you think, all right, let's get a wave pretty soon. We obviously saw Morgan get through his heat earlier, but only by the skin of his teeth, really. You can't be relying on having a smaller score as a backup to stay alive in this competition.
Especially, I feel, okay, yeah, we're getting the bottom of the tide and you know, we'll start to fill in, but the waves are very good. You know, I think this morning when we rocked up, I was watching the free surf and I was thinking, wow, okay, probably going to be some big scores. And we saw that with Makana this morning, you know, the 9, the 7, there's lots of opportunity out there. So I feel, you know, yesterday maybe a bit more tricky and the day previous, you know, we were struggling to get up into that excellent range. But today with the waves we have on offer, I mean, we already saw it this morning, a 9 dropped 7s, you know. I feel like you're not going to be feeling safe with a heat total, or, you know, just over 10 with 10 points.
So Oscar Berry with that priority next to his name can go any wave he wants. It is literally cooking out there right now. Mikey making the most of it here. Slides on that second one, doesn't have a kind of a big X entry coming towards him. You know, Mikey, he had an incredible run on the Challenger Series last year, on the previous season, I should say. Obviously had the big win over at Snapper and then just could not, for the life of him, get another result on the Challenger Series. So missed out a qualification, remade it through that top 20 and then came through this year. Obviously just had a big result over at Pipeline, currently sitting 29th on the rankings. And we've mentioned with a big win can do that. Here at Newcastle though, you have to be so versatile and so ready to go. Keijiro Nishi coming up next, and I love how everyone kind of has their thing, and Keiji is dyeing his hair red before every competition.
That's really cool. I'm into that. I'm into the expression. Almost looked like in that light it was matching the colour of his board, so all about it.
Yeah, Keiji, he actually has been doing that for years now, and he went on a run where every time he re-dyed it, he won. So whether it was like a Japanese national event or a QS over in Korea. We're going to look at the GWM recap here. Oscar Berry getting the start and a solid looking lead here.
Yeah, this was a good wave. This is the start of the heat, the 4.17, just to start him off. Look at Mikey, he's actually found himself into that second position. He's got his 4.3, and the wave that we saw just before, oh, wow, that was just crazy. We're watching that. But yeah, he's found himself up into an advancing position with his last wave of 5.6. But this one from Oscar Berry, this was the 6.5. That one felt good. You can kind of see it when he landed. Had some good body language there. Charlie, he's been in this heat the whole way. He's managed to find himself the 3.9, and he was sitting in second for a fair bit of this heat, but it wasn't until this wave of Mikey manages to find the finish here. He locked in a 5.6 for this one and found himself into an advancing position. Oscar trying to replace the 4.17.
Bottom turn into a big carve here for Oz. Beautiful tight turn in that second section. He's going to get the make and the land. There's whistles from the beach right now. So Oscar Berry, not to get too nerdy on points, but let's do it. He's got 2/3, 2 9s, and he's keeping a 17th right now. Needs to make this heat and the next one to better his lineup, better his situation. He's currently sitting 6th on the rankings. So Oscar Berry has to stay alive for another day. So it's not just this heat, it's another one. Jose, he's trying to really crawl his way back into this one. Shoulders dropping a little bit, and you know when it means so much when you see the contingent on the beach frustrated as well.
Oh, it's tough. We were speaking about it yesterday. It's harder, I feel like, to watch people that you love and you travel with and you're friends with compete more so than even what it is yourself when you're out in the water. As we see Charlie rolling the dice here.
Yeah, looking for a 4.78, next to nothing to get up into second place. There's the second turn into a third and pushes too hard. We've all been guilty of doing that as well. It's not where you want to do it in a heat with 4 minutes to go.
You feel potentially if he made that turn, he might have had that score. He's only searching for a 4.7. You know, you start drawing comparisons to his last wave, the 5.13. He's going to be feeling that now. Let's have a look at Oscar first. This is his last wave. Beautiful slash here. So much power, precision. It's a finish. So we're still waiting for that score to see if he improves on his situation. And then Charlie, big opening wrap, followed by a beautiful jab. I feel he would have got the score here. If he makes this last turn, just to your point, just
criminal.
Overcooked it. And then just one big backhand belt from Mikey on the backhand, just in and out.
So Mikey looking at better at 4.3 with that one turn. Charlie Quivant, like we mentioned, needing a 4.78. Jose, he's got a small score to lock in, but his requirement of 5.73. Oscar Berry just drops an even better score, 6.3. So now extending his lead further. That's exactly kind of the comfort bubble you really want to feel around you. 3 minutes to go. I've got priority. I've got 2 sixes and the lead. Jose on the other side fighting to get into that top 2. Needs a 5.73 into that second section. Feel like maybe a little bit later. His fans on the beach definitely know it as well. It didn't have that big X factor moment.
Yeah, I feel he's going to know it too. You know, as a surfer, you're judging all these waves yourself. You know the feeling, and you know you're taking notes as the scores come in for your waves. You know, you're your own best judge and your own best critic, especially at this level. So he's going to know he needs more. So he's going to get back out there, but it's going to make it pretty difficult with 2.5 minutes on the clock because everyone above him chasing has got priority over him. So if he can find a bit of space, might have a chance. But these 3 guys sitting pretty close.
Yeah, Judge is really thinking about that last wave of Charlie as well, considering that it might go up to that 4.91 that he's chasing. They're going to be re-watching it, seeing if those first 2 turns were enough to get up and over the line. Let's look at the wave count from Jose, though. He's going on to his 13th wave with that last one. He's got 9 more waves than Oscar Berry in this heat, so he's consistently swinging, but obviously proving that it's a little bit of quality over quantity, especially when you get to this round. Those 4-man heats, every single one of them could be a final. You have to be on the best 2 waves.
Totally. I think that could have been a strategy definitely for yesterday or the day previous. It was obviously onshore. It was very variable conditions. You could find yourself a little corner somewhere on the bank. But today, when it's a bit more groomed, it's offshore, I feel like, you know, just from my observations this morning, it's sort of been, there is those clear, definite waves that have that quality to them this morning. I heard, you know, the previous heat winner, Keone, he was talking to it. You know, there's definitely waves that are running off really quick on this bank, and then there's those ones that stay open. So, yeah, wave selection obviously proving to be pretty critical this morning.
Last wave of Jose comes in. It's a 3.67. So still chasing a 5.86 to go up into that second place. Charlie's comes in. It's just falling short. Needed a 4.91. Comes in at a 4.43. So coming excruciatingly close there. Needed just 0.5 more here. 40 seconds to go. Oscar Berry with priority and the lead. He's going to take this first wave of the set. It looks like there's a couple more out the back. Swoops into a big looking first carve here for Oz. Floats it for the second. Bring it in, brother. That's his mum, Jackie, in the white shirt, and dad, TB. Little sister, Rom, is there as well. Stressful moments on the beach. They are such a tight-knit family, and they would be probably more nervous than Oscar is right now. Jose has to throw the fins on this one, but it's not going to be that 5.86 he's looking for. And 10 seconds to go. Oscar Berry, Mikey Madonna, they can breathe a sigh of relief. I actually could be talking too soon. 3 seconds. Nah, Charlie Quivant's not going to get on. Yeah, so a bit of a moment where it's like, okay, 1 heat down, let's just keep rolling.
Yeah, there we go. Family. just breathe a little easier. 1 heat out the way. The next one potentially on this afternoon. We'll wait and see, but good job to Oscar. But Charlie Quivant, we're going to touch on that. He had that opportunity. He fell on that last turn. If he did make that last turn, he may have been in the advancing position. As we see Oscar Looking pretty cool and calm and collected still. A bit of a smile,
I
but
don't know how these guys do it. I would be freaking out if that was me in their position. So Oscar Berry taking the heat win there. He's going on through to the round of 32 alongside Mikey Madonna. A little bit of a fist bump into a big beach of some of his favourite people, you know, family, best friends, Dakota Walters, Joel Vaughan down here as well. And then all of the people in his corner from Surfing Australia as well. That's going to be the best feeling to come into.
oh, totally. Beach full of everyone that you know, your coach, your friends, your family. And you're just making that job a little bit easier for yourself, just relieving a little bit more of that pressure. So yeah, that heat, good one for Team Australia.
Yeah, Oscar Berry, big smiles. We're going to have a change up in the booth here. Ronnie, Blakey, Richie, love it. Coming in to call a really solid looking heat number 14. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the show. The round of 64 continues. Heat 14 hitting the lineup now. And it is a big one. Callum Robson coming off the back of his best result this season. A victory at the Pipe Challenger to jump 23 spots and put himself just outside the top 10. He's going to be out there in the red. We're going to see Kajiro Nishi, the young Japanese surfer who's pretty well poised on the rankings himself in the mid-20s, trying to make a climb up the rankings. Jackson Bunch, he's had a rough go at it this year. His best result, a 13th at the Pipe Challenger. He needs to do work. Slade Presswich, the South African, he'll be in this one as well. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. Rich, it's all unfolding today, mate. And we've still got plenty more days left in this event.
I know. Yeah, it seems like with every single heat, there's a lot on the line. And certainly you can feel the energy around the event site. We hope you're feeling it through the webcast as well. We've had some amazing surfing this morning. Up and riding. This is Kenjiro from Japan. Streaking down the line on this left-hander. Hits that final section. And out the back, Callum Robson. Huge heat for Cal. Blast the lip on the first turn. Gets to the finish on the second. So that wave did everything it could to wobble underneath him and put him off kilter. But yeah, he definitely rode out of that one clean, got to the completion. Always important to do. You can see there, Oscar there with his father, Tony. This is good stuff. With each progression through, one step closer to qualification.
Yeah, he's maintaining pace, isn't he? And holding his position there. Around 6th place as we see the replay here of the young, that's actually live action. Nishi, just a quick start for him. Couple of rides now. Love his form. quarterfinal over in Brazil. That's got him sitting reasonably high on the rankings. In 23rd spot, he came into this event. Slade Prestwich, the South African, 31 years of age. Drives into this one. Nice swoop. I think it's crucial that Slade, just with his height and that lanky style, finds some of those bigger set waves so he can truly open up. Here goes Callum Robson, a 5.5 for him. Really is coming home strong on the Challenger Series. That effort at the Pipe Challenger was huge.
Yeah, that was massive. And, you know, with the win, as you mentioned, Ron, put him right in the box seat to try and get into that top 10 position. Currently sitting at 11, all in front of him. This is critical, this heat. He must make it out.
He's been on the CT before. Did 2.5 years before being cut. As we see the Bioglan replay of Nishi, who opened with the 5.67. Here's the replay of Slade's first ride. Nice wall.
Yeah, big hook off the top. Showed some real patience here through this section. Gets a nice carb to slide right through and gets a low road up and over that little foamy section to finish off. So textbook surfing there. It's the replay of Cal Robson. Blasts off the top there, projects down the line, comes to that closeout section, blasts it, completes it. So we're going to see two mid-range scores on the board here. Kijiro Nishi up and riding on another left.
Yeah, this one's going to get away from him. Yeah, haven't seen much of Slade this year. This is the only Challenger Series event that he's been in. Had a bit of a break since 2022. And waiting for his opening ride to come through. Got the Red Bull Water Patrol on hand. They've been doing a fantastic job keeping the surfers safe, and they could have a busy weekend if the conditions do pick up, Rich.
Oh, they're definitely going to. Just tracking that swell over the last few days, it has come down a little bit in intensity and height, but we're still going to see really contestable waves. I think most of the action will be down on that northern bank that we've been seeing our competitors just tearing apart over the last few days. Conditions absolutely flawless, really fun contestable rides. Here goes Cal again.
5.17 on his opening ride. We are still waiting for more scores to drop. Callum finding space. Getting some room to move here, but just gets swamped on the rail there.
It just gets a little caught on that edge.
Here goes Slade. His opening score yet to drop, but he's finding these set waves, and it's allowing him the room that he needs to let go of some big turns.
Seen a bit of Seth Hulley in there. Bit of a throwback.
He had a 4.67 on his opening ride. Another score on the way. Jackson Bunch also out there in the lineup. One of my favourite young surfers. It was really unfortunate to see him suffer at the cut line. The merch has arrived courtesy of Channel Islands there for George Patar, who has cracked the CT once again.
Brent, save me one of those hats, mate, please. So score starting to drop now. So Nishi with a 5.67, backed it up with a 4.9. He's out in front. Cal Robson, 5.17, 4.7, sitting in second place. So doing everything right at this point. So just looking at the numbers for Cal Robson, Ronnie, and he needs to get through this heat and the next heat to actually start adding to his heat total.
To overtake Jacob in 10th position, okay.
Yep, so there's a little bit of work to do.
Well, he's looking pretty switched on. Doesn't have a huge number just yet, but it looks like he's had a pretty positive start. I'd still say there was a couple of uncharacteristic stumbles on those opening rides, so I think the nerves are there. He just needs to tap into that unbelievable confidence that he brought to the previous event on the Challenger schedule. Here we go, Jackson Bunch, who just narrowly was cut from the CT midway through last season. He gave us some really fantastic moments, especially over in Abu Dhabi. He was one of the standouts there. He had a quarterfinal finish in that event.
Yeah, the youngster from Maui, and I doubt there's a surfer on this tour that surfs more than Jackson. He's a 3 to 4 session a day kind of guy. Just can't get enough of it.
He's up again. Staying true to that statement. Nice slice. Really complete, this guy, and he gives us an air as well. Showing his incredible repertoire. Beautiful slice in the pocket. Quickly got up there for the rotation.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Stoner Woods slow-mo. Jackson comes round this section. Beautiful slice snap. Continues down the line, gets that pop out of the lip. Geez, in such a small space of distance, Jackson gets it up there, gets the air rev. He's got those things on lock. There's been comments made. Similar style to a Kalani Rob style of approach.
Absolutely, and just like Kalani, you know, had that amazing speed, incredible flare, that release in the tail, but when the waves got big, he could also have a pretty solid dig.
Yeah, I'm going to sprinkle in a little bit of Machado in there as well to killer goofy footers, that if someone makes that comparison, you'd be happy with that.
Well, we've got a beautiful day on our hands. We've got a stacked lineup. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and be back with more action right after this.
Well, the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy continues to break hearts and keep the dream alive. And one guy who has just done a real good job of keeping his dream alive is Oscar Berry. A big win in that last heat, mate. Talk about just the last few days, you know, the comp coming on, knowing that your heat's coming up, knowing that it's that close. How hard is it to stay focused?
Yeah, it's pretty hectic, to be honest. Like, it's sort of the first time I've been in this situation. And yeah, like, it's good to get underway today. And I sort of spent the last month I've been at home and stuff thinking about, you know, go to bed at night and think about what it's going to feel like being ready to surf my first heat. And it was way easier than I made it out to be. So I'm freaking frothing, but no, it was good.
Classic, mate. Yeah, I thought your first wave, it was a real feeler. Just like, you know, pretty tentative turns, but just getting the make done. That's what the girls were saying in the booth, you know, just a good settler. And then that allowed you to really cut loose.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I definitely feel like I left a little bit out there on some of my waves, but that was fine. I felt like I surfed to the situation and sort of got my heat going and made sure that I was in the heat no matter what. And that's something that I've been able to bring all year, and that's helped me be in this position now where I'm like, you know, a chance. So yeah, it's just keep doing what I've been doing. It's worth the same amount of points as every other event. So yeah, just grab it and rip in.
That's it, mate. Great job. Fantastic effort. And we look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thanks, Borno. Let's go.
All right. And let's move over now to Will Hayden-Smith, who is going to give us a bit of an updated call on what's going on. G'day, Will.
G'day.
What a day.
Oh my goodness. Dreamy conditions, perfect conditions. It was great to hear Oscar talking about how fun it is out there and seeing all the guys ripping. And one thing we haven't seen yet is the women's top seeds. So we're going to call on the women's round of 32 and get them in the water right after we finish heat number 16 in this round.
Mate, this is what it's all about, isn't it? The pressure's building, the surf's pumping. We're seeing, as I said at the start there, you know, dreams come true and hearts being crushed. I mean, it is wild what this sport can deliver.
Yeah, and there's like a real air of like excitement and anticipation around the comp at the moment. The waves are picture perfect and the sun's out. It's a beautiful day. So yeah, this is what pro surfing's all about. Best surfing in the live arena, and you can watch it all here.
It is, mate. Let's go. Let's go watch it together.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you, Vaughan. Yeah, so that's great news. We're going to see the top seeds on the women's side hitting the lineup after we get through heat 16. Right now we're seeing Slade Presswich. This is live action. Big section here. He throws everything at it, misses the grab and loses the board. 14 minutes to go here, and Jackson Bunch has the highest number, but he is back in 4th place. During the break, we're going to see a Bioglan replay of Kajiro Nishi's ride. Incomplete. Let's see what Callum got done here, Rich.
Yeah, big blast off the top for Cal. Just sort of struggles for speed. That puts the timing off. Unable to execute that second turn. The replay of Slade. Hook off the top. Just, again, timing. You automatically know when you watch these guys whether they're just in perfect sync with the wave. Streaking down the line here. We know what happened. Just lost connection with the board. So no real scores of any consequence during the break. This is Nishi on the backhand. That was a good blast.
Yeah, solid couple of hits there, bringing this one right through. Gets a little hung up though. Doesn't even bother riding out in front of it. Probably recognising that it maybe wasn't going to improve things, but you know, solid turn on the opening section.
Yeah, just got hung up a little bit on that final turn.
He might potentially build on his heat score total, but he'll want to throw that wave away at the end. So Jackson Bunch is one to watch in this heat. Got the highest single score, the 6.33, but he's back in 4th position. Doesn't really need a whole lot to jump all the way to the lead.
Yeah, well, he got that 6.33 on a, let's call it a medium-size set wave. Just the 2-turn combination, but he did throw the air rev at the end. So if he can find something with a little bit more open face, Jackson, he will lay that rail in as well. Very clean surfer, very agile, super quick. Just having a look at this set, beautiful smooth conditions here at Merriweather this morning. Sun's out. And looking forward to a great day of surfing. We'll crown a champion on Sunday.
Going to be so exciting. So many worthy surfers in the field deserving of that honour, that SURFEST title, and putting their list up there with some of the sports greats in the 40th year of this incredible event. Just under 12 minutes to go. Here goes Callum Robson, good looking wall. And he releases a nice big power turn and clubs the final section. And that has the feeling of a score that's going to be potentially up there in the high end of the very good range, maybe even knocking on the door of an excellent score.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the Stone and Wood replay. He's got so much power.
Yeah, one of the biggest sets today, and a beautiful rail carve, lots of power. Releases it at the perfect moment to give himself the space, the time to get to that closeout re-entry, and you know, no nonsense, blue collar surfing at Steel City here.
Here we go. Young Japanese surfer here, 27 years of age. Kajiro Nishi with a big finish. So some more frequency in the sets towards the later stages of this heat. And as a result, I think we're going to start seeing some bigger numbers dropped here.
Yeah, that tide's starting to push in now. And with the incoming tide, the swell tends to get sucked in. Good angle here of Nishi's last wave. That final turn in particular just gets that little moment of drift. It stays in control.
Just Just over 10 minutes to go, waiting on the scores to drop. And this entire week, the last Challenger Series event has an amazing feel to it. A lot of energy around the contest as people go after Championship Tour spots. And here is a look at the live rankings. So we have lost Samuel Pupo, Liam O'Brien and Jacob Wilcox out of the mix, maintaining their positions in the top 10. In the last few moments, it has been Morgan Siblick, who's jumped above Oscar Berry now. Oscar just progressed through his heat. But the three guys at the top, they are a lock. Luke Thompson must be incredibly close to clinching.
Yeah, have to be getting really close. I mean, with each heat, we're losing half the field, you know what I mean? We get through a full round, and that eliminates half the potential contestants who can jump up and steal points. Jackson Bunch positioning himself, good-looking ride.
Well, Jackson, he is on a mission to get himself up into that top 20 on the Challenger Series ranks, and with surfing like this, he'll have a chance. Sitting in 50th spot coming into this contest. He already had a 6.33. He'd been back in 4th place since the start of the heat, really. That one's going to help him surge into the top 2.
Yeah, he may even take the lead here. Jackson times this first turn to perfection. Beautiful carving slice and then a vertical hit. Just crisp, pinpoint precision.
Yeah, Callum had a 7.5.
Yeah, it feels right.
And yeah, expecting that Jackson's going to put up another decent score here and see him easily getting into the top 2. Only needs a 5.07 to get into second, and a bit more will see him into the #1 position.
Some solid surfing in this heat.
Kajiro Nishi just dropped his best score, 5.73. Don't think it's going to be enough to keep him in second spot, though.
Yeah. To progress today, you really need those, at a minimum, 6 and 7 point rides in your tally. Surf's too good. The level's too good.
8 minutes to go here. Scores rolling through. Just waiting on one last judge to lock in the number. 6.17. So he gets to second. Callum still with the lead. Jackson after a 6.35 to get into first. Nishi now in 3rd place after a 6.77 to get into second. Slade Presswich after a 7.4. That would have felt good for Jackson. He's had a rough run on the Challenger Series this year. Best result of 13th at the Pipe Challenger. Saw him climb a few rungs on the ladder, but he's got a lot more work to do to lock his place in. Here we go. Here is the GWM recap. Callum Robson, you could tell he was fighting nerves in the opening stages, but he's really settled into this heat now, Rich.
Yeah, he certainly has. So Slade Presswich started well, blasting the lip, get the tail free. Jackson Bunch, he's found a couple of nice little left-handers, showing this progression, innovative style. Really exciting surfer from Maui. And Callum Robson just really connecting the dots here. Just sticking to the wave face, really digging into that power source that he has. And our Japanese surfer Nishi just blasting the lip there. So really exciting heat. All the surfers have had a good opportunity to really open up, but Jackson Bunch, beautiful vertical hit on that one, and he's found himself in second position. So he'll be wanting to guard that position. Nishi only needing that 6.77, which sort of yesterday and the day before, you know, was a decent score, but we're seeing a lot of the competitors dropping these style of numbers today. Strong Japanese support team on the beach. Completion of the rides, you can hear them getting vocal.
6 minutes to go. And this week really has almost like the last week of school, or primary school, or elementary school to it. And all these surfers are in their last year of school, and you know, some have aced the test on the Challenger Series, and they're going to be graduating, and basically they're going to have a week and a half to regroup before coming in as the fresh faces on the CT with oversized school bags.
There's not a lot of time, huh?
Not a lot of time.
To turn it around and sort of prepare for the next event.
And then you got those kids who flunked and they're going to repeat and have to go back to the Challenger Series, or even, you know, repeat a couple of levels and go back to that regional QS. It's intense. There's moments of pure elation and moments of just, you know, just heartbreak.
Yeah,
that has to be said.
There's some management of emotions that needs to happen at both ends as well. You know, allow yourself to celebrate if you did make it, but you know, quickly regain focus on the new job ahead, because mate, it's a fact. The level from the CT from the Challenger Series, it's fairly significant, and it's a different style of surfing. It's bigger turns, bigger moves, more power, and there's a lot of surfers on that Challenger Series who just look at these graduates and just laugh.
Here goes Jackson Bunch.
Oh,
no one's laughing about Jackson. He is so skilled. There's not a chance at getting himself back onto the CT, even with a victory. But he is certainly one to keep an eye on.
yeah, for sure. And I meant that comment with all due respect. You know, it's just, you get those established
Don't moonwalk out of it.
competitors that are
Rich.
just so confident, and you know, they're so comfortable in their position on tour.
Let me ask you this. After, you know, you qualified in fine form, maxing waves at Haleiwa, and won a really tough final where at that stage the Triple Crown, you know, saw all the surfers from the CT fighting for one of the most sought after titles in the sport, the Triple Crown. Once you graduated, do you think some of the established guard were laughing at you, or do you think they were
No,
shaking
I think
in their
they
boots?
were. No, I don't think they were shaking their boots. I think, you know, the likes of Barton and Damien Hardman, Potts and all these guys, they were just looking at us going, yeah, we're going to blow you out of the water.
They were ruthless, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely ruthless. And, you know, you soon learn that you need to reassess your thinking and your confidence and your sense of belonging.
Do you have to take your posters of your idols down off your wall?
Yeah, that was.
Or do you just start throwing darts at them?
Perhaps my mistake. I was in awe of them still for a few years once I'd made the tour, and I probably needed to make that mental shift.
And they were, back then, they were just big, hairy blokes.
Yeah.
Men.
Scary.
Yeah. Potts was like a werewolf.
Yeah, you get guys like Sonny Garcia and Potts, they'd growl at you, literally growl at you in a heat, and just sort of look at you and just go, what are you doing here?
Well, these are the top dogs. Now you've got the major seeds, top of class surfers trying to maintain their position at the top end of the ranks. And those just outside have been fighting so hard, so well on their run through the contest already, but we're only into the second round. We've only just hit the seeded round. There's still so much surfing to do to get yourself up into that top 20, improve your chances at a Challenger Series run next year. That is the big goal for this guy. Jackson Bunch overcooks that turn. He is in second spot though, and has actually bumped up the need, the requirement for Kajiro Nishi and Steve Presswich here. They're both chasing pretty decent numbers with a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, it's coming down to crunch time, minute and a half. This is exactly where the Aussies want to see Callum Robson. And I guess, what do we call it? The Aussie Cyclone. They are, it's gaining strength. There's a definite tight camaraderie there with the Aussie crew. And there's an energy that they share and project onto each other.
Yeah, I think it's really, you know, noticeable. I think when you were campaigning with your mates Rich on the qualifying series, and then a big group of friends of yours all qualified at the same time, there was definitely a collective push. Everyone trying to kind of break the dominance of Kelly Slater, really. You didn't really do it, but you got some big event wins.
Thanks, mate.
But the Brazilian Storm came on, and they kind of showed what camaraderie could do. They were always there for each other. And now I think, you know, the Australians have taken some cues And they are really pushing each other, whether they are in the draw or they've been knocked out. They stick around to watch their countrymen surf, which is great to see. And we've seen it from all the countries down here.
Yep.
This heat is winding down. Callum Robson, so strong in his quest for qualification. He is going to survive this heat. Jackson Bunch looks like he's done enough too.
Yeah, great heat here for Callum Robson and Jackson Bunch. Kajiro Nishi just falling short, and Slade Presswich, he's out of the event as well. As we march through this round of 64, a couple of heats left, and we'll switch it up, get the women in the water.
Well, solid start from Robson. He started reasonably well, 5.17, was struggling to find the back up, but then he got himself on a quality wave and just delivered the kind of performance that we expect from him. Power, no nonsense surfing,
well,
and a great combination, and it is the fat boy right of the heat, Rich.
Yeah, just have a look at the power in this turn. Beautiful carving rail power hack, and then just blast it through the lip, just destroying it. And undeniable when you do that style of surfing. The judges just have to throw a number at you. And you know, the last time he had a jersey on, he won it. He won the whole event. So he's continued that winning feeling.
Yeah, Bonsoy team rider wants to do well in front of the presenting sponsor, who are down here putting on a show. Just over a couple of minutes, we're going to get the round of 64 back underway.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Callum Robson returns to a hero's welcome after a successful first effort here, keeping his dreams of climbing a couple of rungs and getting inside the top 10 and qualifying for the championship tour once again alive as we get set for Heat 15. The round of 64, one of the stars of SURFEST last year. The first event on the Challenger Series schedule was Dimitri Poulos. He's going to be out there in the red. Taro Watanabe, he is such an exciting surfer, really unique style out there in the blue. Lucas Cassidy, representing Mexico, will be out there in the white, and Hayden Rogers, another surfer from the States, out there in the green, who's had a quick start to this heat, but just a couple of throwaway scores. Taking a trip on the Newcastle flight cam here, Rich. How's the just transparency in the ocean today?
Yeah, the water clarity is beautiful at the moment, and gives you a good look at how these sandbars are set up. So we take a little flight towards the southern end of the competition zone. Big thanks to our drone operators here. On your jack. You can see looking back at the Merriweather foreshore.
Fun little factoid.
Let's hear it.
Taro Watanabe, you know what his middle name is?
Oh. Hit me.
His dad and mum really into their surfing, really into it, especially through the 90s. Any guesses?
Is it someone's name?
Yeah.
90s. Potts.
90s into the 2000s. Big fans.
Slater.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Taro Kelly Slater Watanabe.
Kelly Slater.
Kelly Slater is his middle name.
Kelly-Slater Watanabe.
Yeah, Kelly Slater. He's got two middle names.
Wow. Epic. Good stuff. Well, mate.
And he's done the name proud.
Yeah, he has.
He's just got such a cool approach. Did a lot of work with Brad Gerlach growing up, and Gerl was way more fixated on just good technique and not so much contest results. I think it helped him just, you know, settle into, everyone has their own style, but it just helped him bring a unique read. I love watching him surf. One of my favourites.
Yeah, he's one of mine too. I'll back you up on that. Just the style's there, but you know, it takes a different line sometimes, and the manoeuvres, the expression that he does through those manoeuvres, placement, positioning, it's amazing to watch. Here we go.
Hayden Rogers has already competed in the event, surfed in that first round. And he is looking to
find something.
Repeat the effort. Lucas Cassidy with a short ride there. So quite a bit of time gone off the clock. This is probably one of the slower starts we've seen to a heat in this round of 64.
This is a big one for Dimitri Poulos as well. He's got a shot. He's going to have to get through a few more heats before he can really challenge for that top 10 position. But mate, he really came to life in the first event at Newcastle, the start of this Challenger Series tour. Bagged a great result, did some awesome surfing. He's been working with Jake Patterson.
Really good surfer. Love watching him surf.
And here he goes.
Let's see what he can do. He's got some speed, tucks into the pit. Can he force his way through the curtain? No, he can't.
Yeah, he really had no option but to just go for a bit of tunnel vision here. Quick in and out for Lucas Cassidy. So nothing happening, and weird. We've seen so many heats starting strong with a flurry of activity. As we see the Stonerwood slow-mo. And, well, there's a surfer slotted in that little pit there. You can see his red jersey and just gets clamped. Goes over. So gets a little rinse.
And he's had a couple of quarterfinals this year. Dimitri also quartered it at the US Open. So like you said, pretty well poised. Just outside the top 10. Sitting in 14th position coming into this one, but he does have to make up quite a bit of ground. He's really got to get to the semi-finals to have a fighting chance, and with Callum Robson progressing through the heat and sort of on track to potentially add to his points tally, the task might get harder for Dimitri. He's just got to focus one heat at a time, but he might need a final, Rich, to have a chance.
Yeah, you'd think so. And all these calculations, we're basing it on the 10th guy, or the guy that's in 10th, and the numbers are staying stagnant. We're not looking whether everyone gets more points and actually makes the requirement even harder. So, but yeah, when it all boils down to it, it's wave by wave, heat by heat. There's sort of, you can't control what everyone else is doing around you. You can only focus on what you've got to do and the task at hand.
Yeah, and doing it pretty well in the last heat was Callum Robson. He's with Vaughan.
Thanks, Bronny. Cal, mate, that winning feeling, it just builds inside you and you get on a roll, and it can be a hard thing to shake off. You look so strong out there, mate.
Yeah, I'm glad it looked that way because in the moment you definitely doesn't feel that way all the time. There's a lot of anticipation that comes into a heat like that, especially after watching half the round yesterday and seeing all the heat play out, and then it's a really intense feeling coming towards this last event. But yeah, I was stoked. The waves were pumping. Like I said to you, I didn't get a chance to surf when the conditions were quite similar last year. I lost early, so I was just stoked to be out there, and the waves were so fun.
Mate, you just touched on it. Describe the mood in the Aussie camp, because it has just been highs and lows. One of the real side effects of all you guys having such a consistent year is that you're basically climbing over each other to get into this qualification scenario. How is the mood in the camp at the moment?
Yeah, we all support each other, and we all want the best for each other, and ideally we all keep winning. And but obviously already they've had some crew go down, and it's pretty disappointing. And it's just like, it sucks, but it's the nature of the sport. And I'm sure it's just the way things goes. It's very unfortunate, and I guess like the vibe, like we travel a lot as a group, and then for this last event, everyone's a little bit more Han Solo, obviously knowing what was on the line. So I think everyone's just kind of trying to just channel into whatever's going to make them do best. And I don't know, it's definitely a tricky one.
It is a tricky one, mate. I know that the crew above you on the rankings were probably going to sleep in the off-season and just seeing your head looking exactly how it did when you came out of the water in that heat. Really focused, really intense, and job not done yet.
No, just obviously that first heat feels really good to get out of the way because there's so much anticipation, but now it's just like, okay, one thing at a time, and just kind of just go through the motions and just be excited for the opportunity. I think for me it's just important to keep on attacking and keep on just going for it, and I've got nothing to protect here, so I'm going for it.
Mate, you can see it. You look fantastic on the board. Congratulations, a great first heat to shake off, and now it's just one after the other.
It's go time, let's go.
Let's go, bro. Pop!
Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, Callum Robson is a man on a mission. And he's taken the first step, hasn't he?
He sounds like he's up for the challenge.
He
no
does.
nerves.
Oh, he's missed out on qualifying and getting back onto the CT by just a heat win in the past. He doesn't want that to happen again, so he's really on the offensive and, in attack mode. Jackson Bunch also progressing through that last heat. Out there at the moment, we're still waiting for this heat to really come to life, Rich.
Yeah, this is a strange one. We don't have a wave over 2 points at the moment, so we're basically surfing an 18-minute heat as we have a look at the men's Challenger Series. These are the live rankings. Samuel Pupo out in number 4th, and a nightmare for 9th and 10th. Liam O'Brien and Jacob Wilcox, the pair of Aussies, they are out and they are in the danger zone. Where there's a lot of competitors trying to steal their spot in the top 10. And so far, we've seen Oscar and Morgan Siblick progressing through, so they're holding. Callum Robson, he's through. Jorgen Guzne, Levi Slawson, Dimitri Poulos out there in the water now with Taro Watanabe. So all these guys could potentially act as spoilers. Loved watching the leaderboard and it all unfold heat to heat, wave to wave.
Yeah, Luke Thompson's got to get himself to the round of 16 to overtake Sammy Pupo. So Sammy Pupo, he has got some pretty decent points. So we'll see if he can maintain a position in the top 10. He's such a good surfer. Has proven that he can win big heats on the CT. I'd like to see him back there personally. Just on 17 minutes to go.
Well, we're off and running now. Lucas Cassidy from Mexico on the backhand. Put a good two-turn combination together. This will easily be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. And you can see the intent even on the paddle back out.
Back into the Newcastle flight cam, having a look down south on what is a beautiful day with so much more action coming your way. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break back in just a moment.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
40 years of SURFEST, Rich. We've been lucky to be part of so much of that history. But even before our time, a lot of our surfing heroes claiming victories here. It's a remarkable honour roll for the event. There's some of the highlight moments and former winners of the contest. Let's see some of my surfing heroes up there. Tom Carroll, Barton Lynch, Shane Powell, Dayan Neve, Glenn Hall.
Yeah, mate.
Getting it done for Ireland.
The honour list is stacked for sure with this event. And
it is. And then on the women's side too, you know, it has just been such a massive glimpse of future CT talent. This year is no different. You know, likely our champions this year will be making the move to the CT. But you never know, there could be an underdog victory. Of course, the hunt for a place on next year's Challenger Series is on as well, by cracking the top 20 on the men's side. So just the 10 behind those qualifying to the CT, they'll be automatically on the Challenger Series, which could mean we have some double qualifiers, opening up some place for those that didn't get to the top end of their regional ranks.
There's the quick board check there, and you can see that little crease just in front of the fins there. That often happens between the feet. That's that leverage point. All these boards, they're glass so light, just a single layer of 4-ounce fiberglass, top and bottom, often a little fin patch and a heel or toe patch on the deck.
Here we go, he's back out there quickly, and the backup board looks unbelievable. A lot of spark in there. That wave unfortunately didn't present a nice finish for him. But Hayden Rogers, he's been the busiest surfer in the lineup, so there is going to be a rotation in the priority order at some time, because Taro hasn't even taken a wave yet. Lucas needs a score. Dimitri Poulos, he hasn't banked a number yet. Here goes Lucas Cassidy.
Oh, if he made that.
And he's got a backup for the 667. He's looking good.
So potential opportunity goes begging for Lucas Cassidy, not being able to convert on that final turn.
He's got such a big advantage here, though, with that big score.
Yeah. Yeah, that 667, that's feeling like an 8 at this point. Let's see what goes wrong on the Bioglan replay. Quick snap there, just gets up, and that convergence, that detonation zone as the lip comes down, just got caught up with his board, bounced him off.
He's sitting in 54th position on the live ladder. Lucas Cassidy has already just dropped a spot with some of the momentum of competitors behind him on the rankings. But he's looking pretty good here. Well, looking better than his rivals with that 6.67. Like we said, you know, at this point with Dimitri and Taro, they're holding the priority edge, but they have to take a wave. They have to get a score on the board at some point. So Lucas and Hayden will get their opportunities with priority and control of this lineup as well.
Yep. You just see Hayden Rogers using that priority.
He drives up into the first section, swings the tail, gets a bit of release, slides out of that turn. I think there'll be a whole lot in it. Let's have another look at the 667 on the Stone and Wood slow-mo here, Rick.
Oh, great looking wave. Beautiful deep bottom turn. Gets the drift off the lip. Instantly that transition from heel to toe side rail, gets straight up for that second maneuver. Really clean rails on that wave from Lucas Cassidy. 667, 3 points better than any other single wave written in this heat. Until this point now, because Hayden Rogers just dropped in a 4.3, so he's starting to build. Where's Taro? These waves are going unridden here. Lucas Cassidy, Hayden Rogers, they just keep pulling the trigger.
Here he goes, Lucas Cassidy. looking to improve on a 1.8. He's going to do it with this one. As we see Dimitri. A couple of nice hits for him. He's going to get himself in the heat now. Pulling the trigger at the perfect time. 9.5 minutes is plenty of time to track down a second score. But that one should score reasonably well. Be a mid-range number. Taro now just stalking this lineup. He wants to make a move soon.
Yeah, let's check out the Bioglan replay here. Quick snap. Keeps that speed down the line. Another check turn. Gets the little air rev. You can see that back foot just creeping up the board there. Just keeping everything composed and balanced. Dimitri, projection, re-entry down the line. Gets to the closeout finish. Tidy little two-turn combination. This will put him in range now.
Scores rolling through for Lucas, 4.33. That works just fine. With the benefit of the highest scoring ride at the moment. He's in a strong position out in front. Hayden Rogers after a 6.7. Dimitri's got a score on the way. And there is a real chance that he's not chasing a whole lot to get himself up into the top two here. But Taro has to get busy because you've got to remember once he takes his ride and locks in that first score, he falls to the bottom of the priority order. And once those two surfers are defending their position in first and second, they'll come after him because they know how talented he is.
Well, the lucky thing for Taro is that no one has really taken full control of this heat. Lucas only with that one scoring ride. The backups are still fairly marginal, so he's in reach, and we know what this guy's capable of.
There's pressure to convert, though, isn't there?
Yep.
Because you've waited so long. You know, getting close to 25 minutes sitting out there just without riding a wave as we dive into the GWM recap. And Lucas Cassidy owning the single best turn of this heat and the single best number. Hayden Rogers, a couple of okay scores, but certainly not safe there in second spot at the moment.
Yeah, and this is Lucas up and riding again, just building house, as we like to say. Gets the little air rev at the finish, so a nice tidy wave. This is Dimitri Paulos, just this is his best wave to date. Two-turn combination from the USA, and he's now in this heat. Here we go, more live action with Lucas.
Been a busy man. This is ride number 8 for Lucas Cassidy. Drives through the inside, big rotation, out onto the flats. Can't stick it though. Hayden Rogers, he might throw one at us as well. Loads up, takes to the sky, and he can't land it.
Mate, wherever Taro is paddling at the moment, the waves are going the other direction. Super frustrating. He just can't buy a wave at the moment, but still possible. The paddle out's only 30 or 40 seconds. So if Taro can get a wave in the next minute or two, he will have a crack at it, but like you said, it's a must convert. There's no room for error now. Looks like he's
set wave.
He's putting the motor on now. Good looking wave here.
Let's see if he can turn this around. This slow start, paddles hard, gets into this one, loads up, needs to hammer this section. It's just the one. He'll stay on his feet remarkably. That one dropped out on him. Won't be a huge score, but it is a score. And I think with the other numbers on the board for this heat, he'll still be within reach with a single ride. Impressive stuff there from Lucas, who's trying to build on a 4.33, the Grom, just 17 years of age, having his first run at the Challenger Series.
He's building. That 4.3 is he's going to drop out of his tally. Here goes Taro and his opening ride. Geez, big extension on that closeout turn. Just the single manoeuvre. Stone and Wood slow-mo. Really critical air here. Geez, he did well to whip that around.
Yeah, he likes the feel of it.
Does the little turtle paddle just to show that he made the wave. Gets the flippers out. We'll call that a make. It's clean. He rode out of it. And a little flex.
5 minutes to go. Still waiting on the score for Taro. It was a tricky section. He got there late. Did well just to stay on his feet. As we see Dimitri on the outside. What a carve. Beautiful cut down. Great combination already. And still looking for more, just milking this thing for everything it's worth.
Nice. Yeah, he's got a nice compact style, low center of gravity. But that real power base just underlying his surfing. Oh, I love that extension of the carve all the way down to the bottom wave, and then just a series of nice turns, just connecting this wave all the way through to the inside. That's a great wave. That's going to put him possibly up into second position here. I think we're still waiting on a score for Lucas perhaps as well for that last air.
I think Dimitri goes to the lead, personally. We are waiting on that air for Lucas to come through though, which was pretty slick. But I just like the form from Dimitri there, the way he cut down through that bowl. It was a pretty cupped out face, lost no speed, no catch of the rails, kept them clean. Finished that wave off really well.
Yeah, definitely easier to do on a big open face wave where there's more room to move, not as steep, but to do a power carve like that on a tight cuppy little wave takes a lot of talent. Here we go.
Yeah, Lucas does have that score to come through, you're right. So the requirement might have been a pretty solid one for Dimitri, but it looks like Lucas is going to strengthen his position at the top. A 7-point ride, so Dimitri, after a pretty solid score to get himself in front, I think he gets himself up in the second spot though quite easily.
Yeah, he just needed a 2.64 to get up into second. We know he's got that and some.
Yeah, he won't mind if he ends up in second place. He just wants to progress. Taro though has 3 minutes, Rick. He's dropped the 3.93 for a single turn. It's a pretty great reward for that ride. Dimitri only got a 5.77 out of that wave. I felt like that was going to be stronger, but it's enough to get him up in the second spot. Now Hayden Rogers is chasing that number 2 spot again. He's after a 6.8. Did have the board change halfway through the heat, creased his board. He's gotten back out there, and just while Dimitri and Taro have been super patient, he's elected to stay super busy. That was ride number 11.
Quick snap, really horizontal, but a little more vertical on that second hit. 6.8 doesn't feel like it's the number for me. Just didn't get that reaction, that big moment, that big feeling. Certainly a good closeout turn, but I don't think it's the number.
2 minutes to go here. Taro has that priority back, so the rotation has gone through the field. He needs a 7.17 to overtake Dimitri. It's not out of reach, despite the fact that he's only had one wave. He can save it. He can turn it here in the final stages.
He just needs to find a wave. He's got repellent on at the moment. Frustrating situation here for Taro. A single wave.
We mentioned before, you know, sometimes you're watching waves and you forget what has unfolded at the start of the heat. I mean, Lucas Cassidy at the start of the clash had that 6.67. It was an explosive backhand hit. And I think the comparisons were made there with Dimitri's last ride, which was really clean, but didn't have the release, didn't have as much risk in that first move. So I think there was almost a full point in the differential there. Just to give credit where it was deserving for Lucas, who's lined up another one here, Rich.
Streaking down the line, Lucas Cassidy. This will be perhaps a victory lap. Gets the little grab. Reverse on the backhand. So
a flatter spin, but still an impressive turn. Is it better than the 6.67? Maybe not. But just showing us what he can do. And with 35 seconds to go, you know, you need a couple of decent rides to come in here to knock him out of the top 2.
Yeah, so you can see Dimitri just sticking to Hayden. He sees him as the threat. But on the phone, looks like
there's nothing he can do.
Taro's going to have a crack at this.
Taro Watanabe can't get into this one. 15 seconds to go. Will he get another opportunity? We're not sure. Meanwhile, Dimitri holds Hayden Rogers off that left-hander. And this one is going to come to a close now. And Taro just
Oh, frustrating,
Got
man.
stuck with that priority, and just, as you said, Rich, just had the wave repellent on. Just nothing came his way. He was moving around the lineup too. It's not like he dropped anchor and wasn't seeking out those opportunities. But what about Lucas Cassidy? Really strong performance, a busy heat for him. And he found a couple of gems in there, delivered some nice hits to earn his place in the next round.
Yeah, you can see it, how much it means to the young fella. Big heat for him. It's a big event. He'll march through to the next round.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here. We've got one of our Championship Tour surfers, recently graduated. He'll be hitting the lineup next. Stay with us. We're going to bring in Jesse Starling and Philippe Parmentier to make the call.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Good news for George Pitta fans around the world. He is back on the championship tour and he is in this heat right now. This is the round of 64, heat number 16. Last one of the men's round here. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by the beautiful Flick Parmentier. Flick, we got the privilege of welcoming two new surfers to the tour yesterday, Carly Varson and a surfer in this heat, Joel Vaughan. George Pitta.
It's a good day if you're a GP fan. Yesterday, we welcomed him back to the championship tour, and I feel like he gave such a great interview with Vaughan yesterday afternoon. Really wore his heart on his sleeve and opened up quite a lot, and we got a few insights onto his mindset and how he bounced back. So he's in this heat, he's already locked in, the pressure's off, so we're going to see how he performs.
I actually got to spend a little bit of time with his parents on the boardwalk during my break just then, and just to see how happy they were as well. And you could see that they felt it just as much. They saw him, pretty much have his dream ripped out from underneath him and then come back here to Newcastle. It would have been really hard just to have the strength to, get back, put the Rashi back on, get the headspace really switched on again. And George, he's done it. We said it yesterday. It's one thing to qualify once and then fall off. It's another thing to do it again. And George, one of that really small class of people who have done a lot, thinking back to even Chris Davidson, he was always on and off tour. Sally, she's proven it the last couple of years as well. Right now though, Benny Lorenston, hello, welcome to the Challenger Series. He is a wild card for this event and making a big statement for your CT surfer. He's back.
Yeah, let's have a look at GP. Just a nice smooth whip there for the opening manoeuvre. Hits a little bit of dead water there and just falls off, but loving the score there for Ben.
Yeah, so George looking at a 3 for the first one, 5.83 for Benny Lorenzen on one big turn, and he's a name that everyone doesn't really get used to seeing. You know, he's very new to this Challenger Series format. He was one spot short of qualifying through the Asia Oceania rankings on the QS this year, but Dane Henry double qualified, being the World Junior Champ and on the rankings, so we're not sure who that wild card is going to yet, but Benny Lorenzen, what a way to make a statement, come here and say, give me the wild card, I am ready. 5.83 for one turn.
Oh, totally. It's sending a really big, loud message of just how strong your surfing is, you know. Yesterday we saw it a lot. We saw those one big manoeuvres fetching scores, and yeah, Ben's managed to do that this morning, which is kind of hard because you've seen generally those kind of scores that are going up into that 5-6 range, they're two-turn combos, right? So speaks volumes to his surfing, and it also, you know, it really gives you a lot of confidence because you know, okay, well, I just string a couple of those together. I'm going straight into the excellent range. So, yeah, positive signs for Ben.
In this heat as well, Lucas Silveira in the blue. He's actually played a bit of a dark horse the entirety of the year. He's really been shaking up some of those big names in the heats right now, including this guy on your screen, Jacko Baker. All the locals will be tuning in to watch this Novocastrian, one of the only Novocastrians to win this event. And we know how big Surfest is in this town.
Oh, totally. I think, you know, we've seen, you know, lots of the promo running for 40 years of Surfest, and Jacko Baker obviously features in that, and I think, you know, he talked about it. I think we even he talked about being, you know, growing up watching this event and all his idols competing here, and, you know, you're just a little grummy, you're on the boardwalk, you're getting autographs from your heroes, and that's the sort of thing that sparks these dreams for, you know, Jackson to go on to be a professional surfer. So it's super important to have these events in, you know, towns like Newcastle all over Australia so that, you know, you can sort of pave the way and, you know, be, I guess, that image for those younger generations coming through.
Yeah, Jacko won it in pretty fine fashion as well the year that we had it down here. I believe it was a QS 6000, and we had really big surf. We ran it 4-man all the way through to the final after a long string of lay days. And Jacko, he had the hog standing on the rocks on the reef in the corner of Merriweather, shouting at the judges. And you could be rattled by that, but Jackson kept his cool. Now has the hog in his corner here. Right now, though, Lucas Silveira jams it on the first one, and again for a second. So two really classy, tidy manoeuvres to kind of put a good mark on the start of this heat. We've seen consistently, you know, those first and second place finishes, they need to be over 11 or 12 points. This is going to put him right in that conversation.
Oh, totally. It's a beautiful two-turn combo here. Opening wave of the heat. The opening wave of the heat, you get a finish, you get a completion. It's just so good for your confidence. We've seen, you know, a couple of people fall victim to, you know, that backwash, that end section just getting a little bit tricky. You know, I even think back to Taro in that last heat, sort of sitting, waiting. It just feels so nice to get one straight, cab off the rank, completion. Yeah, and it's going to put him in a great position in this heat.
Yeah, our 2016 World Junior Champ, Lucas Silveira, he had a 25th here at the start of the year. So it's actually not a bad result when you think about a 25th. It's getting into that next round and just not making it through. But 29 years old, and actually came really close to qualifying in 2019, about 7 or 8 spots short. So that was when it was back in that real prime phase. You know, you had to compete and you could kind of pick and choose what events you wanted to go to around the world. So he's still, you know, really trying to get used to this format here of surfing a distinct tour. Everyone goes to the same events. He's going to lock in a 5.33 to start us off right now. And Jacko Baker will hold that priority to his name there, waiting for him to get his first wave. George, having a look here. Love the high line into a deep bottom turn. Snap to float, quick transition of combinations at the end there. There is people all along the boardwalk walking around with red hats on saying GP on the CT.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's cool. That surfing on that wave, to anyone else that surfs, you're looking at that, it looks like a closeout. He was so fast, got that one turn, and then, I mean, you shouldn't have been getting 2 turns on there, but he did. He's just so quick. I mean, you know, is it going to be a massive score? Potentially not, but it speaks volumes to the speed that this guy's surfing with. You can already see the high line there. You mentioned it, Jesse, just a little quick and explosive out of the lip and manages to jab in a little second turn. So George is, he's going to be feeling pretty confident in this heat. You know, coming into this event, he sort of thought that he might have had to advance, you know, through his opening round heat, but, you know, obviously we started to lose some surfers in the draw yesterday, and it turns out he didn't. And just to relieve that pressure and come into that heat feeling just I guess a sense of relief. Like I've done that. It's there we go. There's the hat you're talking about, Jessie.
How's the outfit? 95, obviously, his number of the jersey that he's going to be repping this year on the championship tour with a Formula One racetrack looking wetsuit next to his board there. But George, we're really excited to have him back there. Lucas Silveira, like I mentioned, almost got there back in 2019, wants to have another chance at it. It's not going to happen this year. So now he's just showcasing some great surfing, a little look up to the sky, and you get a lot of different claims on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, you do. And I feel, that was a really well-surfed wave. Most waves we're sort of seeing today, that two-turn combo, he's managed to get three, really find a wave that ran off and allowed him to give that sort of that open space. But, in the context of this heat, you got to be thinking that's probably going to be the highest wave come through this, in this heat. But I'm looking forward to breaking it down.
Yeah, so Lucas, he's feeling good about it. Obviously got that 5.33 to open up that first exchange here. I'm excited to see what Jackson's going to get done. Obviously, Jacko, one of the biggest personalities we have in the WSL, not just the Challenger Series or the QS or the CT. He's just such a lively, abundant character. He just also got a new sponsor on the nose of his board, Tradie, and just a bit more of an Aussie larrikin kind of company sponsoring him. And it checks out, it makes sense. This, however, the replay of Lucas Silveira.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. And he did so well in that the second turn, really to just use it as a transition turn. Good choice of manoeuvre, the floater, to really project out and down the line to make sure he got that final manoeuvre. And that score's come through like we thought, Jessie. It's the highest wave of the heat.
How beautiful was that wave? Just watching it from that drone angle, it just perfectly hit the sandbar.
Oh, it just looks so dreamy. I said it this morning. You rock up as a surfer, you look at the conditions today, you're like, oh my gosh, like we've been talking about, I just want to go for a surf. It looks so fun. Yeah, just perfect little beach break conditions here. So much opportunity, and we've spoken about it all week, but rocking up to a contest, all you want is opportunity. The last thing you want to do is look at a forecast and, it's small and you're thinking, oh, is there going to be sets come through? Am I going to get this moment to give it a crack? But this whole week, we've really been blessed. The surf line forecast has really shaped up to be pretty good, and we're looking at swell all week. We've had the pick, really. The opening day, yes, it was a little bit rainy, a little bit windy, but we have swell, and then these today and tomorrow, I think too, we've been blessed with offshore winds. You can see here an incredibly beautifully groomed ocean today, and it's looking pretty nice.
And look how big the playing field is. There is so much space between all four of these surfers right now. So what you'd actually love is you're getting a little bit of room away from your competitors. Obviously, as it starts to come and round out in the heats, priority really does start to come into play. But these guys can kind of have a break to themselves. But talking of breaks, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be right back. Lennox Smith repping the GP on the CT. This is what dreams are made of right here. Georgie Pitter heading back to the championship tour. All of his mates, his coach, Timmy Mack, on the beach to celebrate with him as something he didn't know was going to happen at the start of the day, and rocked up to watch some of the afternoon heats. And guess what? Got told that he's heading back to that championship tour. What a feeling. He spent 12 months chasing.
Oh, absolute scenes down here yesterday afternoon. I touched on it before, but the interview that he gave with Vaughan was super special, right? Like the insights he gave, he allowed himself to be pretty vulnerable, you know. He spoke about, you know, after being cut and then rocking up here to Newcastle, he said the swell was a bit small, and, you know, he was kind of, you know, he said that he was like, oh, the ego got the best of me. And, you know, it's pretty rare that you hear people touch on that. And for him to be vulnerable and do that, I thought that, you know, it was pretty big. So, you can check that out. It's on the socials. But yeah, here we go. Lucas Silveira finding another little gem.
Hello. Lucas Silveira is absolutely ripping. Benny Lorenzen's turn. And it's just going to be another one big moment here. And Georgie getting some turns underway as well.
Yeah, so George with a nice wrap. Really trademark of his sort of style of surfing, really. I think about those clean lines. And here we go. Jacko Baker opening up his account. The Novocastrian with a two-turn combo, nice and strong.
So waited over half of this heat to get that wave as well. So Jacko, he's staying nice and calm in that. Just as a competitor, I never had it in me to sit and wait. It would just build up. I'd stress out. So Jacko obviously showing he knows this wave really well, getting that really solid two-turn combo. 447 of that last one of Benny Lorenzen with a couple of big backside hammers. Lucas Cassidy, though, gave us a lot of variety, a lot of airtime, big turns. Such a treat to watch. Vorno, you got Lucas.
Yeah, it was a treat to watch, mate. A couple of big backside hangers and even a little mute air rev in there. So some real variety from you.
Yeah, you know, I really wasn't planning on doing all of that, but I don't know. I just want to get two good scores and make my heat, you know, first or second. I really don't care at this level as long as I'm making the heat, and I'm stoked I'm on the glass right now.
That's it, man. You're on the glass after a first campaign on the Challenger Series. Not many people know this, but you actually have to fly in and out of events so that you can attend high school. You're not doing homeschool. How's the year been for you?
It's been interesting. You know, it hasn't been easy, but I've also enjoyed it, you know, a lot. I've definitely had some rough results this year, but I've also had like amazing highlights, and it's been a interesting year, and I'm grateful for all the opportunities I get, and yeah.
Well, you're just about to finish school, so that's why one distraction out of the way for you going into the next series. But mate, you know, being so young and getting to experience all this must be such a buzz. I know that you had a big pizza night with the Rippy crew last night. You took a whole pizza home. Did you have pizza for breakfast?
No, I kind of smashed it on the way home. I didn't even make it.
Classic Grom styles, man. Take the pizza, smash it on the way home, and then paddle out the next day and throw down the performance that you did. It's awesome to see, man.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good stuff, Lucas. Look forward to seeing the next round, mate. Keep enjoying it.
Thank you.
You can't help but when you think of Lucas Cassidy, think of that massive 10-point ride that he got over in Bolito. One of the craziest full rotations we've seen all year in the dying 60 seconds of the heat as well. He's really kind of asserted himself this year as a guy that you can't feel comfortable drawing in a heat.
Oh, not when you see vision like that and you know that that's who you're drawing and that's what they're capable of, you know, a big full rotation like that. And that's the thing about, you know, these guys on, you know, surfing at this level. Even, you know, you might have a convincing lead of a heat, but if someone's within a shot, within a single wave total shot of like advancing through, their level of ability is so high, they might take off on something that looks like a closeout and you might not utilise your priority, and then they're able to throw something like that and score a 10. You're like thinking, hang on a sec, like awesome. that wave was, you know, probably a C-grade wave. Like, hang on, I shouldn't have used my priority on that. It's just like the level is so high. And I was speaking to a couple of the guys yesterday just talking about, you know, there is no easy heats on the Challenger Series anymore. Gone are those days. They're just all so difficult.
And we're going to actually get to have a little look at this 10-point ride over from Bolito of Lucas Cassidy. And this is, like I mentioned, the last 60 seconds of the heat here, and just harks it with loft and so much control. Bolito's got so much punch to it too, but Lucas Cassidy, he's easily one of the best juniors that we have coming up.
Wow, I just love all these different angles here. this one, you can really see how much he just projects out. Perfect technique there. Landed so smoothly. But yeah, I'm big things to be expected. I mean, you know what? Like, is it one of his first years on the Challenger Series, right? So, I mean, he should be proud of that performance. I mean, some people go their whole career not even achieving one 10-point ride, and he's already done it. So he should be proud of that, and he's going to take a lot of experience from this year, no doubt, and take that into the next series.
So we haven't really had 10-point rides this year. You know, we no one actually got one over at Pipeline as well. There was a couple that were really close. So Lucas may be holding down the only one. Benny Lorenston, 2 into a third whip here. So such a lightning fast but powerful goofy footer. And I love the fact that he's just using every single inch of his board. As soon as he goes to those bottom turns, watch how quick the rotation is through his shoulders here, just to give that like kind of through his turns.
Yeah, this is good. Like, obviously the couple of waves he's locked in, they've been the one turn. He's found one. He's been able to open up. It's had a bit more of a taper on it for his backhand, so he's able to fit in these 3 maneuvers. And yeah, to your point, Jesse, really great technique. Just really whipping it around with his shoulders. Board looks lightning fast under his feet, so we'll see how that fares and how it compares. You know, like, it'll be interesting to see where it goes, because, you know, we saw that first wave, the 583, that was just one single solo turn. Obviously bigger wave, big turn. This is 3 well-timed turns, and yeah, you got to be thinking that it's going to come through a bit higher.
Yeah, Benny Lorenston, a proud Noosa Board Riders member as well. He's always repping the flag for Noosa. He's got his older sister, Gia, who is such a talented surfer herself, just falling short to make the Challenger Series as well. But we know her time will come very shortly. And power is this family's forte. You know, they're such strong surfers. This last score, it comes in. It's a 5.2, that last one for Benny Lorenston. So keeping him in second. He's chasing a 6.15 for the lead with just on 8 minutes to go here. So Georgie Pitter, he's qualified for the CT, so he can come into this heat potentially in a little bit more of a cruise control mindset, but he's only got a 4 and a 3 right now with 8 minutes to go. So might need to ramp up that energy a little bit.
Yeah, I think, like, it's funny. It just goes back to this conversation. He was, you know, the combo he had with Vaughan, and he was also talking about yesterday, you know, he found out the news that he'd qualified, and he's like, oh, it's been such a weird time. You know, I didn't know whether I should be celebrating or not, or keep a lid on it. Didn't know whether I should be booking accommodation at Bell's, or is that going to jinx me? So I think regardless of the result here, like, obviously, you know, of course he wants to keep progressing in this event, but, you know, win or lose right now, I mean, the carrot is dangling right there. I mean, he's got it. I mean, it's not even dangling. He's got the carrot. And that's in a couple of weeks he gets to compete at Bell's. So, you know, I'm sure he's going to have another roll of the dice here. We've got over 7 minutes on the clock, and he's sitting here in second priority. And, you know, he's an extremely competitive guy. You know, that's why he's not going to go down without fighting here.
We mentioned at the start of the heat, Lucas Silvera, he's been a dark horse, and he's continuing that role here in the GWM Recap. Benny Lorenston with a couple of big single hacks, though.
Wow, you see this and you realise, it's just the replay there, you realise why it was a 5.8. Then we had Lucas Silvera. He managed to find a couple of lefts that really had a nice taper on it, really good choice of manoeuvres here that allowed him to fit in 3. Dropped a 6.4 for that first one. That put him out into the lead, so he's pretty stoked with that. He manages to find a second one. This is the 5.57, and really nice timing, able to release the fins. So he's got a bit of a stranglehold on this heat. Jacko Baker with only the single wave locked in. This is the 5.6, strong surfing from the local. So he's still searching for his backup wave.
Yeah, 5.44 is the number that Jacko needs to get up into that second place there. Benny Lorenston will do anything to hope that he's not on it. Again, we spoke about it earlier, such a big playing field, but a bit of a splash of the water here for Jacko Baker. A rare sign of frustration that we usually see from this guy.
Yeah, he's pretty happy-go-lucky, I'd say. So
that traditional Aussie larrikin. Like, look, even the haircut screams Jackson Baker.
It does. I think, you know, also as a surfer today, we've spoken about how fun the conditions are. You're watching it all morning, you're watching these heats go down, you're hearing the scores, and you're seeing the type of waves that are coming through. You're just like, I just can't wait to have my heat out there. There's only me and 3 other guys, and at some point I'm going to get a roll of the dice here on these fun waves. He's probably thinking, like, what is going on? Like, I've only got 1 wave locked in. Thought by now you'd at least have a few. So, yeah, definitely a little bit of frustration there. Yeah, you can see it. Like, please, come on. But, yeah, like, you're just watching it, and it is essentially pumping this morning. So, yeah, frustration for Jacko.
Yeah, Jacko needing that 5.44. Ben Lorenzen, he's going to have a paddle with room to move down the beach here. Swoops into a big bowl. Vertical hit with the airdrop down. He's going to give us his rendition of a fist pump claim as well. So Ben Lorenzen just going to these big single manoeuvres, and the judges have been rewarding them. Needs a 6.15. I just don't feel like it's going to cross the mark with a 6-point ride yet.
Yeah. I think let's break it down. Takes off on this one. This is a bit more of a set-up turn, right? I mean, this is the moment. It's really critical. Just shoots out in front of that front. I mean, he's stoked with it. But, yeah, to your point, Jesse, it feels like, you compare it to the 5.83, that one big singular turn. And then his last wave, the 5.2, that was 3 turns, right? So I don't think it's going to go high up into those 6s, maybe similar to that 5.2, maybe even a little bit less. So maybe a little bit more work to do for him to hold on to that second. And, I mean, when you got someone like George Pitar sort of breathing down your throat there and, sitting in third with second priority, you're not going to feel too comfortable.
Yeah, it's just going to edge ahead of his second best score. Jacko having a look here. There's the first turn. Lots of spray out the back. Such a powerful surfer. Gearing up for something big on the inside. Goes for the air rev, but just lands as the backwash hits him. So it was a bit of an awkward fall there for Jackson Baker. So there's his second wave. There's 3.5 minutes to go. We had a QS 4,000 up at Burleigh a couple of weeks ago. It was really small, and he said, I can't out-grovel. I know that. I need these bigger waves. George tucking in here. Tube into a floater. So now George Pitar trying to ask a question. Needs a 6.73. We said, come on, George. Turn up the heat a little bit. We needed some more energy from you, and that's a way to do it.
That was cool. I liked that. We've seen a couple little tubes this morning, but that one seemed a little bit more round, a little bit more convincing, right? I feel, going to be pretty rewarded because he came straight out from that more sort of cylindrical. Let's break it down. Straight. You can see it here already setting up. Beautiful little tube here. Comes out, and then just this quick transition into the float. Done really well from George. He's chasing a 6.7, so we'll see what the judges have to say there. But yeah, it was a nice little tube.
You know what? Actually, Jacko Baker's score locks in that last one. It's a 2.5, so still needs that 5.57. I'm really excited for George to go back on the tour. I know we've spoke about it a lot in the last 30 minutes, but how many times have you seen someone fall off tour and come back stronger? Ethan Ewing fell off on his first year. Now look at him. He's such a staple on that championship tour. Like, you couldn't imagine the CET without Ethan. And I really feel like George, he's going to have a better run this second time round.
Yeah. There's something to be said about that. Even on the women's side, you think Molly Picklum fell off, got back on, and then the performances that followed on, and now a world champion. So there's a lot to be said about that as we see this score come in for George.
Oh, it's so close to what he needed. A 6.43, that last one for George Pitar. Looking for a 4.73 now. Ben Lorenzen needs to start absolutely putting the arms in and getting close to George Pitar right now. Priority, this is where it comes into play. First priority, Lucas Silveira. Second priority, your surfer in green, Benny Lorenzen. He needs to use this advantage because a 4.73 for someone like George Pitar is essentially one turn.
It's really nervous times for Ben because you've got two incredible surfers underneath you, George and Jackson, and you can't cover them both. Looks like he might be using priority here.
Here we go. He's going to paddle. That first section crumbling on him, needs to add to the scoreline. That's a huge first turn. He's going to get more to work with down the line. So 3 turns here for Benny Lorenzen. I especially love that exclamation mark on that first one. So now 60 seconds to go here. Jackson and George with a moment to try and to give himself an opportunity.
Yeah, that was a really, really well use of priority there from Ben. Just blocking Jacko from that wave. Probably going to improve. That was a nice projection, like you said, Jess, out of that last turn. Really good surfing on the backhand. Looks like we've got sets rolling through, though. So potentially another opportunity for George here.
Oh, how stressful. I feel like I can hear Gia screaming at the TV. Ben's older sister saying, come on, Ben, 30 seconds to go here. So we'll see where this last wave is going to score for Benny Lorenston right now. George Pitter needs a wave. It's a 4.73. That is the requirement. Before that next score for Ben Lorenston locks in at Jacko Baker with a little bit more room down the beach. Look at this. Lucas Silvera with first priority. He can take this wave. Misses it. So Jacko Baker's going to pick it up down the line here with 3 seconds. Gets up switch. In true Jacko Baker form, he's just calling it a day.
There's his Instagram post.
Yeah, literally, there's the content.
Oh, wow, yeah, it's incredibly frustrating for him. You could see it. He was wearing it pretty clearly there. Let's just have a look at this moment, the switch. Pretty good, yeah, there's even more frustration. But yeah, look, it's hard. I mean, his surfing's there, obviously, we saw it. He had that opening wave and he was looking like, yeah, all the things were flowing, everything was clicking, and not to really find a backup's going to be hard for him.
Yeah, Jacko Baker, season over. George Pitter, his Challenger season over, but he's heading to the Championship Tour. We'll see him back in the jersey down at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Wildcard, Ben Lorenston. Moving on through along with this guy, Lucas Silvera. We'll be right back. We're going to go to a short break and bring in the women's Challenger Series surfing right after this. We just cannot get enough of Newcastle here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Flick and I have been coming here for many years, competing in all different types of comps, and it's one of those places that just never gets old. You continuously want to keep coming back and just immersing yourself in the community here.
Oh yeah, I love Newcastle as a city. It's there's so many options for food, different wine bars. You know what my favourite part is though, is the beaches. I feel like they're just absolutely stunning, and it doesn't matter sort of like what swells on offer, what wind direction, there's always a little wave to be found. And National Park's not too far from here. You know, just over the back here, you got that Redhead Beach. It's absolutely stunning. But yeah, been coming here for many years, and hopefully many more to come, Jessie, in the future.
40 years of SURFEST as well. So the WSL has been coming here for a really long time. This year, this heat, it's the Women's Challenger Series surfers out there right now. The round of 32, heat number 1. Your current Challenger Series rankings leader, Yolanda Hopkins. She's qualified for the Championship Tour, the first Portuguese woman to ever do so. She's out there in the red. Peru's Arena Rodriguez in the white. Previous champion, Ellie Harrison, she's in the blue. And Malibu's Talia Swindle, who just got through her heat in pretty much by the skin of her teeth yesterday. Talia Swindle. She's out there as well. She's got priority and she's going to have a paddle at this one. Got a nice little amount of backwash here. Bottom turns into a great looking opening section and another one. This is a nightmare. This is kind of what Talia has been stuck in over the last 24 hours. Great first turn, but just not completing on the second.
Totally. I think yesterday she looked incredible, right? She was going for it. You have to give her that. But on those end sections, part of me was just like, oh, wow, if you just brought it back a little bit and completed those maneuvers, it would have been convincing, you know? But yeah, she is going so hard. But you know what? Like, I think there's that type of surfing you can always be proud of. As we see Yo-Yo here on the backhand, getting to work. This is one of her opening waves here. Let's get caught up with Arena here on her forehand. One big turn, does she make it? So a couple of surfers falling victim to that end section as we see Talia on the replay again of this wave. Oh, no,
So
it's just
close.
almost breaking. I'm almost wondering, are they going to call that a make or not? It was a bit of out of control behaviour there.
Ellie Harrison, like I mentioned, previous champion, won this event back in 2024. Clicks with a finishing turn here, and that's a convincing completion from Ellie. So that's going to edge her ahead already in these first 5.5 minutes.
Totally. That was a really nice wave. 3 nice connected manoeuvres on the backhand. And yeah, a nice completion as well. So Ellie's going to be feeling pretty confident with that one. Definitely coming out of that exchange with the best score.
This was always an event that Ellie just had her eyes set on to take the win here. And she obviously, like I mentioned, is the 2024 champion here, but had a couple of really tough heats. We'll get back to that. Stoner was slow-mo of this last 3-turner.
Yeah, just really well timed and a good read through this middle section. You can see it doubles up. She gets that last turn nice and early. And I guess kind of probably, you know, what Talia sort of needs to do, maybe get to that section a little bit earlier because she just outrode that sort of explosion that, yeah, is a couple of the other women have fallen victim to. So Ellie, nice read on that wave.
How cool would it be for Ellie to rock up here? And obviously there's a big honour roll list on the side of the athletes area and the judges tower, and her name right there. You know, that would be a massive pep in your step to rock up to this event, knowing you need a result and see, hey, that's right, I've won this before.
Oh, totally. As we get back to Talia.
Yes, swoop on this first one, into it on that second. This is the theme. She is just not holding back, and I hope she doesn't change her strategy. She'll make one soon enough here. One of Peru's finest, Arena. Wow. 2 big snaps on her backhand here as well. So she's going to keep adding it to the scoreline. Ellie's locked in. It's a 5-6-7 for that opening wave. Yo-Yo, a couple of scores to lock in as well. Similar to what we saw from George in that last heat. We'll get back to that though. Replay here of Arena.
Yeah, let's watch this. Really well timed from the Peruvian surfer. A lot of points are going to be coming from that last turn. She really impressed me yesterday. I thought her read on the conditions, I think she was in one of those opening heats, maybe the first or second one, and you know, you're sort of one of those guinea pig heats, judges still setting their score, but she had a really good read on that. Really adaptable, I thought, you know, where she was really able to identify what waves were the 2-turn combos, and yeah, she's already off to a good start here.
Like I was saying, similar to what we saw with George in that last heat, Yo-Yo coming into this event with pressure off her shoulders. She's already made that CT. The big moment right now, though, is who's going to take out the win. You know, Eli Hanneman, he talks about it in his post-heat interviews. He wants to win this series. He wants to win this rankings. Yo-Yo with that exact same goal. Lucas Silveira, however, looking to make a bit of ground on the rankings right now. Top 20 in his sights and a big heat win. He's down on the glass of Vorno.
Yeah, the top 20 definitely in his sights, mate. You've been doing this for a little while, but winning, it's a feeling that just never gets old, is it?
I know, yeah. I've been just like that. I became kind of a veteran on this tour. Feels like it's just feels like just yesterday I was coming here with like William Cardozo and Alejo, and they were like winning and making the finals here. It was a couple of my first times here. They were doing it well, and then yeah, just like that, I'm the oldest guys now, and then but I feel like I'm still improving, and yeah, I think I still have a lot more to give. Yeah.
Oh, for sure, mate. I mean, the board's looking sharp. Your surfing looking really powerful. What is the goal for this year? Just to get into that top 20, re-qualify for the next Challenger Series?
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, don't have a chance to crack top 10 anymore, but the top 20 is super important, and it's so close. Yeah, I think from like
20 down, like every heat counts so much. And that heat especially was a gnarly heat with George just qualified and Jackson, local guy, and Benny being ripping too. I just met him this week. He's been ripping on the free surf as well. And it's like back in the season, 2 of the losses that stung the most was like Jack in the first round in Brazil. He's the one that beat me there. And home events, probably similar feeling to him right now, but it's fired again. And my best result, the quarters in Bolito, I lost to George in the man-on-man, like one silly wave choice mistake, and then he got me and then got in that row, and then like keep coming back to me, and thought it was good, kind of good for the ego.
Oh, I love that, man. Yeah, just keeping score, who's doing what. Getting them back does feel good. Mate, give us a shout out to the crew at home, and let everyone know how you're feeling as you keep going through this draw.
Yeah, just shout out to Dylan Longboard as well. He made me amazing quiver for this trip. Boards are feeling really good. Thanks for all the support. E obrigado, galera em casa aí. Acho que a família deve estar toda assistindo aí. O horário tá bom, não tá muito tarde, né? E todos pela torcida. Obrigado e amanhã tem mais.
Great to have you here, mate. Keep going. Get that top 20.
Awesome. Thank you, Borno. Lucas, obviously you can see a lot of emotion there. It means the world just to keep making heats here, and a big heat win against a new championship tour surfer and a previous one being Jackson Baker. Right now, though, Talia, a couple scores locked in. It's a 3.33 and a 2.8. Talia actually kind of got a taste of tour life herself last year, travelling with Bella Kenworthy at the start of the season, and came to all 3 of the Aussie events. And I really feel like those two make this awesome duo that they just push each other so much.
Yeah, it's cool. Obviously, good mates and travelling together, but Talia, like getting on the road and getting to experience these places, in Australia that maybe, I'm not sure, maybe been to the Gold Coast before, but Bells Beach and Margaret River maybe not. So to be able to come to those locations where, that's her goal, and to be able to experience these places, get familiar with it, I think is a really smart move. If you can afford to do it, why not? And obviously support your mate while you're at it.
I love it. And then obviously Bella then came here to Newcastle to watch Talia make a couple rounds here in the first stop on this season's Challenger Series. And at that first stop, we actually had a really interesting round of 16 heat between Ellie Harrison and Yolanda Hopkins. Ellie pretty much put on a clinic for the first, I believe they were 30-minute heats, the first 28 minutes, and the last 2 minutes, Yo-Yo came back and got nearly a 9-point ride in the last 2 minutes and actually sent Ellie Harrison packing. So I know Ellie remembers those moments and she would absolutely want to get one back on Yo-Yo here.
Oh, everyone keeps score, right? It was actually really funny. I was talking to Yolanda this morning and she brought up a heat. Hey, we'll get back to that. We see some live action arena, just a 2-turn combo in there. But she brought up a heat that I had totally forgotten about. She's like, remember this heat we had together? And I was like, excuse me, what? And she's like, oh no, back in 1994. No, long time ago. But we'll get back to that. Talia, does she make the finish?
Yeah, let's hope she can just figure it out. Gets a float on this one. So she does, but it's not one of those big end section bangers that we actually really want to see her start to ride out of. I'm so intrigued in this story.
She just kept score so well. But yeah, just fascinating. Everyone, the point is like everyone knows, the nothing, like Ellie in this heat right now is going to be sitting there being like, right, like I'm going to need a little bit of revenge here. I've got the opportunity. Little 2-turn combo here for Arena, but doesn't quite get the finish there.
Yeah, Ellie, she's also pretty interesting. She loves the inside at the start of a heat too. She is so feisty and so competitive in the water, but such a placid human with such a beautiful soul on land. I love these ladies and how competitive they are. It's been a really competitive season actually on the Challenger Series, and it's kind of been the Europeans absolutely dominating this season.
Oh, totally. I mean, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can count. Wow. But look at that. I mean, it's been an incredible year for them. And to your point, Yolanda, the first Portuguese woman to qualify. Absolutely incredible. They've also got Tia Zabrowski, 14-year-old, going to be on the World Tour. Sally Fitzgibbons, the absolute veteran. She is going to be back on there. Francisca Veselko, she is confirmed too. But we are very interested in these final few places here, and we're going to watch it all unfold, potentially within the next few heats as well. There's going to be some implications go down, and yeah, here we go, Yo-Yo.
Yo-Yo, current rankings leader. She's actually tied on points with Tia Zabrowski here. So there's also a little bit of an internal battle going on between Tia and Yo-Yo right now. Unfortunately going down on that second section here for Yolanda Hopkins. She'll hit the reset button, head back out. She always lets us know that she's the first person out there. She wants to keep going deep into this draw here, solidify that #1 spot here. She's got 15 minutes to do so. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to beautiful Merriweather Beach here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And right now, it's time to load up these bad boys. Fat Boy, the official steel horse of the WSL. And there's two things I think of when I think of Fat Boy. One of them is all-terrain, charging, gobbling up grass, bitumen, steel, road stuff. They just eat everything. And the other thing is Kaipo, doing monos down this entire boardwalk, throwing sharkers at all the people that he goes past, and everyone going, yeah, Kipes, how's that Fat Boy going? And he's going, bruh, it is elite. So guess what? We're going to be giving away two of these things down here at SURFEST. This is the DNA model, absolutely elite, and this one is the Scrambler. The best way you can enter is come on down to SURFEST, scan this QR code right here, and you could be in with a chance to take home one of these Fat Boys. As my good mate Kaipo always says, you know the rules.
Borno, we want to see you doing monos down that boardwalk there. That'd be pretty sick. Be some great action right now. Yeah, no, Borny, he's just nailing it out there. We absolutely love seeing him, what he's getting up to out and about. Looks like we might have a bit of action here. Arena free falls out of the sky for one big turn here. So she's got a 4.5 and a 2.1. That's got her in the lead right now. Talia with a 3, couple of 3s to her name. Other than that 5, 6, 7, still quite relatively low. And Yo-Yo, I thought she was going to pull in here.
Here we go, beautiful wrap. She's looking for something a little bit more substantial. It's another little roundhouse. Layback jam, she doesn't quite get the finish there. Behind her, Arena, just the one belt. No one really running away with this heat just yet, so it's pretty wide open. Let's see what Talia can get done here.
Yeah, let's get her a big bowly section to attack on that first one. Lovely, tidy swoop again into a finishing section with the completion this time. So Talia getting better every single time she's on her feet. Yo-Yo looking to do her best effort at that as well. Couple of shorter turns, pulling them together a little bit more here. You can feel like Yo-Yo, although she's got the lead, maybe struggling to get started right now.
Yeah, I think, you know, we'll get back to that. Let's break down this one. This is beautiful surfing, right? I mean, nice first turn, really put that board, everything she had on rail there, and she does get the little completion, the tap at the end. I feel Yo-Yo, I know how hard she works, and I know what her level, like her expectation of herself is, and I know yes, she's got the completion, but she's going to want more than that. She is such a determined surfer. She works so hard. You mentioned it just before we went to break about her wanting to be the first surfer out every single morning. She works so hard at her craft. So I know that she is going to want more.
Do you know that she runs a 5K before a morning free surf every morning? A 5K.
I do believe it. I do believe it. I grew up sort of competing with her and spent a lot of time with Yolanda on the road, and I know sort of the trajectory of her career and just how hard she's worked, right? Believe me, when we were first, the qualifying series, you had the 1,000s, the 3,000s. We were here on, the Central Coast. Boomerang had, I think it was like a 1 or 2,000. And this was, almost probably 8 years ago. And Yolanda was here, and she, things are expensive, coming all the way from Europe. She'd hired a car, she was sleeping in her car, and she was just reminiscing about it this morning. And, we became friends, and we still are today, obviously, but she was like, I just know, I was talking about, congrats, you've qualified, you've actually made this dream, a reality. And she's like, I just can't believe it and it makes it so much sweeter knowing how hard I've worked and, how many challenges I have faced, so for her, this sort of achievement has made it even sweeter.
Talia, a little bit deep on this one here. Yeah, she is such a hard-working surfer. Imagine waking up at 4 in the morning every single day, running a 5K, then beating the entire Challenger Series out for the morning free surf, coming in, having a smoothie, having a healthy brekkie, and then going out and just smoking everyone in a heat. Obviously, she's just got a couple of threes in this one, but that has been her life the entire year on the road. She has not dropped that routine. No matter the time zone she's getting used to, no matter how she's feeling, she is just such a dedicated surfer. And I think that's why, even for us as spectators, it feels just so good to see her finally get across that finish line. It was at least a 10-year slog to try and get there.
Totally. I think, I was speaking to her this morning, but she says, you know what, it actually makes it a lot sweeter for me. Sometimes people get on that trajectory and they qualify very quickly, right? And that is an amazing feat in itself. But if you look at the trajectory, sometimes you have all these battles, you have these challenges, but once you actually qualify, it makes it so much sweeter because you can reflect on all those moments and be like, wow, I am resilient. I can do this. And when you are on tour and you're faced with those hard moments and you've got your back up against your wall, you just reflect on all those moments that you're like, no, I am built strong, I'm built tough. I remember the time I was camping in my car for that 1,000 at Boomerang. All these moments amount to this, and I feel like you can gain a lot of confidence from that. Feels like to me, even you mentioned just going for the 5K, I mean, sounds crazy to some, but for her, obviously, that's her way of building confidence and knowing that she's put the hard work in. Here she goes now.
Yeah, Yo-Yo stroking into this one here. A little bit deep, so you can see this tide starting to wreak a little bit of havoc right now. I feel like just a little bit caught behind on the last couple. A bit of backwash you can see starting to come into play as well. And we saw Arena actually looking to add to her scoreline here. Snaps it for a second one. This is that really good read that she's had. Unfortunately, can't stick that last one. And then Talia.
Yeah, she's looking really good. I feel, wow, her turns, her first, oh, no.
No.
That last manoeuvre is haunting her here at SurfFest. I mean, first turn out of the lip, beautiful timing. Just, that nose keeps poking. You got to give it to her, though. She is not holding back. Eventually, like you said, if she continues to advance through the draw with that same intention, she will land one of those and she'll jump straight up into the excellent range.
Think about the last two heats that we've watched of her. If she hadn't made those waves, she probably would have 8s in her lineup.
Oh, totally.
Even yesterday, she was just throwing everything at those end sections. So Talia, she's such a talented surfer. You know what? Easy problem to fix. Just keep going for it. Eventually, you've got to start landing it. So, yeah, Talia, she's currently got the lead. We're past this 7-minute mark here. Back up, score is a 3:33. Ellie Harrison waited a long time for this one. Swoop to start this off. Needs a 1.9. There's the second turn. We'd love to see it go a little bit more vertical here. And gets the opportunity to do so. So, Ellie, pressure was building. She waited a long time for that wave and executed really well.
Yeah, talk about nerves of steel. Really, it's a long time to be waiting. She waited for a great wave. It feels so good when you wait that long and you've picked a great one. the opposite feeling, of course, if you don't. It could have gone two ways here. Obviously, she's got a great read on what wave she wanted. She picked one with a beautiful taper to it. And, yeah, she finds the finish, and it was strong, right? It was convincing. She's only searching for such a small score. She's obviously got that, if not the second best wave or best wave of the heat. So you got to be imagining that there's going to be some movement up top here. Someone like Arena right now is going to be in a spot of bother.
Yeah, she is. You're bang on there, Flick. 4.07 is the requirement right now for Arena Rodriguez. Last wave score for Ellie Harrison. It's a 5.13. So she's gone straight to the lead here. Talia Swindle now chasing a 5.58 to go back up into the lead. And Yo-Yo, our current rank number 1, needs a 5.04 at this point. She's got a pair of threes to her name. So she's not really used to being in this situation here. She's usually used to being in one of those top positions, especially in this earlier round. She's so reliable for a win here. She's going to have a big paddle. She loves a comeback story. Drops into this one, has a bit more open face. Feels like she's got more time to move. She had a big carve to start this one off. Into a nice looking floater on the N1. It just, unfortunately, it's just lacking something. It's lacking a little bit of wow factor to it, I think.
Well, she's searching for a 5.04. You compare it to Ellie's 5.13, right? The last score to drop previously. And, you know, it's a difficult angle to sort of make a judgment on because we're looking at it sort of down the line with her. But, yeah, I do agree. I feel maybe that wave sort of let her down a little bit. Obviously, you can see the hunger and the desire that Yo-Yo has. But, yeah, I just start making comparisons to Ellie's 5.13 and thinking maybe not quite enough. I'd have to see the other angle to really make a decision. But
I think it'll be her best wave.
Yeah.
You know, having a little bit more time. But Yo-Yo, she's going to have to go back to the drawing board here. This is our GWM recap, and it's been the Ellie Harrison show. This was the first wave we saw, and it's the highest of the heat so far.
Patience is a virtue, and that virtue Ellie Harrison does have. I mean, the 5, 6, 7 she started off with, and then Arena started to get a couple of waves of her own. Beautiful belts on the back end here. Started to climb up into an advancing position. Talia as well with big hits like this. Nice textbook surfing. She does get the little finish here for the completion. And Ellie waited a really long time for this backup wave. And 5.13 for this. A great wave selection, especially when you wait that long. You've been on the board, nerves can creep in. So she did really well just to stay on her feet and ride out of that wave. We see Arena.
Yeah, needs a 4.07 here. So Talia Swindle, she's got to be careful. Oh, chunky looking end turn there.
Chunky.
Just couldn't quite get to it in time. You know, those ones, if you get too late, you know about it.
Oh, no, I'd be avoiding that thing too. Bye.
So when you come in with sand all through your scalp and you can't get it out for days. Round of 32, heat number 2 though, Laura Rupp. She's going to be out there alongside Nat Laylor and 2 wildcards, Charlie Haitley, Ziggy, Aloha Mackenzie, who were really impressive on that day one that we saw the women. Laura currently ranked number 9 and Nat ranked number 8. So big heat coming up with that next one. Wow.
Wow.
That's the sand to the scalp on that last one.
Oh, yeah, wow, that was big. She went down super hard there.
Talia, she's not holding back. It's so impressive to see. You can see Ellie right now has that first priority. She's sitting on a Renner. Yo-Yo looking for a 4.8 here. That's a better looking second turn. You can see she just had that little bit more speed under her board on that wave in comparison to her last few, and it helped.
Totally. I feel a little bit more aggression too on that last turn. Section really presented itself and she was able to really power through it. I feel like the other wave kind of just didn't, the other waves she's had just really haven't had that energy. She's only chasing a 4.8, so we'll see where that goes. Again, I draw comparisons to Arena's 2 turns on her backhand. There was a lot of power through that first turn and she did give it an extra push for the second, so we'll see. But still got a minute and a half on the clock, so there is time if she can find some space to have another crack.
Yeah, Talia needs to get a big section and belt it to a finish to really solidify this second place here. She's got that 5.23, keeping her slightly out ahead of the pack here. Arena looking for a 4.07. Yo-Yo looking for a 4.8. Early indication saying that last wave is going to come close, but it's going to fall short. No judges saying it's across the line yet. It comes in, it's a 4-2-3. Now Yo-Yo looking for a 4-3-4. Arena just can't escape the priority of Ellie Harrison right now.
No. And you've got to be thinking that Talia right now is probably going to be pretty close to Yo-Yo.
Arena's going to have a paddle here. Needs a 4.07. Ellie wasn't interested. Late to the section. Is that Yo-Yo in the tube?
I think so.
Of course. She loves it. Couldn't quite find the exit there. One big turn for Ellie Harrison. Can hear the family screaming on the beach right now. She'd love to be a multiple-time champion here at Surfest. 30 seconds to go right now. Talia Swindle may just hold on to second place here. If it's a really short paddle back out though, so although there's 25 seconds, there's maybe still a moment depending on where Yo-Yo is in the lineup right now. Unfortunately, Arena and Ellie are going to cop one on the head here. 14 seconds to go. Yo-Yo goes left, Talia goes right. She's too deep. And Yo-Yo actually had first priority there, so pretty interesting, but it looks like it was a short, sharp wave here. So we're going to lose what feels like our #1 seed out of the draw.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big, obviously she's already qualified, but she's so hungry that we know it's going to affect her. She's going to have wanted to, she wants to hold on to that #1 position. I know she wants to win the Challenger Series, so probably going to be a bit disappointed with that one, I'd say.
Yeah, she's so hard on herself. We know her standards are just so high. But we're going to see her down at Bells Beach again. It is not too long before we see her back in the jersey. Ellie Harrison, big smile on her face. She's going to roll through to the round of 16 and got a little bit of redemption back on Yolanda from the first Challenger Series event.
Yeah, we were speaking about it earlier, but Ellie, just absolute patience in that heat, and it paid off.
So Ellie Harrison, Talia Swindle, a couple of powerhouses moving on through to that round of 16. Big heat number 2 coming up with our 8th and 9th seed in that next heat. It's going to be a really interesting battle. They both need to make this round here. We're going to have a change up in the booth with Ronnie Blakey and Rich Lovett coming in for the call.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
Welcome back to the show. Well, some of the big names have taken a fall in the early stages here. Yolanda Hopkins, who was holding down that #1 position on the ranks, has just been bumped out of the contest. But she is going to be making her way to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach to feature for the first time as a full-time campaigner on the Championship Tour. Ronnie Blakey, joined by Richie Lovett. Rich, the big heats keep coming, those top seeds on the women's side entering the draw for the first time. And Laura Ropp, the Brazilian, she's been looking very strong throughout this season, and she can really look to lock down her position with a strong run here.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the men's exit the water. Plenty of heats of consequence there with a lot of names dipping out in that round of 64. But we see all our top seeds getting into the water now. And this heat's lining up well.
It is, yeah, Laura, just outside the top 5, or top 7 picture, I should say. And she's sitting in that 8th position, and she needs to make up some ground. So really, after a huge result, needs a victory to actually lock or confirm her place on the CT. And Nat Lilior of Israel, she's out there in the blue jersey. She's had a fantastic season, some very strong results. The Grom, Charlie Haitley, performed really well in the opening round. She's going to be out there in the white jersey. And Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie of Burleigh Heads, surfing in just her 2nd Challenger Series contest and getting things started during the break. Here's the Bioglan replay of her first ride.
Yeah, so, well, Ziggy, unfortunately, just going down on that final turn. This is a Nat. She gets to the finish. Nice and composed, little hand jive just to finish off. But Laura and the Nat right there. So close. They've got a little bit of work to do to creep inside that top 7 position.
Yeah, Anort has had a really strong season. We mentioned that before. And, what's going on there? Maybe a little confusion, and confusion among the top seeds here. So we'll get an idea of what happened. Priority may have been, I think, with Laura.
Well, if that was the case, I think all is well, because it doesn't look like Anot just interfered with her line in any way. Opting to just go straight, so I doubt the interference will be called, but looked like Anot looked like she had priority. She believes she did. So we'll wait for a calling.
Yeah, Renata already had a score on the board, so she was just forcing Laura into that one. She was happy to take it, Laura, but this is Ziggy Mackenzie, her 2nd ride. The young surfer from Burleigh Heads, who's been on a magic run of late and has got herself well situated on the Aussie, Australasia, Oceania QS ranks. She finished 4th on the regional ranks, so she will be campaigning on the Challenger Series. Charlie finished 3rd, and Charlie had a couple of reps on the Challenger this year, Surfest and Bolito. So her first Challenger, her 3rd Challenger Series event. As we have another look at this one. A loss of priority there for Laura.
Oh, wow. So Laura didn't have priority?
Well, no interferences. I think it might have been the other way around.
Yeah, okay.
But a 3.5 for Laura.
So what's happened is Anot believed that Laura did lose priority there, so doesn't look like the judges deemed that was a motion to catch that wave from Laura. Some of the school kids down here, a little time out of class, come down and visit Surfest down here at Merriweather Beach. G'day, kids.
Yeah, Renata is lucky she wasn't on the other side of Laura there. Didn't interfere. And as a result, she still maintains a pretty solid position here. Charlie, great surfer. Looking forward to seeing what she brings to this heat against some more experienced heads. She's got priority out there at the moment as we see Laura finish off another wave.
Yeah, nice single turn there from Laura on the backhand this time. Kept that speed and momentum throughout the turn. Judges don't ever like it when you get hung up and that the speed of the turn slows down through that turning arc. They want to see that momentum and flow as they go through the turn. The Bioglan replay here. Let's watch what happened. Nice sort of single motion carve off the bottom, and that drives you, that accelerates you up into the lip. You can see she, beautiful turn on the backhand.
Now back to live action. Good size wave here for Charlie. Draws off the bottom, rips through the first carve, loading up for the finish here on the inside, and just loses it. It was shaping up to be a good ride to kick things off.
Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here. Just gets that turn. Streaking down the line. The second turn here, you can see just the nose, that hillside nose. Just dug in, she got off balance.
Hailing from the Gold Coast, and a lot of her backhand surfing really strong. Charlie's backhand approach. But obviously has it on the forehand as well. Was unlucky not to stick that turn. But Laura, what a fantastic year she's had. Well poised to make a strike at the top 7. A 9th place finish at SURFEST when we kicked off the Challenger. Her strongest result came at Bolito, a 3rd place finish there, cracking the semi-finals, and a 9th at Irasira. The surfer from Florianopolis. Santa Catarina. You would have competed down there a lot back in the day, Rich, when you were campaigning as a CT surfer.
Sure did. Had a bit of success down there, mate. Had a win on the qualifying series. Thanks for setting that up. But yeah, no, a beautiful place in Brazil. And a lot of great surfers coming out of that region. Some great waves, traveling up and down the coast. And talk about a place that embraces their surfing. They're surf mad over there.
They sure are. They're also surf mad up at Burleigh Heads. We saw that over the weekend, hosting the Australian Board Riders battle up there. Ziggy McKenzie has performed well for her club in the past. I'm sure they're all tuned in, watching this run in just her 2nd Challenger event. Great campaign for both Charlie and Ziggy on the regional qualifying series. It's a heavily stacked field too, and they've managed to get themselves into a position to graduate to the Challengers full-time for next year. So this experience could really help them on their way.
Yeah, absolutely. As you go up from the qualifying series into the Challenger series, there is an elevation in the level of performance. You need to rise with it. That was a knot on that left-hander. So she's got a decent score, a 5.67. She'll build on that. But currently Laura Rupp outside, out in front at the moment on the strength of the 4.67 and 3.5. We have a look at the Women's Challenger Series, the live rankings, and at the top of the leaderboard, we just lost Yolanda Hopkins out of the draw, but she's already secured her spot, as has Tia Zabrowski, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Francisca Vaselko. So Nadia Estabe, Annette Gonzalez, Barry, and Elisa Spencer in the box seat there in number 7th place. And you can see we've got 2 ladies at 8th and 9th. They're trying to make their way into that top 7. Of course, on the women's, the 7 top women in the Challenger Series ratings qualify. Live action.
Yeah, 18 minutes, 40 seconds to go here as Ziggy McKenzie unloads a flurry of backhand hits. Laura now chasing her down the line.
Whoa.
Big single turn, and she's going to lose it, unfortunately. That was shaping up pretty nicely.
A great last wave for Ziggy McKenzie. Looking forward to seeing that one on the slow-mo.
Yeah, already has a 5.33. Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay here.
Big swooping cutback to start things off. I love how she gets back to that power source. A quick snap for the 3rd and the 2nd. So mixing it up, showing some variety. And then this was Laura Rupp, just extends a little too far. Gets hung up in the lip. She's not able to ride out, but if she had made that, that was a big, impactful turn. I think we're going to see things shift up here when we see the score drop in for Ziggy McKenzie.
17.5 minutes remaining here. We're going to throw it down to Vaughan and catch up with Ellie Harrison, who took out the last heat.
Ellie, congratulations. A beautiful day in Newcastle, pumping waves, but so tricky to find the quality out there on those shifting banks.
Yes, it is a beautiful day to get a heat win as well. But Yeah, I don't know, it is a little bit tricky out there. I decided to sit on the left away from all the other girls, so it was definitely a hard decision to make, but glad I did it and glad I got a couple.
Give us a little bit of an idea of, your reflections on this year and what your goals are going into this event.
Yeah, it's been a tricky year for sure. I think it's like my only second heat win of the 25 season, so I don't know, I love Newcastle, I love coming back here, so just trying to take it all in. I've won here before, so just trying to channel that energy and yeah, just see how far I get.
I mean, we've seen you surfing at the top level, it belongs there. What do you think what's the sort of the key to unlocking that and getting there next year?
Good question. I don't know, I think just like getting to know myself more and improving with my surfing and like out of the water as well with lifestyle choices as well, and just like consistency. And then I feel like, yeah, I'll get there one day.
Yeah, well, I think with surfing like that in the last heat, you'll definitely cruise there eventually. Best of luck in this event though, former champ. We'd love to see you lift that trophy again.
Thank you very much. Hi to mum and dad and family. Yeah.
Thank you, Vorna. Well, Ellie Harrison, she's got a chance, but she's got to win the event, Rich. And you heard her say she's won here just a couple of years ago. So good memories to lean into from here at Merewether for Ellie Harrison. She looked sharp in that last heat. And she'll give it everything she's got. 15.5 minutes to go here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Ziggy Aloha McKenzie out in front at the moment.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Welcome back to the show, Heat 2, the round of 32. Have a look at the conditions on offer. Just a dolphin exploding out of the face of this set wave and swooping on the inside now is Laura. And she's sharing this one with the local, the ultimate local. Drives up into the lip, nice snap there. What a moment here at the 40th anniversary of SURFEST. And that is one that's going to feature in the highlight reel for years to come, Rich.
Wow, what a special moment. I mean, to do that anywhere at a free surf, but let alone in competition. Check that out. That is just getting intimate with the Dolphins here at Merewether Beach. A beautiful backhand snap to, she would have had to just sort of compose herself in that moment. But you can see she's kind of getting the feels from it. But, mate, that was a crazy wave. She could have had 2 turns on that if she had been out a little bit further, but that set sort of breaking out further than we've seen any other wave today.
We'll just see if the panel decides to issue an interference there to Laura. Well, clearly the Dolphin had priority.
Absolutely, yeah. It was
Up first.
Way up first. Conditions just
Oh, here we
flawless
go.
here at the moment. But see that wave there? She's doing one turn now, sort of mind surfing, second turn in where she's taking off. So that would have been a huge number if she was able to get out to that wave a little sooner. But a beautiful turn nonetheless.
Yeah,
Wow.
just under 12 minutes to go.
It's not something that happens every day, so a special moment.
Special moment, even though it maybe changed her line as she took off there, the Dolphin, but she's, I don't think she left too many points on that wave. There wasn't a whole lot in it. It was sort of tapering off by the stage she picked it up. So Laura remains in third position here after a 5.02. Charlie's back in fourth. It's one of those heats, Rich, where every competitor has a mid-range score, and it's just a battle now for who can deliver the ultimate blow and drop the big score here.
Yep. Yeah, and with 11 minutes on the clock, there's plenty of time. Seen so many waves come through all morning, and swell has been consistent, conditions flawless. We've got a light west-northwest wind that is expected to tick around to the northeast and come onshore a little later on this afternoon, but it's holding off already longer than it was expected. So just, you know, primo conditions for competition surfing today.
Dreamy. 10.5 minutes to go. Loving the Newcastle flight cam here. Really showing off the beauty of this region. Long beaches. It's basically just to explore the stretch and find your own sandbar.
Yeah, there's a couple of different sections to this beach at Merriweather here. Dixon Park and then Bar Beach as you head further north.
Now, on the first morning of the event window, Rich, yourself and I rocked up, and Anat Lilior, she was getting bundled into an ambulance.
Oh, was that her?
It was. It was precautionary. I think she tweaked her neck while free surfing. She had some tingling in her arm, so they raced her off to get scans. Obviously, she ended up being okay, recovered really well. But that is a Bonn University athlete health check. Great that she's able to come out here and compete today, and she looks really sharp. Had such a fantastic year. Finaled at the Pipe Challenger. Had a 4th place finish there. And yeah, she is in a pretty decent position to have a run at qualifying for the CT. Her best result, a semi-final in Ericeira. So it's been one of her stronger campaigns. But she's not in the qualifying position just yet. This is an important heat for her to progress through, holding on to 2nd position at the moment, but not safe at all. In fact, probably pretty nervous at the moment, sitting in 4th priority.
Yeah, there's a real battle going on here between Laura and Anat on this in this heat. Sitting 8th and 9th, respectively, on the Women's Challenger Series ratings. So, crucial heat in the scheme of things.
Some movement here. Lilior looking for some space, and without priority gets into this one. Oh, sorry, it's Ziggy McKenzie.
Sorry. Just getting a bit excited there.
Yeah, well, she threw everything at it, Ziggy. Couldn't ride out of that one. Here goes Lilior now on the forehand. Nice hit to get started. Just trying to improve on a 4.07. She'll add any extra she can. The 25-year-old. Got a smooth forehand. Great competitor. And she's really aware of just even making slight incremental additions to her heat score total now will make life a little harder for Laura and Charlie, who are chasing her down. But this has become another one of those stories, Rich, about the lower seed, the newcomer to the Challenger Series scene, stepping up against these big names who've had the consistency throughout the entire Challenger season. And Ziggy doing really well here, holding a nerve, but have a look how compressed the heat score totals are. Yeah, not a whole lot separating these competitors. One good ride is the difference. 4th could go to 1st quite easily.
100%, half a point separating the top 3 riders. It's like another decent wave approaching the lineup.
Yeah, this is Laura. Nice hit, just a single turn, but it's a classy one. She pin drops out of there.
Yeah, just stretched out. I'm curious as we hit the GWM recap. This was Anat Lelior on the backhand. Some beautiful turns, nice and composed in the finish. Ziggy Aloha McKenzie showing a bit of flair. Love watching her surf. She's got that real attack mode switched on. She found this beautiful left hand. I love that carving cutback into a series of quick snaps down the line here. And that was her best wave, that 5.33. And then we had some visitors. What a special moment there for Laura Rupp, sharing this left-hander. The Dolphins and getting some nice work done. Currently down in third place, though, with a little bit of work to do in the last 6 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, the intensity's starting to build for Laura, who came into the contest sitting in that 8th position. We saw the live ladder before, already a bit of shifting going on, and that just means that she is dropping a lower result, and Laura's got to get through a couple of heats probably to start adding to her points tally for the season.
Yeah, it's almost a victim of being consistent, but just outside the final series. And those big wins, those big finishes into the finals and semi-finals, they really, really help. And then you can come into an event with a low score, and that's where you jump because you're replacing that 5th score. We take 5 out of 7. And that's your score tally for the end of the year.
Just on 5 minutes to go here, Ziggy. I think most of the competitors, you know, they see a swell line approaching. They're very quick to size it up and give it a good look and see if there's any scoring opportunity down the line, and especially in a heat where the numbers are this close. We saw Lelior there just appealing to the priority judge, trying to get an update on what was going on. Yep. She's in 2nd priority. Charlie's hanging on to ultimate priority at the moment. And here we go. And that is going to hammer the end section. Can't stick it though. Just desperate efforts by these competitors. We've seen them throw a couple of big individual turns. No one's really made that big move, that big classy move stick yet. So as a result, we've got a really compressed scale. It's a battle of the mid-ranges.
Yeah, I wonder whether it was an appeal to the priority or whether she was getting signals from her coach, maybe on the beach, where to go, where to sit in the lineup. I think.
Yeah, who to cover.
Yeah. So perhaps a little confusion there. But anyway, she got that wave and was unable to convert, which is just unlucky.
4 minutes to go here. Nervous times for Lelior and Laura Rupp, the Brazilian. Bit of movement here from Laura. It's going to be a single turn, loses the back foot. She's not going to help her chase down that requirement, the 5.02.
She just can't seem to find the edge of these swell lines. Always talk about, you know, finding the open face rather than just a straight closeout wave that'll only allow you the one turn. You want to find that wave that tapers down, it has a corner on it. That's
Find the corner.
That's where you can get the work done.
Lelior just desperate for some updates here. And you know, the competitors are kind of a long way from the main event site. Rich, maybe a couple of 100 metres up the beach to the north. But, you know, I think it just speaks to the situation. There's some anxiety around this result for Anat, and she's desperate to hang on to this qualifying position she finds herself in here at the moment. She wants that situation update. She wants it to keep coming. She wants to know who's got priority and who is a threat. And right now she is locked on to Laura as the surfer most likely to turn this heat.
Yeah, although they're in 3rd and 4th priority, Anat does have priority over Laura. So you can see here she's sticking to her like glue, and we'll try and block her for any wave that comes through, and she's only sitting on a 4.07 as a backup, so does have the opportunity to go further out and stretch the requirement.
Well,
2
she's
minutes.
a two-time Olympian, really crafty competitor, super sharp. You can see that, the attention to detail. The European qualifying series champion, long-time Challenger Series force, and maybe as close as she's ever been to cracking the code and getting onto the CT. Time ticking by. Just a shadow for Laura out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's frustrating in Laura's position as well. All you want to do is just get away, get some space, and that competitor just shadowing you. It's frustrating. So what she needs to do is try and force her onto a wave. She doesn't have a lot of time to do it. She needs us hoping for a set with multiple waves in it so she can push her on, make her use priority.
And that is covering Laura at the moment, but Laura can kind of flip the narrative by being ultra aggressive and looking at waves and try and sell.
Yeah.
And that's on the priority too. But at the moment, she looks a little more defensive, Laura, as opposed to trying to play that game.
Here we go, though. Looks like something approaching here. Will she get to it in time?
And that needs to, well, I was going to say, Laura needs to look at this wave like she's going.
Yeah.
And here we go, Ziggy looking to close this one out. Does really well to stay on her feet. Tricky close out to right out of there. Only 30 seconds to go. And here we go, there's some movement. She needs really a two-wave set in this situation. Making a motion towards it. She has to sell this wave. And she can't even get into it. So Anat now gets that priority, and she's going to control. There'll be a handshake between the two competitors. She did what she had to do. Job done there. And
Yes,
that is going to hang on to that second spot. Ziggy Aloha McKenzie is going to take the W here. A low-scoring heat, Rich, but they've all been exciting.
Yeah, it was a little bit scrappy, no doubt. You know, no one even cracking double digits in terms of heat totals, but nonetheless, really exciting. And, you know, it's Ziggy McKenzie. Gee, she put in a great performance against some bigger names.
Powering through to the next round. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with Heat 3 in just a moment. Beautiful Newcastle, the perfect stage for Bioglan SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. A beautiful day here, but a day that for these competitors you know, could be the one of the best days of your life, or just an absolute nightmare. All right, now we are going to set up heat number 3 from the Basque Country. We've got Nadia Eristabe. She's had a fantastic year wearing the red jersey, has a shot at qualification, not too far away. She's the next in line. If she can progress through this heat, get herself into the quarterfinals, she'll guarantee that position on the CT. She did get the call up as a replacement surfer earlier this season. Wasn't able to survive the cut, so here she is campaigning on the Challenger, and she got this one during the break, Rich.
Yeah, nice wave to open up here for Nadia. Gets a couple of backhand hooks and 2 decent turns there, so a fairly solid start. Confidence builder, we'll call it. Opens up with the 4.17.
Another Olympian in the mix from the Basque Country, represented Spain at the Olympics. Really strong surfer, and also someone that I think understands that you've got to really enjoy the journey. Always see her around the event site, huge smile on her face, relishes the opportunity to tap into the beauty of the areas that she visits, and has a good time, which is great to see. She's got some tough opponents in this one. Sophie McCulloch, a 27-year-old who's been to that championship tour before, qualified in 2023, an injury plagued by career. Last year she was on the road back to full health. Didn't get the W in the event, but definitely got the ride of the event window. Paddled up the beach after being eliminated, and well, just tucked into one of the biggest hits that we've seen here during the SURFEST window in 40 years. We'll try and cue it up for you to have a look at. Also out there, Sol Aguirre, she started her campaign on the Challenger with a 9th here, so she's got some positive vibes running when it comes to competing here at the Bioglan SURFEST. Stays with a local family, the Peruvian, the Smiths, Reese, his wife Sophie, their 3 children, and they make her part of the crew. And I think she really enjoys their company. She's working with Jake Patterson at this contest, Sol. And Kana Nakashia out there in the green, representing Japan.
Yeah, looking at the Bioglan replay here, you can see Nadia, there was a bit of backwash on that wave. Just overextends. Doesn't make that one, but you know, she'll get back out there. Still plenty of time.
Unable to complete that final turn, Rich, but she's from Zermatt. Obviously, you competed there a bunch back in the day. Talk to us about the conditions and how they might compare to here and give her an edge.
Yeah, fairly similar actually. You know, some beautiful beach breaks around Zermatt, and really fun beaches. They get a lot of offshore conditions like this, so yeah, she'll be feeling right at home here. But look, all the competitors Ron at this level are so well-rounded. You know, they do have specialties, whether they're, you know, they really thrive in the big wave conditions, but Nadia is so well-rounded.
Yeah, a European champion who's really starting to realise her potential on a global scale now. Knocking on the door of a spot on the CT, earning a full-time place. Sophie McCulloch, we mentioned she's been there. Didn't she qualified like you, Rich? She was a long shot. She was at Haleiwa. She got the win that she needed to join the CT ranks.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And, you know, just earning your spot by way of a win always feels good, and she did it.
She had to win the event, right?
Yeah, I can talk to that. We both were in that similar position, and yeah, no better way to do it. Oh, just a slip for Nadia Eristabe on that one. Just the front foot just coming straight off.
Does that look like a timing issue to you, or is that a bit of a kind of equipment malfunction? Maybe not enough fresh wax underfoot?
Just maybe the timing was off a little bit. Normally these competitors just have a real fresh coat of wax. Normally before the event you'll de-wax your favourite board, put a fresh coat on, and literally the last thing you do before you go and collect your jersey is you know, rub some wax on. But let's see what happened here. Well, that was just a plain slip-off, so perhaps she forgot to wax up.
Here goes Kana, one of Japan's best. She's going to take a fall on that end section. But she is An impressive individual. She's studying at university, studying a sports science degree while competing. So a busy individual, but still getting through rounds on the Challenger Series.
It's a pretty looking ocean today, Ron. Conditions have been flawless all day. As we see Solaguerre, she's heading north. A couple of different sections to the bank here. Directly out front, there's a nice left-hander. Further down, looks like we've got a bit of a split peak, a right, and then another left further up the beach again. So plenty of options for the surfers to choose from.
I mean, we've still got to see the top seeds in the women's event, Rich. And there's still so much surfing ahead of us. And obviously, you know, some surfers aren't competing here with the same kind of pressure as those defending their spots at the top end of the ranks. But do you think we're going to see another new winner on the Women's Challenger Series this season? Or you think we'll see someone claim a second victory?
Oh, no, let's mix it up. Let's get a new victor. Let's get a full fairy tale story of someone coming from behind, stealing a spot. It's always more exciting for us in the booth, but no, it's good to share the wins around.
21 minutes remaining here. And just like that last heat, no one really has control of this one just yet.
I think we're seeing a slight change in conditions too, Ron, in terms of the tide starting to fill in a little more. We've got about an hour or two left of incoming tide here, so we're not seeing these waves break and steepen up as much as they come towards the bank, and it's moving in a little bit as well. So there's always that 2 to 4 meters of area you need to cover in the lineup where the waves actually do break, and positioning always key in these heats.
Yeah, we weren't too inspired yesterday afternoon to hit the lineup. Decided to give it a miss, but took a walk along the harbour and went up to Nobby's Beach to check the surf there. Beautiful boardwalks to hit right around Newcastle, right along the coast, onto the harbour. Good restaurants over that side, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. People out there just chasing it, getting after life. It's good to see. As we have a look at the live rankings here on the Women's Challenger Series, here at the final stop, Yelena Hopkins bundled out of the event in the last heat, but she's already stitched up her place on the championship tour, as has Tia, as has Sally, and Francisca Nadia Aristabe out there in the lineup. And she guarantees her place on the CT by cracking the quarterfinals of this event. But it just depends how things unfold behind her. If some of those surfers behind her fall out of the mix, we might be giving her the good news a little earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Laura. You can look at the points differential from Alyssa Spencer down to Laura up. So Alyssa's actually been bumped down into 8th position there. So there is some movement on the leaderboard at the moment. But we're yet to see Alyssa Spencer take to the lineup.
That wave just funneled off on the sandbar. A potential for a pit. For Kana, yeah, just too late into it, Rick.
Yeah, she could have, she had maybe just paddled just a fraction harder. This is Sophie McCulloch.
Yeah, well, Sophie has some big turns, big single turns she can lean into. And from the Newcastle flight cam, that one looked pretty solid. We'll see a front-on angle in just a moment. 18.5 minutes to go. Let's have a look at what went wrong for Kana here.
Oh, she just got held up, and this can happen in those offshore conditions. As you said, that wave rifled down the bank, and Sophie, that's a classy turn from her. Beautiful carve off the top. Another compact little surfer who packs a punch, but really honours that rail game beautifully, and muscles up when the conditions start to get bigger as well. Obviously with that win in Hawaii, and yeah, that amazing pit that she got here last year in the free surf just up the beach.
Yeah, she's had that big moment before, chasing glory in the final event to qualify. Can she get it done here? She has just moved into the lead with a 5.33. We'll see if she can close it out right after this Bonsoy brew break. Just a spectacular coastline here in the city of Newcastle. It doesn't feel like a city, this place. It feels like a big little town with a great community of just absolute sports nuts, and they turn out in force to get behind athletes at events staged in the area. And SURFEST has had amazing support from the locals in the last 40 years as we take yet another trip on the Newcastle flight camp. And loving those images today as we get back to live action and have a look at this wave on the Bioglan replay during the break. Makana tapping into this one, Rich, didn't get a whole lot out of it.
No, and then Sophie McCulloch up behind her on the right, just getting compressed by that whitewash. And, well, they're back. The locals are back.
Yeah, nice pod.
They're just doing laps.
Getting in on the fun. And don't forget to plan your trip to Newcastle. Go to visitnewsouthwales.com. Plenty to do here. As we see the scoreboard looking pretty good for Sophie McCulloch at the moment. I mean, a 5.33 is not a huge score, especially by her standards. But really, Nadia Aristabe is the only surfer even close to that. So a big chance for Sophie if she can drop the big score to just stitch control up and hold on to that #1 position heading into the second half of this heat. Beautiful vision.
Looks like there was an albino dolphin in there somewhere in the mix. Very cool.
Might have been swimming upside down.
Could have been. Great vision there, and we do have an easterly swell at the moment, touching north in it, and then this underlying south underneath that as well. So a bunch of different swells, and what that does is create these peaky conditions rather than the stretched out line that you'll see on a more defined ground swell. This is coming down from Dixon Park into the Merriweather zone. Looking south.
Yeah, another great feature of Newcastle is the ocean baths. They've got one of the biggest in the Southern Hemisphere right here at Merriweather. yeah, they're sensational features along the East Coast. Just over 12 and a half minutes remaining in this one. A low-scoring affair, much like that last heat. Vaughan, Ziggy, though, doing enough to get the W.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. And Ziggy, welcome to the glass for the very first time at a Challenger Series event. Must feel fantastic.
Yeah, it feels good. Feels good to get some waves and put some scores up there.
We saw your first heat the other day in very, very different condition. Lots of opportunities, but junky surf everywhere. Today, really clean, really fun, but, you know, knowing when to pull the trigger and wave selection, crucial.
Yeah, it's wild how much it can change and completely different conditions towards the other day. And yeah, just kind of good to get out there and get some good waves and get some opportunities to, yeah, just surf.
Now, we know you're Steely, but how's your dad going? Because he was one of the highlights yesterday. He was basically melting into the concrete like a drop paddle pop. Is he okay? Did he like that heat better than yesterday's heat?
Nah, he's good. I think Mum and Dad are just stoked to be here, and my brother as well. Yeah, he definitely gets a little bit more nervous than I do. I think they were stressing a little bit yesterday, but he's loving it. He's flown over from Bali, so just soaking it all up, and he's stoked to be here with me.
Fantastic, and we know how beautiful it is today, but what about sharing that heat with all those dolphins, the unicorns of the sea, just making those things, those moments absolutely magical for you?
Yeah, that was really cool, actually. One of the waves that I ducked over, I could see one like coming towards me. I was kind of like, oop, but super, super cool, such a cool experience.
So special to share those moments of magic, natural wonder in amongst the battle of competition. Congratulations, Zig, and so stoked for you. Hope this run continues in this Challenger Series for you.
Thank you, Vaughnie. Thanks, crew. Ooh.
Cheers, Vaughan. Yeah, Ziggy looking sharp. Super confident youngster, and even though the heat score total wasn't massive in that heat, you know, even her more experienced rivals didn't post huge numbers, so I don't think she'll be too concerned about that. Just moving through to the next round is just an opportunity to reset and drop some big scores. Looking for one at the moment. Solagire, a ninth place finish here in the first Challenger Series event. She actually has had a couple of nights, so is pretty well situated. Wants to just keep moving through the rounds and bag one of her bigger Challenger Series results. But she's up against it at the moment, the clock especially.
It seems to be a bit of a theme from the last couple of events, last couple of heats, excuse me. Just the ocean sitting down a little bit, just taking a bit of a breather as the tide marches in a little bit further.
It's just so fun looking at the honour roll for this event on the men's and women's side, Rich. Going all the way back to that first year, 85, Tom Curran on the men's side, Wendy both up on the women's. But many of the greats of the sport have won here. Freda Zamba, Jodie Cooper, Pam Burridge, Pauline Mensah. Vanessa Osborne getting one of the first kind of real local victories. Pam Burridge had multiple victories here. Nerida Falconer. And Beck Woods went on a mad winning run here.
She get 3?
She got 3.
Wow.
Steph Gilmore, Philippa Anderson. True local getting a victory. The list goes on. The kind of the common thread on both the men's and women's side is the fact that winners here often, or more often than not, graduate to the CT. I think on the men's side, every single person that has won the event has been on the championship tour. So it's a pretty promising sign for people, and even those at the back outside those qualifying positions at the moment still have a chance to get onto the CT with a victory.
Yeah, it's a pretty special event, this one, no doubt about it. See some of our competitors starting to get ready for this next exchange.
Teresa.
Next heat, Teresa Bonvalot. And just looking, all the surfers and coaches are always looking at what's happening in the lineup, identifying where that sandbar is going to start lighting up.
Yeah, Teresa, like Sophie McCulloch, needs to crack the final really to have a solid shot at it. Her chances get pretty good once she hits the semis, but you just have to keep in mind that there's a lot of people above her still alive in the draw. We just saw Anat Lilior progress through her heat, so she's adding points to her tally as we dive into the GWM. Heat recap here, Rich.
Yeah, this is Nadia Estabe on the backhand. Got a couple of nice turns there. And she got herself a 4-1-7. Sophie McCulloch with a beautiful hack. Just the one big solid manoeuvre, but it was enough to put her out in the lead with a 5.33. This is Kana Nakashio from Japan. She found a nice left-hander and got some work done as well. So she's in second place. Small total though, 5.5. So still wide open. Like, look at Nadia. She only needs a 1.33 to get into the advancing spot. And with 7 minutes on the clock, we're hoping that this heat just comes alive in these final moments. And the wave gods start sending us some waves. Let's do this.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one because nobody's really kind of racked up a crazy wave count. We've got 3 surfers with 4 rides. With 3 rides, sorry, and Sol's only had 2. So it's not like there's been kind of opportunities to take insiders here, Rich. It's been few and far between in this exchange, as we see Nadia lining one up on the inside here. This wave is going to close out, but she'll get one hit in. Glides over that foamy section. She's only looking to throw away a 1-point ride. She only needs a 1.33 to get up into second place. She's going to do it.
Yeah, she's got that smart move at that point in the heat just to establish herself and get into that qualifying position up in second place. I don't think she'll go all the way to number 1 with this ride, but not a bad foam rebound. She'll get a couple of points.
I think tactically it's really clever because, you know, why not, you know, attack from second position rather than being there overly patient in a slow lineup waiting for a wave that might not come. Get yourself into that second spot. You know, maybe it's a gamble if there is a set wave that rolls in, but I just think being in a qualifying position with 5 minutes to go, you're likely going to get another shot and you might get a good wave. But shift things, get yourself at least in a position where if nothing happens, you're sweet.
Yeah, exactly. And she's done that. We'll see a couple of numbers drop through now and she'll move straight up into second place.
It's usually a little different if a competitor's chasing, say, a 4 or a 5. You're just forced to be a bit more selective, a bit more patient. But we've seen people chasing 1-point rides before and just being patient and waiting way too long to make their move, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Do the work and then build.
Especially in these kind of conditions when it's a little smaller. 5 minutes to go here. 3.6 for Nadia. She's up in the second. Kana Nakashio. She's after a 4.44. Here goes Nadia now. She's finding a bit of rhythm in the ocean, and she's going to drift the tail on that turn. That's going to get a better number than the 3.6, so she's starting to build now. Here goes Sophie, and she's trying to build on her tally as well. Wants to improve on a 4.07. Nice closeout, Rio.
Yeah, so a bit of action now. Things are starting to come to life in the final moments. And what you said, Ron, about rhythm, you know, just taking off on waves, it can start to bring rhythm on. And Nadia picks up another nice left-hander here. Beautiful swoop to start off. Bit more of an aggressive pivot turn off the lip for the second. And Sophie, much like her first wave, the wave stands up nice and clean in front of her. This time opts for the big lip gliding floater. It's great vision here, the Bioglan replay from above. Great composure. So number 1 and number 2 in this heat really starting to pull away, but here we go, here's Sol.
Wow. And Sol has a mean layback snap that she can go to. Doesn't get the opportunity to truly lay into that move, but she kept those pocket turns running through the opening stages of this ride.
She should be motoring back out into the lineup because that wave's going to put her in touch. She's perhaps going to need something more. 4.94 is what she needed. If it's not that number, she's going to need another wave. And definitely the requirement is going to be pushed out further with these scores dropping.
Yeah, Nadia's just dropped her best ride, a 4.67. So just a couple of waves, a right, straight into a left. Got herself second spot, has improved on her heat score total now. Sophie's still got a number on the way?
I believe so, yeah, that closeout number, unless it was that 407.
think she had that one. So I think she's got a number on the way. It's starting to come through now, and it looks pretty decent. Looks like she's going to maintain her position at the top and strengthen her heat score total.
Yeah, she'll better her lower score here.
Oh, set standing up on the outside. Priority is with Kana Nakashio. And she's going to swing on this one. A nice looking left, bowling out, rips through that first turn. Solid hit. Can she combo it up? She does. Got there a little late on the final move. But she doesn't need a whole lot, just a 5.51 to get the second. As McCulloch takes off once again. Does well to stay on her feet, but it's just the one turn. And it's not going to really set her scoreline on fire here.
Well, it's a similar situation in that last heat. We've got Nadia and Sol in first and second priority, and Sol needs a wave here. So Nadia, she's going to look to close this one out the final 2 minutes. Force.
Here we go.
Sol wants to force Nadia onto a wave here.
Yeah, and she does. It's Sophie McCulloch charging down the line. We're watching the Bioglan replay, so there was that shuffle in priority. Sol second priority. Nadia's holding on to control, and you can see how tight they're sitting out the back with just 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. 5.17 for Sophie on her previous wave. We just saw the replay of it. And Sol is up at the moment.
Oh.
Bashes through the lip.
Well, Nadia gave her that wave.
Madness.
Sol only needed a 3.34 on this wave, and I'm pretty sure that's with all the adjusted scores in. Felt like a 3.34 to me, Ron. Let's have a look at the replay here. So Nadia looking at it.
Wow.
Sol pulls the trigger right at the final moment. It's a foamy wave, but she gets a quick snap. Super important to finish that turn there. She kind of threw it up there. It was a bit of a slap on the backhand, but she got it done.
Wow, it looked pretty good from that angle, didn't it?
Yeah, she got it nice and high up in the lip. So really interesting moment here. Final 30 seconds, scores coming in.
Crucial too. We know that Nadia's just a couple of heats away from clenching her place up there in the top 7. And she's gifted Sol an opportunity here, and time winding down. Nadia needs to stay focused on what's coming her way in this lineup. But it looks like these waves are sitting down, waiting on the number to come through for Sol. Is it going to be enough? It's going to be right there. I'll tell you who'll be loving that performance is Jake Patterson, who had one of the most memorable clutch moments in the history of the sport to win the Pipe Masters over Bruce Irons.
Yeah, that was an incredible event. I was on the beach to watch that one, and I was on hand to celebrate that night too.
Numbers starting to roll through, and they are
look
looking good for Sol, looking for a nightmare finish for Nadia Aristabe, who had priority, and the number drops 4.43, and it's enough to see Sol into second place.
Wow, this is unbelievable. So that minor lapse in judgment may prove to be her undoing and potentially losing a position on the championship tour. All she had to do, she had priority, all she had to do was take that wave.
Unbelievable. And this is the thing, that pressure, it just scrambles people's mindset. You overthink the situation when you just need to be on the attack. And for Sol, it was easy. She was just going to force her way into that wave every time. And Nadia has been knocked out of the event as a result of that priority error. And Sol is in second spot, moving through to the next round. Sophie McCulloch with the victory. We're going to take a quick break. Heat 4 will get underway in just a moment with Jessie Starling and Felicity Palmatier coming in for the call.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia. By City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST. By Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
The Bioglan SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is wreaking some havoc when it comes to these qualifying situations, including this lady, Sol Aguirre, with a major upset over Nadia Aristabe in that last heat. She's going to be moving on through. Nadia needed to make that heat to keep her dreams alive. Hopefully, the points go her way, but we've said it time and time again. Myself, Jessie Starling, Felicity Palmatier, you don't want to be on the bench and watch your fate unfold in front of you.
This is really going to sting for Nadia. I was just watching that when we were on the break, and I was like, oh, my goodness, I can't believe you've got right. Yeah, you can see it here. I mean, you're not going to be happy with that, and you're just going to be you're regretting that decision time and time again. That's one of those things that it's one of those hard pills to swallow, and unfortunately, this day is going to suck, maybe tomorrow as well. You're just going to be waiting there, watching everything unfold, and you just wish you could rewind back time.
Oh, you can look at her. It's just, it says it all over her face. She's just devastated right now. In this heat, though, Kika Veselko, Teresa Bonvalot, Eden Waller, and Annie DeSantos take in on each other right now. Obviously, Kika, she's already moved through to that championship tour. She's qualified. She's been solidified. So she's coming into this just free-flowing, ready to open up right now. Obviously, the most previous champion that we had here at SURFEST. She won just when we were here under 12 months ago. But Teresa Bonvalot kind of has this spoiler energy about her. She wants to be on the tour with these other two Portuguese ladies who have qualified, including this lady.
Yeah, so this one here, opener for Veselko, couple of little jams. Probably not exactly what she had in mind. And then Eden Waller out the back on a bomb. Beautiful two-turn combo, and she sticks the second. Does she get a third? Little bonus section maybe here, but that was great from the young grommet from the US of A.
I love watching her surf, and guess what? We're going to do it again. She's paddling for another wave here, locks in a big 7.5. Goes down on this section here, though, but Eden Waller is that type of surfer. She has the same sort of energy as Tia Zabrowski. You know it's not long until she's going to get there.
Oh, totally. I feel, you know, we've obviously seen some of those free surf, you know, images have been burned into my brain of what she's capable of. And then last year I took notice here, you know, she kind of put me on hold. I was like, wow, her performances here at SURFEST were really great. And, you know, there's sort of been murmurs of she could be this underdog that could go very deep into this draw.
Absolutely. There's an 8.83 that she got here last year, and she got this barrel into this big turn combo, and Stace and I were just genuinely just screaming. And we weren't talking, we weren't saying any words, we were just screaming at the television because Eden Waller was just so impressive. Hometown, San Clemente, California. She's actually just solidified herself for another full year on the Challenger Series. She took out a couple of big wins back home in that North America regional tour, Pismo Beach, and more even recently over at Barbados. But looking like she's nursing an ankle injury.
Yeah, it does look like that. I'm not sure if I did see that yesterday on the opening day as we get caught up with Teresa.
Yeah, Tay needs to get a bit of damage done in this heat if she really wants to try and get over that line. 3 big turns. Bit of a look into the beach. You can hear her coach whistling. I saw them have this really nice moment of, you can do this, you know, before they paddled out. So Teresa, she's come so close a couple of times now to being on that championship tour, and she's going to get her campaign underway here.
Yeah, this is a beautiful opening wave, or it's the second wave or opening wave for Teresa, actually. No, her second wave. She did have one previous to last. It was just a quick one turn on the backhand, but she fell. So she's such a good surfer. I think, you know, before we had the expansion of the Women's World Tour and obviously the Challenger Series and how many women we were taking to the World Tour, the conversation was always like, there's women here that are right on the cusp that are so worthy, and Teresa has been one of them. Alyssa Spencer, obviously another, that were right there. And I think that's when it's always been a conversation, but I feel like in, you know, more recent years, those ladies were a part of that narrative. And to be so close so many times, I understand that feeling. It's just really hard to try and bounce back every year. And try and sort of get your head back in the game and be like, right, okay, I came so close. Like, and sometimes missing out by one spot to try and regroup and figure out a game plan for the following year can sometimes be super challenging.
Yeah, right on cue. Alyssa Spencer there. Mura Suzuki comes to mind in that list of women as well. She's been close so many times. But we want to know what the vibe's like down there on the boardwalk. And I believe our very own Vaughan Deadly, he's out and about.
Oh, yeah, the vibe is high, Jess, real high. But what we want to find out is what's going on with the equipment when the surf's absolutely pumping. So it's the Newcastle Airport board check-in. I'm here with BP from CI. G'day, mate. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Mate, the women are out there and coming up very soon. Eve Wong, we're excited to see what she can do. Walk us through her equipment, because this thing, dead set, looks like it would not float me in a million years.
Well, you're right. It wouldn't. It wouldn't float you. It's very small. But Eve has been working with Britt for the last few years, and she rides the CI Pro, which has a lot more curve to it. And in conditions like this, where there is like the waves cup out and you've got to try to fit turns in, the rocker in this board will allow her to turn tight and keep up with the pace of the wave. And then she's actually just changed her fins recently too. She's gone to an air core in FCS, which makes them a little bit more reactive, and it keeps her up with the pace of the wave a little bit better too. So in a round tail, plenty of drive, plenty of control, and I'm excited to see what she can do.
That's awesome, mate. And like, is there any difference? Like, would she be mixing up the boards compared to, say, the other day where it was junky and shifty, or is she just relying on these things as her go-to?
She'd be just relying on this thing as a go-to. Even when it was a little bit junky and shifty, the waves were still like, had little tight pockets. So having that rocker just allows her to fit those turns in, and she really needs to like pick her waves, and that's where the scores are going to come from. All week, there's been big moments in big sections, and having a board that like fits into those allows you to get big scores.
That's awesome, mate. Well, how many litres is this thing? About 2, 3 maybe?
22, yeah.
Okay. You're pretty close. Almost. Good on you, mate. Thanks for walking us through that. That is the Newcastle Airport board check-in.
Thanks, Morno. Thanks, Brent. Brent is honestly one of the most intelligent people I've ever met about boards. We were lucky, my sister and I were lucky enough to work with him in a short space when he was out in the Australian office, and just his knowledge about and the finite technical things about surfboards, it actually really sparked an interest in it for me. And I think whoever is, with CI is so lucky to have Brent Power in their corner.
Oh, totally. He's a great guy. Used to ride for CI a long time ago, and yeah, wealth of knowledge. And I'm looking forward to seeing Eve coming up in that next heat. She's, Brent actually touched on it. She's just waiting for those really good waves, and he's not wrong, because she has great wave selection. Every time she's paddled out, she always seems to find herself on some of the best waves of the day. So she's coming up.
Yeah, and she's
heat.
actually not too far down the rankings either. She's one of those women who can actually get the job done here as well, with a big win, obviously working with the big lovable personality of Dougie Silva. On your screens though, that is Annette Gonzalez Echebarri. So she's actually in contention for qualification. She's in one of those top 7 positions, but she's been battling a really gnarly knee injury for about 2 years. And it's one of those things where she kind of has to decide, do I keep pushing through or do I get surgery? That's where she's at with it.
Oh
wow. Eden bins out the back on that one. So she's got a 7.5, which is a high mark of this heat. Kicker, a couple of threes, a 5.17 for that last one of Teresa. Now, Teresa, is touched. She's been so close the last couple of years. She's had a lot of championship tour wildcards. What I'm most interested about with Teresa is, watching Yolanda and Kika qualify. That must have been something, maybe a tough pill to swallow. Obviously, she's stoked to support her fellow, countrymen, but she was always kind of the front runner out of the Portuguese woman.
Totally. I couldn't agree with that more. I think it must be difficult. I can relate to that feeling of being so close multiple times, and then someone maybe that, I don't know, your same sort of age group, generation just sort of gets there before you. It can sort of be disheartening, but I think it's super important to remember that, like, everyone, sounds a bit cliche, but everyone really is on their own journey, right? And I think as we just look at this Newcastle flight cam, you can see Francisca just having a crack here, and she has made that jump just before Teresa, as we see this beautiful turn, but just picks the nose there. But yeah, I think it's really important to remember everyone is on their own journey, and at the end of the day, like, consistency and hard work will pay off, and all that preparation, when that opportunity comes, you've just got to seize it. And I think some people get there quicker than others, and some people have that really, really long journey. So really easy to get caught up in that sort of narrative. But yeah, she surfs so good, and case in point right there, just with that one.
Case in point. That was a beautiful backside Rio here for Tay-Tay. Annie DeSantos, our local wildcard, just had to press the eject button on that section there. But, you know, when we saw Kika qualify for the tour, she put up this really short but heartfelt post. You know, she said, this journey was never solo. Family, friends, coaches, sponsors. From Grom dreams to the big stage. And that was it, you know, and it summed it up so perfectly. It's such a team effort to get there. And she's still here, she's still swinging. We spoke about it with Yolanda. These rankings do come into play when we look forward to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. First CT, that's coming up here. So Kika looking to keep adding to her points here, keep adding to the total. Sophie McCulloch, however, looking to really start to jump up the rankings right now. And Borna, I believe you got Soph.
I do have Soph. Mate, congratulations. First box ticked with a nice win there.
Yeah, no, happy to get that one out of the way. It was pretty slow and challenging, but I was really happy with my positioning and my wave selection, and hopefully I can do even better next heat.
It's weird, isn't it? Because like you were just saying, you look out there when you're watching from the beach, you're watching pumping waves, and then when you paddle out, it's one of those annoying scenarios where you can see them, but you can't get to them.
Yeah, it's like 3 foot and offshore, so you rock up to the beach and you think it's like, yeah, pumping, and then you get out there and it's kind of a closeout, but I grew up on a closeout, so it worked in my favour. Yeah,
well, you were belting those closeouts as well. You've had such a busy week. Was it hard to make the decision to sort of go in the ABB, represent your club all the way out there at Burleigh, and then make the pilgrimage down here just at short notice to try and, you know, qualify?
No, it was an easy decision. I wouldn't miss that event for the world. It's the funnest event, and I love competing for my club, so yeah, it was a no-brainer. And like, kind of a pleasant distraction to have something else to focus on? Oh, it's just fun. It reminds you how fun surfing is, and it creates this camaraderie that you don't often get in these individual events. So yeah, it reminds, like, I remember thinking about it and I was like, comps like the ABB are exactly why I surf. It's about surfing with mates and competing with mates. So yeah, it just kind of was enough to get me fired up for this event, and yeah, whether I qualify or not, I won't regret going and doing that event. Yeah, I love that. You bring all that good energy down here, and it keeps you on a nice momentum, a good roll. Last year, you scored one of the barrels of the entire contest window just up the beach there. Like, I always wonder, when you have a moment like that at a beach, it kind of makes that beach a real cherished spot in your memory forever. Did that barrel sort of, does it sit in your memory as one of those classic rides? Yeah, for sure. That was a really fun wave, and yeah, I was pretty happy to get it with all the guys out there. But yeah, it was definitely nice coming back here and remembering doing that last year. But I already loved Newey. It already held a special place in my heart. There's incredible food and coffee here, so yeah, it's already a sick place. So I'm just happy to be back. Well, you've come from the clouds to win an event and qualify before. We really hope to see you do it again. Congratulations. Yeah, I'd love to do it again too. Cheers.
Just one of those surfers who you immediately think needs to be on the championship tour. She's just so good, and she attacks the lip just like Kika Veselko is doing here, not once but twice, with a really nice free fall out of that second turn. But we look towards our young gun, Eden Waller. She just drops in another massive score, a 7.33.
Yeah, it is a big number. This is a convincing lead in this heat. She's having a little look here.
Oh, she's on a roll. She's not going to take that one, though, but I cannot wait to see the trajectory of Eden Waller's career.
She's destined for big things, for sure. So young. We know she's not scared. She's not afraid of a bigger wave to pull into tubes. Look, you know, obviously that's one thing, but even if I single out one manoeuvre, it was actually on her backhand earlier in this heat. She fell on it, but the technique and everything going into that, surfing beyond her years, the maturity level there and the style that she has is really pleasing on the eye. So I think she really is the full package, and yeah, that's why I just think she could go sneaky deep into this draw.
I think
Maybe not so sneaky anymore
not
with these
so
couple
sneaky.
of sevens.
Yeah, she's looking really, really good. Obviously, she got a round of 16 here last year, so a 9th place finish. And we're looking forward to seeing if maybe she goes all the way to a win to add her name to a long list of incredible surfers. 13 minutes to go, though. She's going to make it through the round of 32 first. We'll check out if she does right after this Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back. This is the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and I'm in the Bonsoy athlete area right now, and it's not just reserved for surfers. We've got all sorts of athletes here, including the chart-topping Newcastle Jets. Woo! How good to see you guys. Absolutely frothing to have you down here at the comp. Lockie Rose, mate, the leading goal scorer of the comp this year. What is going on with you guys? It is so sick to see at the top of the table.
Yeah, we're just enjoying it at the moment, taking game by game and focusing on getting 3 points every week. So, yeah, but it's awesome to be down here today and checking out what's going on, obviously with a different type of sport to what we're used to. So, yeah, awesome experience for us.
Mate, Newcastle loves its surfing, it loves its rugby league, but it loves its football. Like, how's the response been to the success of the club this year?
Yeah, honestly, it's been amazing. It's growing every week, and the boys are doing the town proud. And I think that was our main goal for this season, is to do everyone proud. So we just got to keep going what we're doing, and yeah, obviously create a big buzz around Newcastle.
Mate, the A-League is so hyper competitive. Who are the teams that have sort of got you guys with the big target on your back?
Oh, obviously this weekend we got the top of the table clash with Auckland, so I think for us that's the biggest one. We need to win that game to try to go 7 points clear at the top, so that's all we're focused on, and we're just focusing on ourselves, to be honest with you, because I think when you start focusing on other teams, that's where things can go wrong. So for us, we just focus on what we can do, and that's the best thing we can do.
It's a top of the table clash, mate, but it's a hometown clash as well, and we'll be wrapping up the finals around, this week sometime, and hopefully we'll all be coming down to see the Jets smash Auckland, tear them a new one, and you guys will stay on top of the table. Well played, mate. Thanks for coming down to SURFEST, and good luck, the Jets. Up the Jets, let's go!
Up the Jets, let's go. There's such a big, obviously, sport kind of contingent in Newcastle. There's obviously the Newcastle Knights as well, which we actually went and watched one of the games last year, and it happened to come up against Richie, Ron, and Borno's team, the Manly Sea Eagles, and my goodness, it was kind of like being at this event. It was so many highs, so many lows. Manly came out with a flying start and then lost. It was a bit deflated in the booth the next day, potentially. Kicker, though, with a replay here.
Yeah, beautiful first turn, and then just hits that foamy section at the end. So she's locked in the 4-2 for that last one. It's going into her top two. But, look, Eden Waller is absolutely running away with this one. She's got the 2 sevens locked in, and everyone's basically fighting for that second place at the moment. Really Annie at the moment, she's kind of sitting there. She's got priority, and she's in that 4th spot. Still keeping a 0.9 as a, here we go, I spoke too soon. She's well underway here, layback jam.
Yeah, it's a better looking second turn for Annie. You could feel that there was just maybe a feel of frustration there. She hadn't really got herself going in this. Needs a 7.2. It's not going to be that, but it's definitely going to put her back in this heat.
Yeah, this is, probably not the way that she really wanted to start the wave, Really what you're looking for is that first big critical turn in a critical section. That one didn't really give it to her. Kind of laid down a little bit. But almost looks like there might be a little bit of texture on the ocean at the moment, so maybe a potential swing in the wind at the onshore, maybe lightly ruffling that water.
Yeah, it feels like even though it's light wind, but I feel like it's probably still not going to wreak too much havoc. Obviously, Annie, an incredible big wave surfer. We'll get back to that, though, because as we're rolling through these heats, we're getting situations start to unfold left, right, and centre. Number 1 and number 5, Yo-Yo and Nadia Aristabe out of the draw here.
Yeah, it's big things, right? I mean, obviously Yolanda, she's already confirmed, but we spoke to it before. Seeding's so important. Tia Zabrowski, she's actually coming up in the next heat, so she knows that. She wants probably that number 1 positioning. You want the best start you can when you get to the CT. But Nadia in 5th there, or being knocked out. Annette underneath. Alyssa, Sophie McCulloch, Laura as well. I mean, you're watching this go down and you're thinking, okay, my chances are getting a little bit better, potentially. So,
and we saw Annette before she won that heat. She was actually in 9th position. So she's already made a jump up. Unfortunately, we're not going to see Laura Rupp on the championship tour next year. Sophie McCulloch, she was down in 13th, and now she's moved up to 9th. So every heat she makes, she's getting a little bit closer. And what we thought was maybe a done deal for Nadia Aristabe. It's actually leaving the door open a fair way, but I always get excited when we see Tia Zabrowski in the jersey. She's coming up in heat number 5 against Eve Wong. We had a good chat to Brent Power about her equipment earlier in this heat, taking on the world junior champ, Isla Huppert. I cannot wait to see how Isla and Tia really come up against each other.
This is a big heat. This is a really, really big heat. Obviously, we see Tia running down now. I mean, she's the phenom. Everyone has been talking about her this year. 14 years old, qualified for the World Tour. Then you've got Isla, who has been on an absolute tear. World Junior Champ. She went to the QS. She won that at Burleigh. As we get caught up with Annie, one big belt on the backhand. And then, so yeah, Isla continues that momentum, wins the QS at Burleigh. And then now she's here in the Challenger Series event. And, you know, yesterday she was a part of that post-show well and truly. Big single manoeuvres, fetching 6.9 just for the solo ride. So I know that, you know, when there's been so much buzz around a couple of people, they're obviously so competitive. Arguably, you think there's a bit more with Tia, so Isla will be wanting to probably fix that as we get caught up with the GWM recap. And Eden Waller just showing us what she's made of. The 7.5 on the first one. We've got Teresa here on the forehand, getting loose there, releasing the fins, gets a little finish. And then we've got Kika on the backhand, just nice and precise here. She's locked in a 6.5, so she's short up her place right now. She's sitting in second. But Eden Waller, she has been the talk of this heat. This is the girl that everyone is chasing down. Big belt on the backhand, single maneuver here. Oh my goodness. Just that, basically, that's a lot of points coming from one turn.
Yeah.
Super, super impressive from the young Grommet, essentially.
And there's nothing like that feeling as well, free falling from the top of a wave and going down and then making it. You kind of feel really cool afterwards. I feel like a little bit staunch. Like, anyone else see that?
Yeah.
Like going around. And Eden did it perfectly to be able to get that done in a heat. 4 minutes to go. Your competitor who's in second place, who's a CT surfer, by the way, needs an 8.33. I mean, that really does speak volumes to Eden, the type of competitor she is. Before we went to the GWM recap, we also were talking about, you know, Annie. When we got to pay tribute to credit where credit's due, she charges.
Oh, yeah.
Like, absolutely charges. It's actually scary the way she's willing to throw herself over.
Big time. I think, you know, we're talking the likes of Waimea, we're talking Jaws, we're talking Shipsterns, we're talking the biggest waves, the scariest waves in the world. And, yeah, Annie, she's still so young and she's having a really serious crack. She's a really, really well-rounded surfer. You know, she's produced some cool edits as well with filmer Shannon Hayes, which has been really cool. You should check it out. It's on YouTube. So she's like so well-rounded and just so young. I was speaking to her earlier. I think it was yesterday or the day before. We was getting caught up on a couple of things, and she was telling me, you know, last year or the last few years, she's been trying to manage, you know, sort of this big wave career and the qualifying series as well. And she was saying it's quite difficult, you know, trying to bounce between the two. Obviously, they demand very different things. And, you know, chasing swells around the world and trying to compete on the qualifying series is a hard thing to do. You know, we've seen Kai Lenny sort of try and do that same thing for a few years there. He was sort of chasing potentially a CT qualification, but, yeah, just reined it back to big wave.
Here we go. Tay chasing down a CT spot. That's a way to get close there. She's a very passionate surfer. You could even hear a scream at the end of that wave. 2 really nice turns, and it's going to put her, right back in contention. Look at the fire coming off of her right now.
You know, you said that might have stung when Francisco qualified before her. I feel like you can feel the fire here from Teresa with this wave. I mean, we could hear that in our ears, in the cans. You know, the cameras captured it. We could hear the emotion, and it's pretty crazy, right? You can see how much it means to her. She obviously is so competitive. Here goes Kika.
Yeah, she would have heard that scream from out the back and knew, okay, something good happened there. So she needs to better a 4.23 here. Imagine being out the back and hearing that and being like, oh, okay, something's going on.
Oh, I know. I think everything adds to it, right? You hear your competitor scream and sort of with a climb like that after a wave, you're thinking, okay, my spot is in jeopardy here for sure. just adds to the dramatics of it all. So, yeah, Keegan could be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, definitely. So a 5.57 is only what Therese is looking for, and it felt like it had enough intensity, it had enough power in her turn, so it's going to go there. Early signs saying, yeah, it's well above that. First score locking in, 6.2, second one, 6.8. It's going to average out. Baileys dropped the high and the low as a 6.47. So Teresa Bonvalot now goes up into second place. Kika Veselko, our championship tour surfer, she's down in third, needs a 5.14. Annie DeSantos looking for an 8.04. 50 seconds to go here. So we've had so much last minute hurrah, especially, you know, considering this one, obviously Solagire in that last one in a devastating use of priority for Nadia Aristabe. This is just going to be the theme of the women's. You can't be safe until that hooter goes.
Totally, and that's what we're seeing in this round of 32. You know, we spoke about it. It's a seeded round. There's so much on the line for these women. And advancing through something like this or not, when you're still in contention, you know, or there's, you know, re-qualification sort of seeding, you know, like on the line, it means so much because, you know, it's sponsorship contracts, it's endorsements, it's so much. Here we go. This is Teresa.
Needing an 8.36 here to get to the lead. She's gearing up for something big. It's just going to be an end section flat. She looks out the back here. No more waves. You can see there's a bit of elation on the beach right now. That looks like a Nat Law there as well. So supporting here for Teresa Bonvalot, but she's got the job done. She's going to move on through. And of course, just the young gun we cannot get enough of. Eden Waller continues her incredible role and deepens her relationship here with Newcastle. But Kika Veselko, we're going to have to wait to see her in action again.
Wow, that was a big heat for young Eden. I'm so impressed by her. Every heat this event so far, she just keeps getting better. So looking forward to seeing her in that next round.
Annie DeSantos, our local wildcard, she falls out of the draw as well. We've got one of the best surfers in the world coming up in our next heat, Tia Zabrowski. Cannot wait to watch that unfold right after this short break. There's a reason why we keep coming back to Newcastle for the 40th year, actually this year, because we absolutely love the beaches, the place, the food, and more importantly, the people. We are always so welcome in this community, and that's why we're back again for another year of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Big upset in that last heat. Kika Veselko knocked out of the draw, but we see Eden Waller and Teresa Bonvalot through to the round of 16. Now we look to what is potentially the biggest heat of the draw. Tia Zabrowski in the red, Eve Wong in the blue, Isla Huppert in the white, Sanoa Demphley Olin in the green. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Palmer-Tier. And Flick, we always get excited when we see names like Tia Zabrowski and Isla Huppert.
Oh, totally. This is one of the biggest heats of this round for sure on paper, as we see Eve open up that account there. And just a few whacks on the backhand, but no doubt she's going to want more than that. And then behind her, ask and you shall receive. Tia Zabrowski, we've been talking her up all morning and she delivers. Isla Huppert's on the backhand, 1 belt for her too. Dare say Tia is coming away with that highest single manoeuvre score there as we see her load up here. Big belt, so much speed and acceleration out of that turn. Let's see if she gets a little finish here on the inside. Seems like she's got a little bonus track. She's out of there.
We actually have to say a little happy birthday to Tia Zabrowski, turned 15 just 3 days ago. So, yep, 15 years old, on to the championship tour and just surfing so incredibly well. And I know Tia, and from what I've heard about with a couple coaches working with her around home recently, is she is so competitive. She's so switched on, and she would know exactly what is about to go down. They see Isla Huppert with her trademark turn here, using priority over Sanoa. Comes through the inside, wants a big finish, but she's going to pull away from one last section here for Isla. You can see Dougie Silver kind of asking a question right now, but I feel like Tia would have watched that last heat with Eden Waller and thought, I want to go and do exactly that.
Oh, totally. You see someone around your same age doing something like that, and I feel, I don't know, if you're competitive, I feel like you're always competitive, but so there's something about being that sort of younger generation, or even just you're a kid. I mean, she's just turned 15.
Yeah,
she's
a
a teenager, right? But you are really competitive, I feel, when you're really young. And then it's only as you get older, there's a bit more maturity that comes with your surfing. And yes, you can be competitive, but you can distinguish between, in the jersey and outside of it.
Eve Wong.
2 nice slashes there. This is the replay of that first wave.
Yeah, just a little 2-for-1 on the inside there as well. And then Sanoa got a turn in before Isla dropped in on her here.
That single manoeuvre of Sanoa, I was really impressed by that. And also just impressed by the sort of strategic prowess of Isla, really, to just utilise that priority and be like, hang on a second, this is a good-looking wave here. If you get another second turn, I mean, Sanoa's single turn there was epic. She gets a second one, that's going to be a really good score. So Isla utilising that priority and making a super smart decision.
Wow, this from the screen looks like an absolute bomb when it was rolling in. Isla racing through a steep section. She's going to crack it for one turn there. So just going to be that one section, hit a little bit of foam through the inside here for Isla Huppert. That first wave of hers locks in at a 3.27. Tia Zabrowski within the first 7 minutes already has a 5.5 and a 5.33. Such a well-rounded competitor. We're going to take a look at the replay here of Isla.
Yeah, let's see. Just these big one-turn moments that she's really getting known for. It's sort of her trademark, right? She's really got that on lock, that big jam in the pocket, sort of throws that back arm back, and, the back arm back. She's really able to jam it. But yeah, she's impressed me. She's impressed me all event. And, but yeah, Tia, 15-year-old now. So smart. I mean, obviously, she's watched the heat before. She had that positioning on lock, and she already put away a couple of 5s.
And she's not, the type of surfer who can just surf a beach break well. She charges Chopu, so she can get barreled frontside and backside at some of the scariest waves in the world. At backdoor, she was just absolutely going for it. Even when it was big, she was one of the only women actually out there having a dig. Her Willow Hardy was consistently out there when the swell got really big at pipe. So you can just see the determination and the drive to be the best in the world. And I think this is going to be a really interesting year to see how she kind of sizes up against these championship tour surfers. Sanoa going down there. And Sanoa actually, it's really hard to surf in cold water. And Sanoa would be one of the best cold water surfers in the world.
Oh, totally. Totally. Where she comes from, we were talking, booties, hood, 5'4". Yeah. There's a serious amount of rubber that you're wearing, and it takes a certain sort of surfer to be able to really operate well in that. So she'd be feeling real loose and pretty comfortable right now. And
yes.
The water temperature right now is beautiful out there.
Yeah, pretty happy to surf in just probably a 1-mil. Eve Wong, she's got a couple of scores locked in. It's got her in second place right now with a 4.5 and a 3.6. You could see Dougie Silver on the beach kind of asking a couple of questions, and God, it must be fun having a coach like Doug Silver in your corner.
Oh, totally. He is one of the most eccentric characters that we have. The privilege of having, within the surf community, obviously ex-professional surfer himself, now turned coach, came back on the scene with Seth a few years back and, had quite a bit of success with Seth on the tour. But yeah, you can always count on him to be sporting some pretty outrageous, cool outfits, some pretty cool bling.
Always got the bling. Yeah, always. We love Dougie Silver, and we'll definitely keep a close eye on him over the trajectory of this heat. Couple of young guns in this one, vying for a spot in the round of 16. One person who just got it, Eden Waller, who had a very convincing win in that last heat. Vorno, she's with you, I believe.
Thank you, Jess. Eden Waller into the round of 16. These Challenger Series events don't look too challenging for you.
Yeah, I'm happy to find my rhythm. I feel like I've struggled before, but I really just came into this event with just trying to put no pressure on myself, and I feel like that's helping a lot.
What's it like for you, to paddle out and see these big names that have been on the Challenger for a little while, really experienced, quite scary? Do you fear them, or do you take them on as an opportunity to show what you can do?
I think I just really try to believe in my surfing, but everyone here, I feel like everyone here is a threat. Everyone rips so hard, so kind of just trying to believe in my surfing.
Okay, well look, we're going to get into a little Bond University health check here, because I've noticed that you've got a little ankle brace on. What's the story there?
Yeah, in my heat yesterday, I kind of smashed it, doing like a backside floater almost, and we went and got x-rays and nothing was broken, so just have been trying to nurse it a little bit, and I was really happy this morning when I woke up and could walk around and was able to surf. So yeah, I'm just gonna try to keep resting it and see what happens.
Oh, good. Well, it doesn't really seem to be affecting your performance at all if that last heat is anything to go by. Just lastly, how much does, let's say, what is your goal for this event? Was winning SURFEST a big part of it?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, that's I think that's why we're all here, but I think really just being able to show my surfing and then also just learn as much as I can, surfing against the bigger and older girls that have inspired me so much. So yeah, just winning's for sure the end goal.
Yeah, well, we've seen plenty of young surfers come through and win this event. It's a bit of a crystal ball in that respect. So best of luck, and I hope that ankle heals up, and thanks very much for your time, and congrats on another heat win.
Thank you.
Thanks, Borno. Thanks, Eden. Such a cool young lady coming through the ranks of our sport. And yeah, Flick and I both think, it's going to be a long future for her. And I feel like we're going to see plenty of heats where we see her come up against Teresa Bonvalot, Isla Hupperts, Molly Picklum, Katie Simmers. It's going to be a long list of talented women on our championship tour, including this lady. She's there next year. Wow, great looking first turn. Floats it for a second. Would love one more section here. Tia Zabrowski just not missing a beat on this wave so far. And you know what? She would know that Yolanda's out of the draw here. If she makes this heat, she's currently holding the lead.
Totally. It's a big moment for her. I think I love this surfing from her. The style that she has for only 15 years old is incredible. Just her technique, it's something to really be studied. She's doing so well. Obviously, it's going to grow so much because she is so young, but yeah, there's a real maturity there within her surfing. When I look at her, I don't see 15. She does surf. Yeah, there's a maturity there for sure.
She's had an incredible run along her career. Actually hasn't dropped below a quarterfinals on the Challenger Series yet. We're hoping to keep that run alive here at SURFEST. 17 minutes on the clock. Tia Zabrowski doing what she does best, winning this heat. We'll be right back after a Bonsoy brew break.
Well, the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy has scored a ripper of a day on day 3. And you know, my motto's always been, when it's right, it's right. And as we head into the afternoon, it could be time for some of that afternoon delight here at the Stone and Wood Bar, the unofficial beer of the WSL. Come on down. It's right here on the boardwalk at Merriweather, and people are starting to gather to watch the action. And I'm just going to pull up a pew in this wonderful little setting and enjoy it right here in the Stone and Wood Bar. Afternoon delight has never been so delightful.
Nothing like Borno, waves and a Stone and Wood. That is just the perfect combo for any afternoon, really.
That does look rather delightful there, I will say. The weather's been amazing today. It really has turned it on. Probably about 30 degrees out there, you know, really light winds. So we get caught up here with Isla on the backhand. Just a little bit late with that turn. And then Sanoa. Oh, wow. If she can manage to pull two of those turns off in a row, she's had a couple of one-hit wonders. And, you know, it's fetched her a couple of good scores, but she just needs to find really tricky on your backhand, obviously, because these waves are running off so fast on the rights. But she can find a little bit more space and do 2 of those turns. She's on her way to a really good score.
Yeah, really talented family. We spoke to it yesterday when we saw Sanoa in that opening round. Has her sister, Matea Olin, who is an incredible surfer herself. She's actually just become a first-time mum, bringing her little girl into the world. So Sanoa has a little niece to perform for now too. Floats and just gets a little hung up. You can see her footing, unfortunately, just slipping out of place here for Sanoa. Eve Wong sitting out there with priority right now. She's at a 4-5 and a 3-6. A 4-5, you know, it's actually keeping you in the heat right now.
Oh, totally. I mean, you just look at the scores that Sanoa has, 4-6 and a 4. It really, this heat's super, it's really wide open. I mean, even with Tia too, nothing really in that 6 range yet. It's just waiting for someone really to drop a hammer and kind of start running away with it. I spoke to it in the heat previous, but Eve, for me, is someone who, I mean, I could be jinxing this here, but she always is someone who I've watched, you know, historically, who's had great wave selection. I remember one year, might have been the first year or second year that we had a Challenger Series at Snapper Rocks, and she just seemed to have the pick of the waves. Obviously, it's like a point break, and, you know, you think it's perfect, but there are way better waves than other ones, and she just had a really great read. I've watched her before on beach breaks, and I've thought the same, so we'll see how the rest of this heat plays out. And she currently has priority. She knows what she's already got. So no doubt, you know, she's looking for something, you know, with a bit more space for a couple of big belts.
Yeah, she's her first ever Challenger Series event was over in Haleiwa when that event was still running, and she went all the way through, I believe, to the finals. And it was her first ever Challenger Series. It's the one that Soph McCulloch won. Tia Zabrowski here. 2 turns that are just huge in the pocket. She's going to come in the inside and cop a finishing turn as well. You can see a little slap of a celebration here. Joanne Daru and her dad on the beach right now. Super talented family. Dad, ex-professional snowboarder, mum, a yoga instructor. So you kind of get the best of both worlds there. You get the, you know, the high speed, intensely athlete kind of brain of her dad, and then let's slow it down. A little yoga instructor for her mum. So she really is getting the best of both worlds here.
Oh, this was beautiful. For me, it was all on the bottom turn that set her up for that top turn. It was super deep, which allowed her to go so critical through the roof. You can see it from here. I mean, she just really pivots hard.
Wow.
Jams it in the pocket. You can see those fins being released both times. And I said it, we're just waiting for someone to drop like a 7 and run away with it. I have no doubt that that's going to come very close. We see quick in and out for Isla. But, yeah, maturity with Tia there.
I just love how hard she pushes on her tail. At the very top of her turns, that's exactly when she starts to accelerate on that back foot. 7-point ride locked in. Isla giving now her best rendition of it. 2 big turns. She needed the completion on that second section there. That would have gone upwards of that score as well. So Isla, you can see maybe not looking as composed as we saw her yesterday.
Yeah, I think a little bit unlucky there. There's sort of a little bit of backwash when she came down. Maybe a little bit mistimed that last turn. But, yeah, it seemed like she had those turns on lock yesterday. And, yeah, I think the good thing, though, with the conditions like this, it is pretty consistent. You can see these women are catching so many waves. she probably will get another opportunity. By the looks of it, obviously Tia's sort of running away with this, but the battle for, you know, second at the moment is well and truly on. So, yeah, she'll have another crack for sure.
Yeah, Tia 7-point ride for that big 3-turn combo on her last wave. Backing it up with a 5.5 here. She's gone for one big jam there on her backside, so she's created a little bit of space, moved down the beach, finding more opportunities for her to build right now. Sanoa Demphley Olin needs a 7.87 for the lead, so a pair of 4s. And Eve and Isla, all three of the women kind of going for big turns, but not getting that completion. Eve here comes around. That's a better looking check in the pocket, but this backwash wreaking a little bit of havoc right now.
Yeah, that looked like a good wave. It looked like it did have a nice taper on it. Unfortunately, she just came victim. A little bit of lump and bump there, but banked off a nice turn. It looked like she was about to drive around that section and find another one. So, yeah, she waited a long time for that one with priority too. So, yeah, it's pretty irritating feeling when that happens.
Oh my goodness. We're going to take a look at these last couple of waves here.
Yeah, so Tia here, just one big belt. Kind of gets caught up in that soupy little foam area, just the bottom dropped away from her.
And then Eve Wong, she got her turn as well. So it's not going to go into her top two at all. So it was just the one turn, unfortunately, just coming in at a 0.93 here for Eve Wong. So 9 minutes to go right now. Isla Huppets, we're waiting for her to really kind of click into one of those big turns. Eve Wong, you know, she always talks about her experience with Dougie Silver and how her biggest goal working with him is trying to tap into her personality in her surfing. And I feel like over the last run of the Challenger Series, the last few events, you can actually see her personality start to come out in her surfing.
Yeah, I think, well, for me, I mean, my read on that is I just feel what I've seen so far is she's just a beautiful surfer to watch, right? There's a lot of grace there. She does have a sting every now and then. Like, I really have enjoyed her. I think a lot of it comes to her read on the ocean. I feel like a lot of that comes, you know, growing up in Hawaii. You're exposed to so many different waves, different reef breaks from such an early age, and you could sort of form a different sort of connection to someone who maybe, say, grows up on beach breaks, right? And yeah, she's got a beautiful affinity with the ocean. That definitely comes through in her surfing.
Sanoa Demphley Olin currently on your screens as well. She's actually an Olympian, so represented Canada in the 2024 Paris Olympics, which, by the way, is probably the scariest Olympics to ever qualify for, because not only are you surfing on the biggest stage, but you also have to get to know probably the scariest wave in the world, Chopu. And she went and got a 17th over there, but what a journey for her to go on.
Totally. I think, you know, all the women that qualified for the Olympics there, you know, where they had to put their body on the line essentially at Chopes, that they were all doing, you know, every country had, you know, warm-up trips there. People were doing their own solo trips to get, you know, and I saw some of Sanoa's and some of the waves that she was taking off on all these women, and it was cool because it pushed our sport in a great way. There was no hiding. That was the wave and that was the venue, and there is no turns at Chopes. It is only a barrel. So it just forces that kind of surfing. I mean, personally, I love it. I love that brand of surfing. I love it when people really push themselves outside of something they really thought that was, you know, in the realm of possibilities for themselves. I mean, that's when you see that growth happen, and with places like that as a venue, you wouldn't see it otherwise.
It's also such a scary, not only is the wave scary, but, you know, I've actually never been to Chopu, but speaking to a couple of people around who surfed it time and time before, you're paddling in and you obviously need to pull in for, it's either front side or backside, and then you're looking at sharp reef. The water is so clear that there is just a full reef right under you, really shallow as well. So it just adds to that fear factor that kind of takes on the journey of surfing Chopu. Looking at heat number 6, couple of our women starting to get ready. Anon Matsuoka. We saw India Robinson on screen as well. Annette Gonzalez-Echebarri, current ranked 6th on the Challenger Series, also taking on Zoe Zeitz, which I believe is Seabass's niece. We're going to take a look at the GWM recap here, and it's kind of been the Tia show.
Oh, it totally has. I mean, she locked in a couple of 5s early, and we've just seen a couple of big moments from Sanoa, just waiting for her to connect with 2-turn combo, but it was this wave from Tia, the 7-point ride. I said it before, we're just waiting for someone to sort of break away. Of course, she was the woman to do it. And yeah, we currently have Eve up and riding.
Yeah, there's the second turn into a final. Good-looking finish here for Eve Wong, chasing a 4.14. Excited to see how that looks from the beach angle. Felt like some of those turns had a bit of spice in it. You can see the hair's gone up in a bun, which I don't know about you, but when I was competing, if the hair was up in the bun, it meant business. Yeah.
Oh, totally. I think, look, 3-turn combo, the second turn for me right there is super strong. So is the third. The first one, you know, that was oh, wow. Up and down for Sanoa. Just caught a rail there. But you can see Dougie, he is looking around. He's wanting to know the score, of course. He wants to know an updated situation. He wants to know, yeah, the time remaining. How much time? What's the requirement? You know, did she do enough? She's only searching for a 4.14.
I love Dougie Silva. I just think he's such an awesome personality to watch. I just think, yeah, and to sit back and watch him coach, you know, he's always pacing up and down. He believes in his athletes so much. Even right now, he's back down to the shoreline, wants to know the time, wants to know the score, and then he'll be kind of sending signals to Eve Wong right on cue, points her down the beach, get her back to that left rip bowl. So only chasing a 4.14. Tia Zabrowski here, loading up, goes to the air for an air reverse. Just can't hold on to this one here. So 4 minutes. Her coach and dad not really looking too phased right now.
Yeah, she sort of has got it on lock at the moment, right? She's locked in the 7. She's got the backup of the 5.5.
How's the difference
the contrast.
in the two? Yeah. Dougie always down the beach, just kind of wiggling around, and just kind of the steel, cool, calm, collected of Joanne Daru.
Well, right now we're still waiting for that wave, right? The judges are really, obviously watching on the replay, they're really thinking long and hard about this score. So he doesn't know yet. I mean, he potentially maybe thinks she's done enough. We need to see where all these women are, because he could be signaling her, one, either to get space to get another score, or two, get down to potentially Sanoa to maybe, like, it's going to be interesting. You know, she's got priority here, Eve, so we're still waiting for that score.
And this little left rip bowl starting to come into play. It's just kind of been shifting so much on the tide, whether we go up to the left or down the beach to the right a little bit.
So he's told her to go right up north there, almost, you know, in that free surf zone. So to try and find a bit more space, maybe to give herself another opportunity. Isla
caught behind on another one. It's kind of heartbreak here. You can see how desperate she is for an open face. Here we go. Here's the space that Dougie wanted for Eve. She's going to stroke into this one on the heels. Unfortunately, Eve Wong not even getting to the open face on that one. But I kind of like that tactic of, all right, you got to score to lock in. Judges, obviously, we don't even have any indication. So judges really looking at it. But this is the unscored wave that we're waiting for.
Yeah, so nice snap here, but these second and third turns for me, they're pretty spicy. They're a little bit more pizzazz there. Yeah, it was a little bit of a smaller wave, but there were 3 turns there, and she's only searching for the 4.14, so there it is. That score has locked in, and it is not enough for Eve. So Doug was on the money. He's trying to get her away to find some space here and have another crack at trying to break this down, the 4.14.
Wow, 3.93 is the score. 4.14 is what she's chasing. So just under 2 minutes to go. Isla Huppert, she's not chasing much either. 4.34 for her. This is going to be a stressful just over 90 seconds right now for Sanoa. Isla, she can get that turn, that score with 1 turn in her sleep. You know, it's not going to be tricky for her to get. And that's why Sanoa is sticking to her like glue right now.
Oh, totally. Everyone's aware of, you know, at the end of the day after a round, you know who's dropped the highest heat totals, you know who's dropped the single highest wave score and what they've done. Yeah, it's no secret, right? So Sanoa, yeah, she's going to stick to her like Velcro for sure. As we see, yeah, just this clock ticking down, and yeah, the young 15-year-old just commits as Sanoa using her priority.
7.87 is the score she needs for the lead, but looking just to better a 4-point ride here. Don't feel like it's going to do that. Under a minute to go right now, so it leaves the door slightly open for Eve and Isla Huppert. You'd love to see him get one last opportunity here just to even have, a swing at a good-looking section, it's kind of been a little bit wave-starved, and any moment that there has been, Tia's suffocated it.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit. Obviously, there's a lot of opportunity out there, as we see Doug with the hand signals. There's opportunity, but I feel like with that little slight onshore breeze, it's obviously not as dreamy as what we saw earlier today. That maybe that opportunity a little bit less than what we saw. So kind of starting to see that filter through a little bit in these heats.
We've actually just had a call. We've had an update from everyone in the head of the tower right now. This is going to be the last heat of the day. So Flick, you alluded to it earlier, a little bit of wind coming on the tide, wreaking a little bit of havoc, and it's just not as pumping as it was earlier. So this is it. It's going to be the last heat of the day.
That's all she wrote, Jessie.
That's all she wrote.
I think the commentator's cup could be on soon.
Stop it.
I think we might get a little free surf.
I would love to get a free surf in. Oh my. Tia Zabrowski continuing her destructive role here on the Challenger Series. Another win to add to her name. Sanoa Demphley-Olin, though, she's going to be rolling through as well. So another kind of dark horse to add to the equation. I mean, a lot of upset that we've had throughout the day. Even Eve Wong, she had a chance to qualify here.
Yeah, look, another upset for sure. I think, for Isla, she's got the whole world ahead of her, right? And next year as well, she's got the wild card onto the challenge, this year, onto the Challenger Series. So look, good experience under the belt to have that pressure, and Tia just moving on through. Doug, stressed.
Taking it to the heart. Dougie Silva, unfortunately, losing one of his athletes out of the draw. However, we got to, talk about Tia Zabrowski and just the incredible surfing that we see from her every single heat. She's going to wait on the beach for her competitors to shake her hand, but this is the fat boy ride of the heat. Big 7-point ride for Tia Zabrowski.
Couple of big belts straight in the pocket. Hand back to give that tail that extra jam, and just keep saying it, there is just such a maturity in her style. She doesn't look like to me that she's 15, surfing a few years beyond, I believe.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing her, just to kind of where she fits in onto this championship tour. It's just a couple more weeks till we see her down there at the Rip Curl Bells Beach. But she wants to take out the rankings. She wants to finish as #1 on the Challenger Series. Unfortunately, Eve Wong out of the draw, and I feel like she's getting the feels of that right now. She's just found out she's not going to be making that championship tour or the cut this year. She'll be back for another swing. She's just so good. She's growing every single time she puts the rashi on. And you can see Tia with her little brother there. Just kind of the contrast of competitive surfing. There's so many highs and so many lows, but actually for Tia, she doesn't really know too many lows of competitive surfing yet.
Look, I'm sure at the end of the day, once you're on the CT, there's only one winner every event, and it's a very, very difficult thing to do in your first year. Only very few do it. So, look, there will be highs and there will be lows for sure. But, at the moment, she's just got to take this all in. She knows she's advancing through and potentially going to take that #1 spot on the Challenger Series rankings.
Yeah, and we actually get to award those people who take home that crown at the WSL Awards in just a couple of weeks' time. You can see just taking a bit of a deep breath in for Tia Zabrowski. We love watching her compete. Although that the surfing's done for the day, we've got the Stone and Wood post show, so don't go anywhere. Plenty more coming right up.
Welcome to the Stone and Wood post show here at the Bioglan SURFEST Newcastle, presented by Bonsoy. A beautiful day here at Merriweather, and we've gotten through quite a bit, but the conditions were slowing up, so the decision made to go on hold with the remaining heats of the round of 32 for the women. But it was not short on highlights. Some great performances from some of those top seeds. Tia Sabrowski has already shored up her place on the championship tour now with the opportunity to seal that #1 spot on the Challenger Series rankings, Rich.
Yeah, pretty special moment for her. Completely dominated that last heat. She is just next level. And I don't think we've seen someone so dominant come into the sport since, I'm going to say it, since Kelly Slater. She is an absolute weapon.
Yeah, youngest to ever qualify, but competes like she's been at it for 30 years.
Totally. Maturity within her surfing for sure. Every time she stands up, even her style, I'm just blown away. It just looks like she's surfing almost 10 years older than what she currently is.
Definitely. All right, we're going to talk about some of the highlight performances. Some of the young guns fighting their way through the rounds here have been super impressive. Probably at the top of the list is young Eden Waller. Unbelievable again today, putting a couple of 7s on the board and just waxing the opposition.
Even with this ankle injury that she got, you know, she said with Vaughan in the post heat, she kind of came down on a backside floater, landed a bit funny, and then, you know, got some x-rays, found out it was fine, not broken. Still walked this morning, and look, by the looks of this, I think it's just fine. I mean, if you're doing landings like that, she got a 7.33 for that one big backhand hanger. So, yeah, super impressive.
Yeah, Teresa also progressing out of that heat, and it was a bit of an upset result. Francisca Vaselko, who took the contest out last year and has already guaranteed her place on the championship tour, she was bumped out of the mix. So, yeah, very strong performance from young Eden there. There's the numbers on screen.
She is just another super talent, and again, one that surfs sort of beyond her years, and you know, spends a lot of time at that San Clemente area, and there is just a pack of amazing surfers that have been, you know, coming out of there for the last decade now. There she is on screen, just perhaps texting all the little friends. Yep, nailed it.
She's playing Block Blast. I wonder what her highest score is. No, I think she would definitely be responding to some of the support she'd be feeling from back home over there. Let's have a look at Heat 11 on the men's side. We completed that round of 64 for the men. We're seeing those, saw those top seeds. Morgan Siblick, nerve-wracking times for him, and he survived a close heat. He started brilliantly, Rich, but it kind of went quiet on him through the duration of the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Started well, big air reverse. And this was a gnarly heat too, because this man here, Reef Hazelwood, was on absolute fire, just picked up a couple of gem lefts. And another one who just looked so in control. We're used to seeing Reef take to the air. And in this heat, just did it with some beautiful power surfing, and a little error from Morgan towards the end of the heat here.
Oh, wow.
And you know, just pushing it ever so closely. You know, that could have gone either way. If he had, if the judges had deemed that the surfer inside of him got up before the hooter went, then Morgan would have got interference. He would have been out of the comp.
He was kind of oblivious too. We saw it a couple of times throughout the day. I'm sure we'll be talking about Nadia Aristabe's poor choice with priority to let Salaguirre get a wave. But, you know, that situation at the end there, it just seemed like it was too close for comfort. The wave never had 6.5 points in it, so Morgan didn't need to block him on that ride, and he did play with fire there. As far as the broadcast was concerned, the hooter sounded while, of course, his opponent, Lucas Vicente, was getting to his feet, and then Morgan got up. So priority, it seemed, from where we were sitting, Rich, that Morgs got up after the hooter and dropped in on him.
We were freaking out in here, and you guys probably heard us.
We walked in
the green room, and we're going, what's he done? Oh, my gosh. But a slight delay.
We mentioned that
sound.
too. We mentioned that in that moment, that dramatic moment. I quickly raced straight up to the judges' booth and said, hey, we need to be assurance. We need to be backed up here. Like, what happened there? Because on the broadcast, everyone's going to be saying that he was up after the hooter. Which would have been an absolute nightmare. He would have suffered an interference and priority interference too.
Yeah, it's a sticky one, but the rules are the rules, and we've seen a few surfers progress using that rule. And why wouldn't you? So, yeah, Morgan, I think he'll be acutely aware of that rule from now on.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Vaughan Blakey is standing by. We just saw Tia Zabrowski win the last heat of the day, Vaughan, and that could bring some very special news.
Some very exciting news here for Tia Zabrowski with Yolanda Hopkins falling out and you winning that last heat. You are officially the 2025 Challenger Series champion. Congratulations, Tia.
Thank you. I'm super happy to finally realize that dream. I've always wanted to be like the youngest ever to qualify on the Challenger Series, and then youngest ever to qualify on the World Tour, and then youngest ever to be a Europe champion on the QS, and now youngest ever to be a world champion here on the Challenger Series. That's why I'm here in Newcastle. I really wanted to win that heat and that Yolanda Hopkins lose. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm super happy to finally make it. Yeah.
It's incredible. I mean, you've achieved so much at such a young age, and these dreams, they just keep stacking up. The CT is just around the corner. I mean, qualifying is one thing. Being able to come into this final Challenger Series event with just no pressure on your shoulders is such a gift. But then to win the Challenger Series as well is amazing. Tell us, like, what is your attitude towards this event, you know, coming in not needing to really qualify? Was it still the goal to win the Challenger Series?
Yeah, for sure. Every time I'm doing comp, it's always to win it. Since I qualified in Brazil, Pipeline, and here in Newcastle, I had like less pressure, but I still always have that goal to be to win, to be first on the rankings in the Challenger Series. So every time I'm in the water for heat, I'm always doing my best and try to have fun. And yeah, I guess I had a lot of fun today. I got some really good ones, and it feels like really like free to be able to do your surfing without pressure. And yeah, but I still have a little bit pressure because I really want to win that heat.
Yeah, we can see that in your surfing. We can see that in your approach. You know, you're such a pro. Bells Beach just around the corner, but it's clear that your focus is on SURFEST right now.
Yeah, it's always heat after heat, comp after comp, and right now in Newcastle, it's for that comp in Newcastle, I'm always like, I'm gonna give my best to win it, and then when it's done, I'll be focused on Bells Beach. But yeah.
Your family is here. Did they know the news when you came in from that heat?
Yeah, when we saw the heat of Yolanda, I knew that I had to win that heat to make it. So I was a bit stressed out when I was going in the water. I was a bit shaking. I was like, I need to make that heat. I need to make that heat. So yeah, all my family, when I get out of the water, were like, yeah, finally you make it. So yeah, it feels good to always have a member of your family around the corner.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, I know that celebrations will probably be put on hold until the end of the event, but what does it mean? Like, what will the celebration look like for you and your family tonight?
I don't know. I love food, so I guess a really good restaurant would be good.
Oh, you're in the right place. Newcastle has plenty of them. Tia Zabrowski, congratulations. You are the 2025 Challenger Series champion. You've qualified for the 26 CT. We just love watching you surf, and it's been a real pleasure to have you here and watch you get through another heat.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, well done. What an amazing year. Youngest to ever qualify, now the Challenger Series champion. And it's just amazing. You know, I don't even want to talk about what I was doing at the same age. But, you know, knock and run, there wasn't a lot of competitive focus. It was all about ditching schools, a serious lack of commitment, if I'm to be honest. But it is just going to be so fun to watch her in the rest of this event, Rich, and also to see her on the CT this year.
Total pressure-free now. And if she's been surfing with any sort of pressure now at that level, oh man, it's scary. The prospect of her surfing just purely free to just kind of impress us and show us what she's got. Can't wait.
What a year for the Tahitian surfers. I mean, Callie Vast already qualified, representing France, but obviously her dad is Tahitian as well. So just an amazing year for Tahiti.
Oh yeah, it's an incredible year. And then yeah, Callie as well, getting the qualifying news the other day. And I mean, obviously we've got Vahine back on tour this year, so it's going to be cool to watch the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. But I'm just really looking forward to seeing Tia in her first CT to see where she fits in with, the likes of, this young generation of Katie and Erin and Caroline, because she's just underneath them. And I know that they'll be watching her, and it'll be cool to see where she slots in amongst them.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's have a look at the Boost Mobile heat of the day. It could have gone a number of different ways, but we did go with this impressive resurf. It was the replay of Heat 10. It was a heavy one for a couple of riders, Levi Slawson and Kate Matson. They were on their way to victory potentially yesterday, but a fresh clock, clean slate on the scoreboard. And then this kid, Makana Franzmann, in his first Challenger Series event, just really flexed his repertoire above the lip.
Yeah, he sure did. Makana put on an absolute air show, as did Levi. And, unfortunately, the chips didn't fall the right way for Cade Matson, who was actually leading the heat yesterday when they called it off. But, the judges deemed that it was going to be a fresh clock this morning, and they're the rules. And you can see there just a bit of frustration there from Cade. He's looking to consolidate his position now in the top 20 so that he can compete on the Challenger Series next year. And the result's out of his hands now. He's got to sit on the sideline and watch.
Yeah, an absolute rattle for him. But, Makana Franzmann was quick to point out that he felt really bad for Levi Slawson and Kate Matson in his post-heat interview. It's a classic case of don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah.
And I think Makana Franzmann has marked himself as a real threat in the future. He's done so well in his very first Challenger already, collecting a number of highlight moments.
Yeah, amazing. He's only had a couple of heats to date, but they've both been super, super impressive. His act above the lip is mind-blowing, and it looks like he's got a nice power rail game as well. So I think we're going to get into some decent conditions as we get later in the week, and he's going to be able to put them on show. Let's
talk about the conditions now and have a look at the Surfline forecast. Rich, you've been paying close attention to it.
Yeah, sure have, mate. No, I do. I keep an eye on this stuff on the hour. Surfline providing us with up-to-date forecasting. Get on the app. And you'll be there for hours, actually. But you can see Newcastle there, just north of Sydney. And that little red blob that's past us, okay, that's what we've been dealing with the last few days. And this swell is starting to taper off and get a little small. Tomorrow, it's going to be more of the same size, but we are going to see a wind shift round to the south tomorrow. So new energy starting to fill in. The swell's going to increase. And the conditions are going to be great. We're going to have offshore winds in the morning. It's going to switch around to an offshore flow, but they're never really going to be that strong. So, look, the outlook's looking great. We've done a chunk of competition already. So we're kind of in a good place to really see out the rest of the week and pick the eyes out of the conditions.
Summer's over, Flick, and there's a beautiful sunny day out there. It's time we're going to go bronze up and have a heat ourselves.
Totally. Commentator's Cup coming right up.
Coming right up. And also coming up is the Bioglan Daily Dose, the top 5 moments from another huge day of competition. And what about this? The Dolphins coming to the party. This was mid-heat. And one of our competitors sharing a ride with one of the true locals.
Oh, honestly, this is the stuff that makes our sport so unique and so beautiful at the same time. Kind of takes you away from the competitive side of it and just, the real beauty that surfing is. We get to surf, with dolphins.
Yeah, Laura will never forget that. Eden Waller coming in at number 4, Rich. Classy again, even with the ankle injury.
Yeah, the ankle didn't look like it held her back, and bit of a case of, in that moment, the adrenaline's pumping, you don't feel the pain. She might be icing it right now, but compression on that final turn, that would have really tested it. But she looks in great form.
She sure does. Reef Hazelwood coming in at number 3. Rock solid Flick, flowing from one big turn into the next.
Oh, this was incredible surfing. He put together a couple of great scores here. And just such quick transitions between these two turns. Big heat total for him, and the 2 Aussies getting through that one.
Coming in at number 2, Makana Franzmann. He was the man out there today, taking flight and, stitching up a couple of front runners on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the single best scoring wave of the event so far. Highest heat total in this heat. And welcome, Makana Franzmann, to the tour.
And coming in at number 1, it is the ultimate grommet. Tia Zabrowski was so strong today and has been all year, and she's going to be the champ at the end of it all.
She's so deserving. We're really looking forward to seeing her down at Bells Beach in just a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, that Rip Curl Pro is creeping up, and looking forward to seeing it because she's got the talent, she's got the composure that I think could see her cause some big upsets early, and we know that those newcomers to the CT ranks, they take on those top seeds, so I'm sure they're shuddering at the thought of that.
They will be for sure, but you know, it's a mental game for the newcomers when they come on the tour. You're up against your idols and your heroes, and you've got to make that mental adjustment. We spoke about it yesterday. It can be off-putting. The talent's there, no doubt about it, but this is the next level when you get to the championship tour.
We didn't really get to solidify any more CT berths for the competitors today, Flick. In fact, we saw a number of surfers at the top end of the ranks, especially on the women's side, fall out of the mix.
Yeah, for sure. I think even, you know, you look at that next heat coming up, Alyssa Spencer, she's in that next heat, right? So big implications on the line for her. She's right on the cusp here. So, you know, we'll come back down here tomorrow morning, have a look at the conditions and assess from there. But, you know, I'm maybe presuming that, put this event on hold this afternoon because that onshore came in. We'll wake up tomorrow, see what the day brings. But, yeah, big things on the line for Alyssa. She's in that next heat.
Yeah, a lot of big heats to look forward to. And the men's round of 32 starting to take shape too. Encourage you to go to worldsurfleague.com and have a look at some of those incredible matchups. We'll be back here again, 7:30 a.m, making the call. We'll leave you with highlights and see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.